Chapter 1. The Apocalypse. Jiangbei University, Boys' Dormitory Restroom. Starving. Utterly famished. Am I truly destined to perish in this wretched place? Qin Feng, clutching his emaciated abdomen, sat on the cold floor, his vision swirling in confusion. He had been trapped in the restroom for a full 7 days. During this time, apart from sipping a few drops of tap water, he had consumed not a morsel of food, and at this moment, he had reached the very limits of human endurance. He had contemplated venturing out in search of sustenance, but 3 menacing zombies prowled just outside the restroom door. If he were to rashly burst forth, he would likely meet a far more gruesome fate. Cursed apocalypse. Qin Feng pounded the floor in frustration, his thoughts drifting back to 7 days prior. On that fateful rainy night, he had been engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings with 3 roommates, on the verge of attaining the coveted rank of 50 stars. Suddenly, after a series of bizarre crimson lightning strikes, one of his roommates collapsed, convulsing on the floor, frothing at the mouth, his face contorted in agony. Qin Feng and the other 2 roommates were taken aback, hurriedly dialing for an ambulance, but the phone lines inexplicably went dead. Even emergency calls could not be placed. Within mere moments, the fallen roommate had succumbed, lifeless and cold. The trio was left in shock, having witnessed death for the first time right before their eyes, rendered speechless and frozen in place. But soon, the corpse on the ground began to stir, ultimately rising with grotesque contortions of its skeletal frame. As Qin Feng and his companions stood paralyzed with fear, the reanimated corpse lunged at another roommate, tearing into him like a wild beast. As blood splattered across Qin Feng's face, his countless hours spent watching zombie films suddenly crystallized into clarity. A zombie. The roommate who had just collapsed had transformed into a creature of the undead. In a moment of panicked realization, Qin Feng swiftly retreated towards the balcony. Though the other roommate also grasped the horror unfolding, it was too late. The bitten roommate had instantaneously succumbed to infection, bringing him down under a mass of blood and flesh. As a spine-chilling tearing sound echoed through the room, Qin Feng, having narrowly escaped to the balcony, dashed into the restroom, securing the wooden door behind him. Trembling violently, he sat on the floor, his heart racing wildly, terrified that the zombies outside would burst in at any moment. Fortunately, the infected only attacked visible living beings. As long as he remained silent, the zombies outside would not detect his presence in the restroom. To survive, Qin Feng dared not make a sound, enduring in the confines of the restroom for a full 7 days. Throughout this time, he attempted multiple times to contact emergency services via his phone. Yet, it seemed that with the onset of the apocalypse, global communications had collapsed entirely. The technological advancements humanity had cultivated over the years were obliterated in an instant. Whether the world would meet its end held little significance for Qin Feng. His sole concern was his own survival and the safety of his family. Could it be that I am truly destined to starve to death in this forsaken place? An overwhelming wave of hunger washed over him, dulling his senses. As prolonged starvation began to take its toll on his body, leading his organs to falter, he realized that if he continued to abstain from sustenance, he would indeed perish in this desolate place. Thus, his feeble gaze gradually fell upon the toilet before him. However, after an intense internal struggle, he could not bring himself to cross that threshold in his mind. He would rather face starvation than make such a repugnant choice for the sake of prolonging his existence. Ultimately, he slowly rose to his feet, dragging his frail body with clenched teeth, declaring resolutely, "Enough of this. Staying here is merely waiting for death. I might as well venture out and fight for survival. Perhaps a glimmer of hope awaits." Qin Feng could no longer endure the torment of waiting for death in despair. He was determined to fight, even if it was for a mere chance at life. Resolving in his heart, he placed his weakened hand upon the door lock, preparing to turn it. Just as Qin Feng was about to make one last desperate attempt, a peculiar mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Apocalypse sign-in system activated. Binding host initiated. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Apocalypse sign-in system. Please click to claim your beginner's gift package. An Apocalypse sign-in system? Upon hearing the strange voice, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. It's impossible. Such systems do not exist in reality. I must be hallucinating due to hunger. His expression was one of resignation. Over the past few days, he had experienced countless delusions. The most absurd being when he imagined himself transforming into a super scion. Now, with the sudden emergence of this so-called apocalypse sign-in system, his initial reaction was to dismiss it as yet another figment of his imagination. Alright, since this is the last of my hallucinations, let me see what this so-called beginner's gift package has to offer. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he clicked the claim button. Congratulations, host. Beginner's gift package successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have received a silenced Desert Eagle pistol. Magazine capacity, 9 rounds. Bullets can be exchanged with survival points. Note: the system version of the Desert Eagle has no recoil, is silent, and is a true assassin-s tool. Congratulations, host. You have received a firearm mastery card. Upon using this card, the host will instantly master all firearms. Congratulations, host. You have received a virus immunity serum. After injection, you will be immune to viral infections. As the mechanical notifications continued to ring out, a blinding white screen appeared before Qin Feng, showcasing not only the silver Desert Eagle, but also a vial of blue serum. Could it be that all of this was not a mere illusion? Unable to resist, Qin Feng reached out to touch the screen, and at the moment of contact, the Desert Eagle and the immunity serum materialized in his hands, their real and weighty presence almost causing him to drop them. Gazing at the tangible weapon, the item card, and most importantly, the serum, the despair on Qin Feng's face abruptly transformed into exhilaration and excitement. Indeed, host, none of this is an illusion. Congratulations on successfully binding the Apocalypse sign-in system. The Apocalypse sign-in system will automatically issue random sign-in tasks daily. Completing these tasks will reward you with sign-in rewards. Furthermore, after binding the system, killing zombies will earn you survival points, which can be exchanged in the system store for attribute points, weapons, ammunition, food, and various essential supplies. Today's sign-in task: escape from the boys' dormitory to complete the check-in. Host attributes as follows: Qin Feng, Strength, 5, Intelligence, 10, Speed, 5, Defense, 5, Spirit, 5, Survival Points, 0. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation, none. Note: enhancing attribute points can augment the host's physical capabilities. For instance, increasing strength by 1 point can enhance the host's muscle power by 10 kilograms. Likewise, increasing intelligence by 1 point can elevate the host's IQ by 10 points. Is this truly real? Ha ha ha. Qin Feng is filled with elation. With the system at his disposal, he is certain to survive in this harsh apocalypse. After accepting this sudden change, Qin Feng immediately injected the blue serum into his body. Moments later, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him, followed by an intense itch akin to countless ants crawling on his skin. The itch lasted only a brief minute, after which Qin Feng sensed a remarkable transformation within himself. Congratulations, host. The serum injection is complete. From now on, as long as the host does not perish, any injuries inflicted by zombies will not lead to infection. Excellent. With this, even a zombie bite poses no threat. Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction and, regaining his composure, inquired of the system, "But I'm nearly starving to death. Can't you provide me with some food?" Replying to the host, if the host wishes to obtain food, it must be acquired through personal effort or exchanged using survival points. Understood, everything must rely on oneself. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he gripped the Desert Eagle tightly, promptly using the firearm proficiency card. The instant the card was activated, he instinctively grasped all aspects of aiming, firing, and even the intricate mechanics of firearms. His understanding of firearms, while not transcendent, certainly surpassed that of a professionally trained marksman. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Qin Feng familiarized himself with the system's capabilities, a terrifying impact resonated from the wooden door above, the dilapidated structure shaking under the relentless assault of 3 zombies outside. Chapter 2. Escape to Freedom. Oh no. The loudness of my previous voice must have attracted the 3 zombies outside. What now? Gazing at the imminent breach of the wooden door, Qin Feng's countenance turned ashen, his weakened body retreating against the cold wall. Stay calm. I must remain composed. Qin Feng tightly gripped the Desert Eagle, reminding himself to maintain his composure. In such a dire moment, absolute tranquility is paramount. After several deep breaths, he grit his teeth and aimed at the wooden door of the restroom. A mere 2 meters away, he needed to fire 3 shots the instant the door was breached to eliminate the invading zombies. Otherwise, in his current state, he would have no means of resistance if they approached. Bang, bang, bang. As the sounds of the door being battered grew increasingly violent, Qin Feng's heartbeat raced to an alarming tempo. Suddenly, a cacophony of splintering wood echoed as the bathroom door shattered and collapsed, allowing 3 blood-soaked zombies to surge in like rabid beasts. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng, who had long been prepared, fired 3 shots in rapid succession. It must be said that the silenced Desert Eagle provided by the system was utterly devoid of recoil and emitted no sound, as if he were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Even in his weakened state, Qin Feng effortlessly wielded the weapon, successfully landing a headshot on the foremost zombie with his first shot. However, in his haste, the second and third shots went awry, merely grazing the already mangled faces of the creatures and failing to deliver a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, the two zombies lunged toward Qin Feng with alarming speed. Panic washed over him as he realized the imminent danger, just as the two zombies were about to reach him. He unleashed his latent potential, firing 2 more shots at breakneck speed. Bang! Bang! Fortunately, with the sound of the gunfire, both zombies were swiftly dispatched with headshots. As the foul, black blood splattered onto Qin Feng's face, he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the close brush with death. He had narrowly escaped being torn to shreds by those two creatures. Congratulations, host, for slaying 3 zombies. Survival points, 3. After a prolonged silence, as the system's notification chimed once more, Qin Feng gradually regained his composure, gazing at the 3 familiar faces lying before him. His heart heavy with an indescribable mix of complexity and sorrow. These 3 zombies had once been his closest brothers. Since their university days, they had supported and cared for one another, inseparable and bonded by deep affection. Yet, from a brotherhood of 4, he now stood alone, the sole survivor. The weight of this desolation was almost unbearable for Qin Feng. This was the harsh reality of the apocalypse. It was either your demise or my survival. I am so sorry, my brothers. Regaining his composure, Qin Feng propped himself up, his frail body unsteady, and murmured a silent tribute to the 3 zombies before stepping over their lifeless forms to leave this cursed place that had ensnared him for a full 7 days. As evening descended, the dying rays of the sun spilled onto the blood-stained floor of the balcony, casting a somber atmosphere befitting the end of days. However, Qin Feng had no time to admire the scenery. Already close to his limits, he had just endured a fierce battle, and his muscles felt like jelly. He could barely manage to walk, swaying unsteadily as he dragged his exhausted body back to the dormitory in search of food. But with the apocalypse coinciding with the end of the month, he and his brothers had long since exhausted their funds, leaving little sustenance in the dormitory. After rummaging for what felt like an eternity, he finally uncovered a half-empty bag of chips. Unfortunately, due to prolonged exposure, the chips had begun to mold. Yet, hunger had overtaken his senses, and without a second thought, Qin Feng grabbed a handful, stuffing them into his mouth, chewing hastily before swallowing. Once he finished the half-bag of chips, he collapsed onto his bed to rest. Fatigued and drained, Qin Feng unwittingly succumbed to sleep, only to be jolted awake in the dead of night. For outside the dormitory door, a series of terrifying growls echoed ominously. It was the unmistakable sound of zombies. Outside the dormitory, the corridor was teeming with zombies. Realizing this, Qin Feng was instantly wide awake. Coupled with the fact that he had already consumed the last remnants of a half-empty bag of chips, his gnawing hunger compelled him to open the system shop to explore its offerings. Welcome to the system shop. A luminous white screen materialized before Qin Feng as he clicked through. The screen presented 5 main categories: attribute points, weapons and ammunition, food, materials, and items. Enduring his hunger, Qin Feng first delved into the attribute points category, recalling the system's prior explanation that these points could enhance the host's various abilities. With extraordinary strength and speed, he could surely secure a steady source of sustenance. However, upon accessing the attribute points category, he realized his assumptions had been overly simplistic. Whether it was strength or speed, each point of attribute required the expenditure of 10 survival points. In essence, the exchange rate was a daunting 10-1. And Qin Feng found himself with a mere 3 attribute points, far from what was needed to redeem even a single point. Next, he navigated to the weapons category, which was further divided into 3 subcategories: ranged weapons, melee weapons, and ammunition. Within the ranged weapons section, he encountered many familiar firearms, such as the M4A1, AK-47, AWM, QBZ-95, and Barrett, renowned weapons from around the globe. However, the redemption prices were steep. Even the most basic fragmentation grenade demanded 50 survival points, while the more recognizable firearms required hundreds. As for the melee weapons, Qin Feng had little interest, for in a post-apocalyptic world, utilizing ranged weaponry was undoubtedly the safer choice. He proceeded directly to the ammunition interface. Pistol ammunition, 1 survival point per round. Rifle ammunition, 2 survival points per round. Shotgun ammunition, 2 survival points per round. Sniper ammunition, 3 survival points per round. Great. After risking my life to slay 3 zombies, I can only redeem 3 rounds of pistol ammunition. I might as well check the food category and hope it's not too exorbitant, Qin Feng muttered to himself as he opened the food section. The food category offered an even wider array of options, encompassing both Western and Chinese cuisines, presenting every conceivable dish one could imagine. Yet, the redemption prices were outrageous. Starting at a minimum of 5 survival points, with the most expensive items soaring to a staggering 100 survival points. Such exorbitant costs were only fit for fools to accept. After all, with those survival points, wouldn't it be far more prudent to redeem attribute points and ammunition instead? Damn, this system is truly a scam. There's nothing I can afford. Qin Feng grumbled in dissatisfaction and quietly resolved, I must rely on myself to find something to eat. There's a fellow named Wang Peng in dormitory 412 who has set up a small snack shop. He should have plenty of food available. Qin Feng patted his growling stomach and decided to head to dormitory 412 in search of sustenance. Qin Feng's dormitory is 403, situated approximately 100 meters away from dormitory 412. While 100 meters may seem trivial in ordinary circumstances, in the midst of an apocalypse, such a seemingly short distance could prove fatal. However, without venturing to 412 for sustenance, Qin Feng could hardly survive on the meager energy provided by half a bag of chips. Thus, in the name of survival, he was compelled to embrace the peril once more. Before embarking on his treacherous journey, Qin Feng packed his black backpack with essential supplies, including a lighter and a flashlight. Subsequently, he exchanged his scant 3 survival points for 3 rounds of handgun ammunition, adding to the 4 rounds he had previously, granting him a total of 7 bullets for his Desert Eagle. With his ammunition loaded, Qin Feng cautiously approached the dormitory door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently to the sounds outside. Chapter 3: Life and Death at Breakneck Speed. The silence of the boys' dormitory corridor was periodically shattered by the heavy, deliberate footfalls of several creatures, each accompanied by bone-chilling growls that sent shivers down one's spine. Judging by the sounds, Qin Feng estimated that at least 7 or 8 zombies were meandering in the corridor outside, with 2 of them prowling ominously close to his own room, 403. Gripping his Desert Eagle tightly, Qin Feng carefully unlocked the door and slowly pulled it open. As soon as he could peer out, he cautiously leaned forward to assess the situation in the adjacent corridors. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned 6 zombies to his left and 2 to his right, the latter positioned less than 10 meters away. Their backs turned as they shuffled toward the far end of the right corridor. The destination he sought, dormitory 412, lay to his left, surrounded by the undead. Yet he had no choice but to proceed, for not only did it harbor the food he desperately needed, but it also marked the direction of the staircase. A daunting sight, 8 zombies in total, and he was armed with merely 7 bullets. Resolute, he decided to eliminate the 2 zombies on the right first. Success would yield 2 survival points, allowing him to procure additional ammunition later. With unwavering focus, Qin Feng raised his Desert Eagle, aiming carefully at the unsuspecting zombies. As they were oblivious to his presence, he steadied his aim. With a deep breath, he squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as the bullet pierced the skull of one zombie, dispatching it instantly. The silenced Desert Eagle's remarkable stealth allowed him to eliminate the second zombie before it even registered the threat. With 2 zombies down, Qin Feng exchanged his newly acquired survival points for 2 more rounds, replenishing his ammunition to 7. He then turned his attention to the 6 zombies on his left. 4 of them were shambling toward him, while the remaining 2 lingered near the staircase. The approaching 4 were grotesque horrors, their bodies mangled and bloodied, or with gaping wounds exposing their ghastly white bones. Swallowing hard in dread, Qin Feng quickly withdrew, closing the door behind him and bracing his back firmly against it. Directly confronting the zombies would undoubtedly reveal his position. Should he falter and miss his shot, he would be besieged by a full 6 of them. Thus, it was imperative for him to devise a meticulous plan. Soon, his gaze fell upon a nearby glass cup. An idea sparked. He could utilize this glass vessel to create a distraction, drawing the zombies' attention, and then swiftly make his way to room 412, thereby circumventing the perils of combat. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he solidified his resolve. As the footsteps to his right gradually receded, he took a deep breath, opened the dormitory door once more, and hurled the glass bottle with all his might against the wall of the left corridor. Crash! The glass shattered upon impact, and the 6 zombies roaming on the right, invigorated as if by some unseen force, rushed towards the far end of the left corridor. Qin Feng quickly shut the dormitory door behind him. Roar! 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 A cacophony of beast-like howls reverberated from outside the door as Qin Feng firmly grasped his Desert Eagle. Once the 6 zombies neared the end of the left corridor, he flung open the door and sprinted towards room 412 with utmost speed. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. He could see the distance to room 412 diminishing, prompting him to quicken his pace unconsciously. Just as he was within 10 meters of his destination, 3 fearsome zombies suddenly lunged from the staircase to his right, charging at him like ravenous predators. Fate had dealt him an unexpected blow. Who could have foreseen the emergence of 3 more zombies at such a critical juncture? Qin Feng abruptly halted, raising his handgun in a panic to aim. Before the 3 zombies could close in, he fired 4 shots, obliterating the heads of 2 of them. However, the 3rd zombie was merely grazed on the arm, sustaining no fatal injury. With the 3rd zombie, now less than 5 meters away, Qin Feng retreated while maintaining his composure to aim, finally delivering a fatal shot with his 5th round. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, the 6 zombies he had lured began to regain their senses, their gaze fixating on his tantalizing form as they sprinted frantically towards him. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 100 meters away. Realizing the imminent danger, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the handgun and dashed towards room 412. Fortunately, he was not far from it, reaching the door within mere seconds. The door to 412 stood ajar, revealing a scene of chaos within. Bloodstains and dismembered limbs littered the room, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Yet, Qin Feng had no time to ponder the horror. He rushed inside and locked the door from within. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he entered room 412, the 6 zombies outside sensed his presence and began to batter them. More importantly, such a thunderous crash would undoubtedly attract the attention of zombies from other floors, and soon it would not merely be a matter of 6 zombies. However, that was a concern for later. Starving and with his stomach pressed against his back, Qin Feng prioritized the immediate need to search for food in dormitory 412. He began by rummaging through the nightstands beside the beds. After an exhaustive search, he found only a few posters of beautiful women and a doll that had seen better days, with no sign of food in sight. Quickly, his gaze shifted to the wardrobe near the balcony, and sure enough, on the lower shelf, he discovered Wang Peng's stash of snacks. The shelves were filled with an assortment of treats: instant noodles, bread, packaged chicken legs, and even 2 famous Texas-style grilled chickens. Desperately hungry, Qin Feng wasted no time. He tore open the bread and chicken legs, devouring them ravenously. He consumed 4 whole breads, 3 chicken legs, and 1 Texas chicken before he finally paused in satisfaction, cracking open a bottle of cola to gulp down. After 7 days of subsisting on tap water, the refreshing taste of cola was exhilarating. Once he had eaten his fill, he opened his backpack and stuffed in all the remaining food. For anything that wouldn't fit, he continued to eat until the little pantry was completely emptied. Exhausted, he slumped onto the bed beside him to rest. Bang, bang, bang. The crashing sounds persisted and grew increasingly violent. The dormitory door was on the verge of giving way. Yet Qin Feng remained remarkably composed. He understood that in such a tense moment, maintaining his calm was paramount. He checked his handgun's ammunition and found just 2 bullets left, clearly insufficient for dealing with 6 zombies. His survival points had increased to 3, which he promptly used to acquire more bullets. Once the ammunition count rose to 5, a modicum of safety returned to his heart. As his strength began to recover, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to retreat towards the balcony before the zombies breached the door. Chapter 4. Check-in Rewards. Thunderblade. Dormitory 412 was located on the 4th floor of the boys' dormitory, with the balcony approximately 12 meters above the ground, and behind the dormitory was a small flower bed. Under the moonlight, Qin Feng confirmed that there were no zombies in the flower bed, leading him to devise an escape plan. He quickly rolled up blankets and bed covers found in dormitory 412, tightly binding them together to create a rope nearly 10 meters long. He secured one end to the balcony railing and tossed the makeshift rope toward the flower bed. Although there remained about 2 meters to the ground, it was within the range of a safe landing for an average person. After testing the rope's strength to ensure it was secure, Qin Feng climbed over the balcony and began to slide down the blanket rope. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the door of dormitory 412 was smashed open, and the 6 frenzied, bloodthirsty zombies charged into the room, searching for any trace of Qin Feng. However, at the moment they invaded the dormitory, Qin Feng had already landed safely on the grassy area of the flower bed. After confirming there was no danger in the vicinity, he hastily departed from the confines of the male dormitory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully escaping the male dormitory. Today's check-in task has been completed. The host has received a bronze check-in treasure chest. Upon opening the bronze check-in treasure chest, one may randomly obtain a bronze-level martial arts item, survival points, or attribute points as rewards. Please proceed to open it. As Qin Feng approached the edge of the flower bed, the system's notification chimed, and a white light screen appeared before him. On the white light screen, a bronze-colored treasure chest flickered, equipped with an opening button. Does the check-in treasure chest possess levels? Qin Feng inquired, gazing at the bronze-level chest. Indeed, host. Depending on the difficulty of the tasks, the treasure chests obtained upon completion vary in levels, ranging from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Typically, random tasks are classified as bronze level. Only by venturing into more perilous regions may one trigger silver and gold level tasks. As for platinum and diamond level tasks, they can only be activated in hellish areas. I see. Qin Feng mused, surprised that such a dangerous male dormitory could only trigger a bronze level check-in task. He wondered what locations were required to activate silver and gold level tasks. His gaze deepened with anticipation for the higher tier check-in tasks. However, for now, he decided to explore what delightful items the bronze level treasure chest might contain. Regaining his focus, Qin Feng promptly clicked the opening button before him. With a flash of bronze light, the bronze-level treasure chest swung open. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully opening the bronze-level treasure chest, you have obtained a bronze-level melee weapon, the Thunderblade. The attributes of the Thunderblade are as follows. While wielding the Thunderblade, it enhances the host's strength by 5 points. Note, the Thunderblade, a swift weapon with lifesteal capabilities, can be combined to form a silver-level melee weapon, the Apocalypse. As the system's voice faded, a short sword gleaming with blue light materialized before Qin Feng. The blue short sword measured approximately 50 centimeters in length, exhibiting a resplendent silver-blue hue, with contours and lines exquisitely defined. The Thunderblade. Upon seeing this short sword, Qin Feng instantly recognized it as one of the weapon items from the mobile game Honor of Kings. Wow, this treasure chest can yield items from games? Qin Feng exclaimed, astonished and enlightened. He had initially presumed that the check-in system could only produce real-world weapons and items, never imagining it could even yield the Thunderblade. Most importantly, the Thunderblade could be further combined to create a more potent piece of equipment, the Apocalypse. Qin Feng eagerly grasped the Thunderblade. As his right hand tightened around the weapon, he immediately felt a surge of power coursing through him, enhancing his previously frail physique. This was the primary attribute of the Thunderblade. When Qin Feng utilized the Thunderblade, it would instantly augment his strength by 5 points. Currently, Qin Feng's strength has ascended from the ordinary human level of 5 to an impressive 10, with his muscular power enhanced by an astonishing 50 kilograms. With a total of 100 kilograms of muscle strength, he is nearing the limits achievable by an average adult. With such formidable power at his disposal, even wielding a mere kitchen knife would allow him to effortlessly dispatch zombies. How much more so with the razor-sharp Thunderblade in hand? Excellent. Armed with this Thunderblade, as long as he does not encounter a horde of zombies, he should be able to manage quite comfortably. Qin Feng caressed the Thunderblade with satisfaction, a joyful smile gracing his face. His next step is to find a relatively safe refuge to rest for the night before devising a plan to leave the school. At present, he faces two paramount concerns: survival and returning home to seek his family. His greatest worry now is for his parents and younger sister. I hope they are safe, he murmured anxiously, unknowingly stepping out of the small flower bed. After some contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to head towards the school library. The library is situated in a secluded area, rarely frequented by visitors, and given that the apocalypse began on a rainy night, it stands to reason that the library should be the safest place within the school. Exiting the flower bed, Qin Feng found himself on a cobblestone path, with the dormitory buildings number 2 and number 3 directly ahead. To his left, a horde of zombies was gathered, at least 20 of them, feasting on dismembered limbs. The right side of the path was no better, with a dozen zombies hunched over, ravenously gnawing at various remains. Observing this scene, any rational person would refrain from advancing toward either end of the path. As for the dormitories ahead, Qin Feng hesitated to intrude, unfamiliar as he was with their interiors. Rashly entering would not be wise. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Qin Feng was caught in his dilemma, a series of crashing sounds emanated from the flower bed behind him. To his astonishment, the 6 zombies that had been there fell from the 4th-floor balcony. The tremendous impact shattered their limbs, yet horrifyingly, even in their mangled state. These zombies twisted and crawled toward Qin Feng. The noise of their fall caught the attention of the zombies on either side of the path, who turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. This is bad. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly retreated. Fortunately, he managed to escape into a blind spot, and the zombies, having seen nothing unusual, resumed their gruesome feast. Phew, that was close. Qin Feng nervously patted his chest, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He then tightened his grip on the Thunderblade and glanced back. Though the zombies behind him were fearsome, Their combat effectiveness was severely diminished due to their broken limbs, posing no threat to Qin Feng at this moment. It was an opportune moment. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his hold on the Thunderblade. Indeed, he intended to eliminate all 6 of these zombies. To survive in this apocalypse, hunting zombies is a necessary step he must take. Chapter 5. You know nothing of power. 6 gruesome, blood-soaked zombies crawled across the grass, producing a rustling sound, their hollow eyes reflecting only the most primal of desires. Qin Feng gripped the Thunderblade tightly, cautiously approaching the crawling undead. Although these zombies had lost their ability for swift movement, the inexperienced Qin Feng still felt his heart race with trepidation. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. As he closed the distance, Qin Feng steadied his grip on the hilt of the Thunderblade and swung down at the first zombie. With a deft stroke, the head of the zombie flew off with remarkable ease. The entire process unfolded even more smoothly than Qin Feng had anticipated. In under a minute, he had dispatched all 6 of the crawling zombies. Congratulations, host, for slaying 6 zombies. Survival points 6. With the system's announcement, Qin Feng's survival points surged by 6. At this rate, he would soon accumulate 10 points to enhance his attributes. Exhilarated, he wiped the blood from the Thunderblade and chose to traverse the second dormitory building on his way to the library. Cautiously, Qin Feng returned to the cobblestone path, ensuring that the zombies at both ends of the path had not detected him before hastening to the exterior of the second dormitory. Climbing over the balcony of room 102, he successfully entered the dormitory. Inside, the room was eerily quiet, everything meticulously arranged, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. Qin Feng tiptoed through room 102, reaching the door. After confirming that the corridor outside was devoid of any movement, he slowly opened the door, peering into the pitch-black hallway. The first-floor corridor was desolate, devoid not only of human presence, but even the trace of zombies. Strange, given the multitude of zombies outside, why was this place entirely free of them? Something was amiss. Frowning, Qin Feng realized that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. He cautiously made his way into the corridor, preparing to head toward the dormitory's main entrance. However, as he approached the entrance of the second dormitory, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from both ends of the hallway. Qin Feng quickly tightened his grip on the Thunderblade, glancing around. To his alarm, 5 or 6 dark figures surged forth from either end of the corridor, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. This is bad. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated towards the dormitory's main door. Just then, accompanied by a heavy thud, a shadow emerged from the dormitory management office. Qin Feng halted abruptly, positioning the Thunderblade before him, ready for battle. But as he focused, he realized that the shadow was not a zombie, but rather a young man with dyed yellow hair. The youth, brandishing a steel rod, arrogantly pointed at Qin Feng and commanded, "Stop right there, Wu Kai." The moment Qin Feng laid eyes on the young man, he instinctively called out his name. Wu Kai, a student from the physical education department of Jiangbei University, boasted a wealthy background and connections with several local toughs, which rendered him arrogant and overbearing. He had committed numerous misdeeds within the school. Qin Feng had crossed paths with him on a few occasions, leading to their acquaintance. Wu Kai smirked softly. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this Qin Feng from the Chinese department? Where are you in such a hurry to go?" Qin Feng replied in a low, somber tone. "This seems to be none of your concern, does it? Where I intend to go is certainly not your business." A sinister smile crept across Wu Kai's face. "You can leave, but your weapon and backpack must stay behind." His greedy gaze fixated on Qin Feng's Thunderblade and black backpack. At that moment, more than a dozen shadows surged from both ends of the corridor, encircling Qin Feng. These shadows were not zombies, they were humans. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying aspect was not the undead, but the darkness of human nature. Wu Kai's posture clearly indicated that he had no intention of letting Qin Feng go. It was no wonder that this floor bore no signs of zombies. They had all been cleared by his group. Qin Feng observed the armed individuals around him, his expression vigilant and grim. "To have eliminated so many zombies, you indeed possess some skill. However, I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you shall regret it." "Regret? Huh." Wu Kai erupted into derisive laughter at Qin Feng's words, and the group surrounding them joined in the mockery. Was Qin Feng a fool? Could he not see the current situation? Not only were they numerous, but even Wu Kai alone could easily overpower the frail Qin Feng. Wu Kai suppressed his amusement. "Qin Feng, are you trying to make me laugh? Do you think you can make me regret anything?" The absurdity of it all was the best joke he had heard since the apocalypse began. As he spoke, Wu Kai's laughter gradually faded, replaced by a menacing glare. "Stop wasting my time. Hand over your weapons and supplies." Since we're all classmates, I might spare your life. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, I can kill you without fear of punishment. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Morality and law had turned to dust the moment the end times arrived. Qin Feng had no doubts that this scum would act against him. Yet, the food he had gathered was acquired at great personal risk and was vital for his survival. How cowl to Qin Feng's exasperated sigh, Wu Kai and his companions merely regarded it as an empty threat. Indeed, they were numerous. But did they truly believe that with such flimsy weapons they could lay a hand on him? Wu Kai, you are utterly ignorant of true strength. Qin Feng's gaze was as frigid as a blade, sharp and piercing. Before his words could fully dissipate, he suddenly lunged forward. The sharp thunderblade aimed directly at Wu Kai's face. Wu Kai, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity, was momentarily stunned, instinctively swinging a steel rod to defend himself. Clang. However, that seemingly resilient steel rod was severed as effortlessly as cutting through soft tofu upon contact with the thunderblade. What on earth? Witnessing his weapon shatter in an instant, Wu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Before he could react, Qin Feng's left fist, charged with immense force, struck heavily against Wu Kai's chest. With a force equivalent to 100 kilograms unleashed, Wu Kai was sent sprawling to the ground, his ribs fractured, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 6. A Startling Transformation. How is this possible? As Wu Kai coughed up blood from the force of Qin Feng's punch, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. It was common knowledge that Wu Kai possessed exceptional physical abilities, having practiced judo and taekwondo since childhood. In terms of one-on-one combat, there was no match for him within Jiangbei University. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the frail Qin Feng had somehow landed a blow that caused Wu Kai to bleed. How could this be? It hurts. This is unbearable. Wu Kai clutched his injured chest, letting out a piercing scream. You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on me? What are you waiting for? Everyone, attack. Crush this scoundrel. Wu Kai's agonized cries snapped the others back to reality, prompting them to grab their weapons and charge at Qin Feng. Despite the overwhelming odds, Qin Feng remained unfazed, positioning the sharp thunderblade against Wu Kai's throat. Stay right where you are. Anyone who dares to take another step forward will find themselves dismembered. Indeed, once Wu Kai was taken hostage, the group hesitated, their expressions shifting to anxiety as they shouted, Hold on, Qin Feng. We're all classmates. Let's resolve this amicably. There's no need for violence. Wu Kai was not only their leader, but he also controlled the food and supplies they had gathered over the past few days. Knowledge of Qin Feng refrained from unnecessary words, swiftly slicing through the skin of Wu Kai's throat with his thunderblade, causing a trickle of blood to seep out. If Qin Feng were to exert even a modicum more force, Wu Kai would certainly meet his demise. Witnessing this, the onlookers hastily laid down their weapons and retreated, exclaiming, Wait, we will step back. Within mere seconds, the dozen or so individuals present had retreated over 10 meters, pressing themselves against the wall. Meanwhile, Wu Kai, held hostage by Qin Feng, wore a face of suppressed fury as he bit down hard, cursing inwardly. Damn it. In these 7 days since the apocalypse began, I have ruthlessly eliminated countless adversaries, bolstered by my numbers. Yet now, I find myself utterly powerless in Qin Feng's grasp. From this moment on, even if I survive, my authority in the eyes of others will be irrevocably tarnished. I must devise a plan to eliminate Qin Feng and restore my standing. With a venomous glare, Wu Kai silently vowed, Qin Feng, mark my words, I shall ensure your suffering is profound. However, Qin Feng was not naive. He understood all too well Wu Kai's ruthless nature. If he did not resolve this threat today, it would surely lead to dire consequences in the future. To survive, Qin Feng knew he must eradicate the root of the problem. Thus, he feigned retracting his thunderblade and shoved Wu Kai towards the crowd, declaring, I, Qin Feng, always keep my word. Wu Kai has returned to you. Farewell. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Feng retreated to the entrance of the dormitory. And as he was about to exit the building, he suddenly drew a Desert Eagle, aiming it at Wu Kai's back, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The deafening sound of the bullet slicing through the air echoed as Wu Kai, intent on avenging himself, was struck from behind, the bullet piercing through his chest. As the searing pain engulfed him, Wu Kai was plunged into darkness, collapsing heavily to the ground. Wu Kai was dead. In the instant of Wu Kai's demise, the crowd was left utterly stunned. They could scarcely believe that Qin Feng had dared to kill Wu Kai. It was not until Qin Feng's figure had completely vanished that they gradually emerged from their shock. Damn it all. They lamented with expressions of anguish and rage. That bastard Wu Kai didn't even tell us where the food is hidden before he died. Just like that, I will make Qin Feng pay. Two young men, fueled by fury, attempted to pursue Qin Feng for revenge, but were swiftly halted by several boys in sportswear. What are you thinking? Are you out of your minds? Did you not see that Qin Feng killed Wu Kai with a handgun? A handgun? Where did Qin Feng get a handgun? Upon hearing this, the crowd recalled the recent events, realizing that Qin Feng had indeed dispatched Wu Kai with a silenced pistol. It was a genuine firearm. Although there was but one, it was undeniably a lethal weapon. Despite their numbers, how could mere flesh and blood stand against such firepower? This was tantamount to courting death. With this realization, a palpable fear spread across their faces, leading them to abandon any thoughts of seeking vengeance against Qin Feng. It was all Wu Kai's fault for provoking such a formidable adversary. Now, not only had he paid with his life, but he had also left them in the dark about the whereabouts of their food supplies. Indeed, it was entirely Wu Kai's foolishness that had led to this predicament. I propose we dispose of this fool's corpse to feed the zombies. Very well, so be it. Gradually, the crowd shifted their fury towards Wu Kai, ultimately deciding to vent their rage by tossing his lifeless body to the undead. However, just as they lifted Wu Kai's corpse, the seemingly deceased Wu Kai abruptly opened his pale eyes and lunged with a gaping maw towards the neck of one of the boys. The boy, caught off guard, was bitten through the throat, blood gushing forth. The transformation. Wu Kai has become a zombie. Quickly kill him. The sight of the vivid crimson blood caused the onlookers to pale, their trembling bodies hastily grabbing weapons to defend themselves. Yet, Wu Kai's speed was astonishing, surpassing that of an ordinary zombie by more than threefold. Thus, before the crowd could arm themselves, Wu Kai had already claimed 5 victims. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals lost all courage to resist and scattered in frantic escape. But the transformed Wu Kai pursued them with the swiftness of a beast, hunting them down one by one, tearing them apart. In an instant, the first floor of the dormitory was filled with piercing screams, descending into a hellish nightmare. Ultimately, as Wu Kai stood drenched in blood, his ghastly, pale eyes began to flicker with a green glow. In the pitch-black corridor, his blood-soaked maw emitted a hoarse and eerie roar. Qin Feng, I will kill you. Chapter 7, A New Sign-In Task. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qin Feng traversed the football field in darkness. Beyond this field lay the sports complex, with a path leading to the library behind it. Qin Feng gazed up at the towering structure at the end of the football field, which was the location of Jiangbei University's sports arena. Since departing from the second dormitory, Qin Feng had stealthily advanced within the campus for an hour, encountering swarms of zombies along the way, with scarcely any sign of survivors. To evade unnecessary conflict, Qin Feng opted for a rarely traveled route, making his way to the football field. The field was desolate, save for the occasional cold breeze and the solitary figure of Qin Feng moving forward. Soon, he reached the edge of the football field, rounded the spacious goal, and ascended the steps to arrive at the front of the sports arena. Ding! The sign-in task has been updated. Today's sign-in task: eliminate 20 zombies to complete the sign-in. Just as he arrived at the sports arena, a system prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. The sign-in task had finally been refreshed. He wondered what level of treasure awaited him this time. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, a look of eager anticipation gracing his face. The Thunderblade he had signed in for yesterday had proven immensely helpful, enabling his escape from the clutches of the zombies and Wu Kai. If only he could acquire a few more treasures. Help! Help! Who will save me? Just as Qin Feng was filled with expectations for the new sign-in task, he suddenly heard the sound of a girl weeping. The cries were not loud, yet in the profound silence of the night, they sounded particularly jarring. Qin Feng immediately turned towards the source of the voice, realizing that the plea for help seemed to emanate from the second floor of the sports arena. The voice was hauntingly familiar, causing Qin Feng to furrow his brow in recognition. Yet, he could not immediately recall where he had heard it before. Ultimately, he decided it was best not to interfere, prioritizing his own safety and seeking a secure refuge. Qin Feng was no saint. He would not risk his own life for a stranger. Thus, he had no intention of entering the gymnasium to offer assistance, and instead began to walk away from the scene. However, after just a few steps, he abruptly returned to his original position. This was not due to a sudden pang of conscience, but rather because dozens of zombies had appeared around the gymnasium, swiftly converging upon him. These rapidly advancing undead seemed to be drawn by the woman's cries. Damn it! Is she out of her mind? Qin Feng thought in frustration. Witnessing the horde of zombies approaching, he intended to retreat in another direction, but then he heard the growls of zombies from multiple other sides. In moments, he found himself encircled by 4 or 5 dozen of them. This is bad. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the Thunderblade, cold sweat pouring down his face. While he could manage a handful of zombies with his current strength, facing such a large group was beyond his capabilities. Vigilantly observing the advancing horde, he scanned for an escape route. The only safe exit appeared to be the entrance to the gymnasium itself. It seemed he had no choice but to retreat inside. Gritting his teeth, he dashed towards the left side entrance just as the zombies closed in. Roar, roar, roar. As Qin Feng entered the gym, the horde lunged forward, and he slammed the door shut with his left hand while wielding his sword to decapitate the two nearest zombies. Just before the swarm could overwhelm him, he forcefully secured the gymnasium door behind him. Congratulations, host. You have slain 2 zombies, earning 2 survival points. Current survival points, 8. Daily sign-in task progress, 220. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a cacophony of deafening impacts, the glass doors of the gymnasium showed signs of distress under the relentless assault of the zombies. After just 2 or 3 collisions, cracks began to form, and it would shatter completely within half a minute. Recognizing the imminent danger, Qin Feng hurried towards the second floor of the gymnasium. This level housed a fitness room, fortified by a sturdy steel security door at the stairway entrance, capable of withstanding the onslaught of zombies for several hours. Yet, upon reaching the staircase leading to the second floor, he was taken aback by the sight before him. In the narrow passageway, 7 zombies were voraciously feasting on a corpse, their excitement over the fresh blood rendering them oblivious to Qin Feng's presence below. This was a disaster. There was no escape. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Qin Feng's complexion turned ashen, and his right hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly. However, this was not a moment for fear. With the glass doors of the gymnasium on the verge of shattering, he needed to regain his composure. With no path available, he resolved to carve a bloody trail through his adversaries. He refused to believe that, equipped with his current strength and weaponry, he could not contend with a mere 7 zombies. With the Thunderblade firmly in his right hand and the Desert Eagle, still loaded with 4 bullets, in his left, Qin Feng steeled himself for a desperate fight for survival. Taking advantage of the moment before the 7 zombies in the corridor became aware of his presence, he aimed the Desert Eagle at 4 zombies feasting on the floor. Once he was certain of his shot, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. 4 shots rang out, each finding its mark in the heads of the zombies. The 3 remaining zombies, alerted by the gunfire, lunged down the staircase towards Qin Feng. Anticipating their advance, he swiftly dispatched the foremost zombie with a single stroke of his sword. In that fleeting moment, the other 2 zombies flanked him, and one managed to rake its claws across his left arm, leaving a gruesome gash. Fortunately, having injected himself with an infection immunity serum, he would not succumb to the virus, even if wounded. The pain in his left arm elicited a muffled groan, but he could not afford to dwell on it. With a surge of determination, he kicked the left side zombie to the ground and swiftly severed its head with the Thunderblade. Seizing this opportunity, the right side zombie tackled Qin Feng to the ground, its putrid blood dripping onto his face. In a moment of dire urgency, he pressed his left hand firmly against the zombie's throat, while his right hand swung the sword in a decisive arc, finally slaying the last of the undead assailants. Covered in dark, foul blood, Qin Feng emerged from this harrowing encounter as if he had just clawed his way out from a mountain of corpses. Breathing a sigh of relief, he acknowledged his narrow escape. Thankfully, the enhancement provided by the Thunderblade had significantly augmented his muscular strength. Otherwise, the former version of himself would never have been able to withstand such frenzied assaults with a single hand. Congratulations, host, on the elimination of 7 zombies. Earning 7 survival points. Cumulative survival points, 15. Daily sign-in task progress, 920. Yet, there was no time for complacency. Outside the gymnasium, more zombies had breached the glass doors and were now drawn towards him by the enticing scent of blood. Damn it, when will it end? The sight of the horde of zombies surging towards him sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. Ignoring the pain in his left arm, he quickly rose and retreated to the second floor. Chapter 8. The Battle at the Gymnasium. Almost there. With wounds adorning his body, Qin Feng gasped for breath as he sprinted up the stairs. He dared not look back, for the zombies on the ground floor, spurred by the scent of blood, had closed the distance to less than 10 meters, and it was dwindling rapidly. The steel security door on the second floor loomed before him. With a mighty leap, he vaulted over the last 3 steps, landing before the door, gripping the handle tightly as he exerted all his strength to pull the steel door open. Fortunately, the security door was not locked. With a sudden pull, Qin Feng managed to create a 30-centimeter gap. Without waiting for the door to fully open, he swiftly slipped through the narrow opening. Just as he passed through the steel door, several zombies surged towards him from behind, their clawed hands reaching out violently to grasp his back. Two of the zombie's sharp fingers even tore into his flesh, leaving behind several bloody gashes. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his expression to contort and his body to tremble uncontrollably. However, he could not afford to dwell on the agony. As the zombies were moments away from breaching the door, he swung his sword down, severing the hands that had inflicted the wounds. With a splash of dark, foul blood, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to slam the formidable steel door shut with great force. The moment the door closed, the frenzied collision of the zombies against it created an ear-splitting cacophony, each jarring impact heightening his sense of alertness. Damn, he had nearly been torn apart by those zombies. Qin Feng gritted his teeth as he felt the raw wounds on his back. The repeated brushes with death had pushed his heart's endurance to its limits. If he faced such perilous situations any further, he would surely succumb to fear, even if he avoided being bitten. Fortunately, the security door appeared to be of decent quality, remaining steadfast even under the onslaught of numerous zombies. Qin Feng estimated that it could hold for at least a few hours. What would happen after that? He could not say. The only certainty was that remaining here was not a prudent choice. Ignoring the injuries on his back and arms, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the second floor of the gymnasium. The expansive second-floor fitness area, covering over 1,000 square meters, was divided into a workout section and a relaxation zone. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the workout area, flanked by an array of fitness equipment, treadmills, strength training machines, multi-purpose machines, and stationary bikes. In the pitch-black night, these cold machines loomed like monstrous figures standing vigil in the darkness. As Qin Feng took a few steps forward, he heard a rustling sound emanating from the treadmill to his right. Gripping his Thunderblade tightly, he cautiously approached the source of the noise. As he drew nearer, he discerned that the sound originated from a girl in a black uniform with twin ponytails, who was crouched on the ground, trembling in fear, presumably due to the zombies outside. Hey, were you just crying by the window? Do you realize that making such a racket in this apocalypse could get you killed? Seeing that she was a girl, Qin Feng relaxed his guard and approached her. However, she offered no response, remaining turned away from him, seemingly lost in her own world. Hey, don't think that ignoring me will let you off the hook. I almost met my end because of you. Qin Feng frowned, his tone laced with annoyance as he continued to advance. It was only when he was less than a meter away that he abruptly halted in his tracks. His heart, which had calmed significantly, suddenly surged to his throat, for he clearly beheld the seemingly ordinary girl in AJ uniform voraciously gnawing on a blood-soaked human hand. The front of her body was utterly drenched in crimson. As Qin Feng drew closer, this crouching girl abruptly turned to face him, revealing a visage reduced to bone by gnawing under the pale moonlight. This was no mere girl. She was, in fact, a grotesque female zombie. With a horrifying low growl, the female zombie lunged swiftly towards Qin Feng before he could fully comprehend the situation. Startled, as he stumbled backward, he swiftly regained his composure, just as the zombie was about to pounce. He raised his hand, and, with a swift motion, the sharp Thunderblade sliced through the zombie's throat. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled thud, the headless corpse of the zombie collapsed into a pool of black blood. Damn, that gave me quite a fright. It was a zombie after all. Qin Feng, shaken, patted his racing heart, nearly scared to death by the female zombie. Congratulations, host, for slaying one zombie, earning 1 survival point. Total accumulated survival points, 16. Daily check-in task progress, 1020. As the system notification chimed, Qin Feng took a step closer to completing his check-in task. Yet at that moment, his face bore no trace of a smile, for from his left side, yet another shadow emerged from the darkness, heightening his alertness once more. 1 shadow, 2 shadows, 3 shadows, 5 menacing figures emerged from the surrounding gloom. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng realized that all 5 shadows were gruesome zombies. Damn, this is never-ending. His expression darkened as he stepped back, gripping the Thunderblade tightly. With his Desert Eagle devoid of ammunition, facing 5 zombies simultaneously posed immense pressure. However, Qin Feng did not resign himself to fate. As the 5 zombies surged toward him, he swiftly darted into the gap between the neatly arranged treadmills, utilizing the barriers of the machines to separate their formation. Once he felt sufficiently confident, Qin Feng turned and swung his sword, decapitating the foremost zombie. Just as he gained the upper hand, the remaining 4 zombies flanked him from either side. Unperturbed, Qin Feng broke through toward the 2 zombies on his right, executing a swift kick that sent one tumbling to the ground, then stomping forcefully on it. In an instant, he reversed his grip on the sword and dispatched the other zombie. Before the fallen one could rise, Qin Feng thrust his blade down, piercing through the forehead of the zombie beneath his foot. As blood splattered, He swiftly withdrew the Thunder Blade, turning to face the two zombies looming dangerously close behind him, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. As the two zombies were about to reach him, Qin Feng struck. The blade moved with lightning speed, cutting through with relentless force. In a flash, the last two zombies fell beneath his sword. Congratulations, host, for slaying 5 zombies, earning 5 survival points. Total accumulated survival points, 21. Daily check-in task progress, 1520. Ding. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck, as a white core unexpectedly erupted from the slain zombie's body. Accompanied by a series of alert tones, Qin Feng beheld a radiant crystal, shimmering with white light, levitating before him. Chapter 9, Level Evaluation. A white core? What could this possibly be? As he gazed at the glistening diamond-shaped crystal, Qin Feng's spirit surged with excitement. This marked the first time he had encountered an unforeseen treasure emerging from a zombie's corpse. Returning to the host. The white core is a treasure randomly generated within the bodies of ordinary zombies, valued at 10 survival points, which can be directly exchanged for system items. With an appearance probability of 1%, valued at 10 survival points? How exhilarating. If I were to obtain several of these white cores, wouldn't my attributes ascend to a remarkably terrifying level? Qin Feng eagerly grasped the white core, his smile broadening as he continued to inquire. Is there a higher grade core beyond the white core? You are correct, host. Above the white core, there exist even more precious cores, the blue core, purple core, orange core, golden core, and so forth. The blue core is valued at 100 survival points, the purple core at 500 survival points, and so on. Goodness, a single blue core is worth 100 survival points? If I were to acquire one, it would be absolutely exhilarating. Upon hearing the system's response, Qin Feng's eyes widened, and his worldview transformed once more. With great anticipation, Qin Feng inquired, how can I obtain a blue core? Returning to the host. The blue core is exceedingly rare and can only be obtained by defeating mutated zombies of D rank or higher, with an appearance probability of 1%. D rank zombies? Qin Feng asked with curiosity. Are there indeed multiple levels of zombies? Indeed, based on a comprehensive evaluation of the power, speed, and intelligence of humans and zombies. Both are classified into ranks such as D, C, B, etc., with each rank further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. The zombies you've defeated thus far are predominantly ordinary ones that have not reached D rank. However, with the enhancement from Thunderblade, your overall attribute evaluation barely reaches the initial D rank. To think that my current strength only barely qualifies as initial D rank? How formidable would I become if I were to reach advanced D rank, or even higher? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Presently, he could effortlessly dispatch 5 or 6 zombies, his strength far surpassing that of an average human, yet within the system's evaluation, he was only barely classified as initial D rank, which exceeded his expectations. Amidst his astonishment and wonder, Qin Feng gradually developed a curiosity and anticipation for the powers of even higher ranks. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Qin Feng thought, a deep smile gracing his face. He then promptly opened his attribute panel to examine his current status. Attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Strength, 10, holding Thunderblade. Strength 5. Intelligence, 10. Speed, 5. Defense, 5. Spirit, 5. Survival points, 21. Overall combat power evaluation, D grade initial. Presently, I possess 21 survival points. And with the addition of the white corpse core valued at 10 survival points, I can enhance my attributes by 3 points. Unsure of the optimal allocation, Qin Feng found himself in a quandary while gazing at the attribute panel. In the battles against zombies, while strength is undoubtedly crucial, the significance of other attributes cannot be overlooked. Thus, excessively investing in strength alone would render him unwieldy. After careful contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to augment his speed by 2 points and his strength by 1 point. As for the remaining attributes, they could be improved once he acquired additional survival points in the future. Having made his decision, Qin Feng promptly clicked on the attribute panel, utilizing his limited survival points and the white corpse core to enhance his attributes. Ding. Speed attribute enhancement of 2 successful. Running speed increased from 5 meters per second to 9 meters per second. Ding. Strength attribute enhancement of 1 successful. Muscle strength increased to 10 kilograms. Host attribute panel updated. Strength, 11, holding Thunderblade. Strength 5, Intelligence, 10, Speed, 7, Defense, 5, Spirit, 5, Survival points, 1, Overall combat power evaluation, D grade initial. Requires an additional 10 attribute points to reach D grade intermediate. As a series of notification sounds resonated in his ears, Qin Feng distinctly felt a remarkable enhancement in both his strength and speed. Particularly in terms of speed, the increase from 5 meters per second to 9 meters per second, although seemingly modest, was significant when considering that the world record for short-distance running hovers around 13 meters per second. Should Qin Feng further augment his speed by another point, he would possess a velocity comparable to the limits of human capability, a sensation that words like exhilarating could scarcely encapsulate. With the attribute enhancements completed, the next consideration was how to exit the gymnasium. The gymnasium had only one exit, which was currently obstructed by dozens of zombies, making a direct escape impossible. Thus, Qin Feng shifted his gaze towards the relaxation area. He distinctly recalled that beside the window of the gym's relaxation area, there was a white drainage pipe. Descending through it would allow him to safely vacate the premises in search of a more secure location. The distance from Qin Feng's current position to the relaxation area was over 100 meters, yet given his newfound speed, he reached the relaxation area in mere moments. To ensure tranquility in the relaxation area, it was separated from the gym section by a wall, with only a single entrance. As Qin Feng approached the entrance of the relaxation area, he beheld the chaotic scene within the spacious area of several hundred square meters, littered with disarrayed items, severed limbs, and splattered blood, all bearing witness to the horrific events that had transpired. However, judging by the desiccation of the blood, it seemed the tragedy had occurred around 10 days prior, coinciding with the onset of the apocalypse, rather than being a recent occurrence. Crack! Qin Feng stepped upon the scattered, severed limb on the ground, producing a sharp sound of cracking bone that echoed harshly in the silence of the surroundings. The dismembered arm beneath his feet could hardly be called an arm anymore, as its flesh had been gruesomely devoured, leaving only stark white bones. Despite having witnessed numerous harrowing scenes, the sight before him sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. He resolved to leave this place without delay, murmuring to himself as he made his way towards the window of the resting area. Suddenly, just as he was about to approach the window, a distinct sound of items clattering echoed from within a nearby locker. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the Thunder Blade, preparing himself for any eventuality. Gradually, he approached the locker, intent on taking the initiative. Standing before the wooden locker, he noticed a glimpse of white fabric peeking out from the slightly ajar door, further confirming that something was indeed inside. With his sword in his right hand and his left hand resting on the locker handle, Qin Feng pulled it open with determination. Just as he was about to strike, he realized that the occupant within was not a zombie, but rather a pure and innocent beauty clad in a white dress. "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die." The young woman trembled within the confines of the locker, tears of despair streaming down her face. This very cry resonated with the familiar sound Qin Feng had heard outside the gymnasium earlier. Quickly, he halted the assault of his Thunderblade and scrutinized the young woman before him. Although only her delicate profile was visible, Qin Feng recognized her instantly. "Chen Yao?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Yao was the class president of Qin Feng's class, renowned as the most beautiful girl at Doomsday University. Not only was she breathtakingly gorgeous, but she also hailed from an affluent family, making her the object of admiration for countless male students, easily the dream goddess of all boys at the university. The number of suitors vying for her attention could easily reach thousands. Yet, Chen Yao maintained an air of aloofness, making it nearly impossible for any boy to approach her. She was famously known as the Ice Queen of the school. However, Chen Yao had never distanced herself from Qin Feng due to their differing social standings. On the contrary, she had assisted him on several occasions. Once, upon learning that Qin Feng's father was suffering from stomach cancer and could not afford surgery, she selflessly provided him with the necessary funds. This grace had left a lasting impression on Qin Feng. Consequently, he had silently harbored feelings for Chen Yao, but the disparity in their statuses had left him too timid to confess his affection. No wonder the voice he had heard outside the gymnasium felt so familiar. It was indeed Chen Yao. As the despairing Chen Yao recognized the voice she had longed to hear, she lifted her exquisitely delicate face to meet Qin Feng's gaze, her expression one of disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that in her moment of utmost despair and helplessness, Qin Feng was the one who had appeared before her. "Are you all right?" Qin Feng inquired with concern. Yet, before he could fully process the moment, Chen Yao, her soft and warm form, suddenly collapsed into his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from that perfect figure, Qin Feng swallowed hard, for the goddess he had once deemed unattainable was now, at this very moment, embracing him directly. What should he do? To proceed or to refrain? Chapter 10. Be My Woman. The softness of Chen Yao's delicate form brought an overwhelming warmth to Qin Feng. causing his cheeks to flush and his heart to race to an unprecedented degree. He had never imagined that a scene he had fantasized about countless times in his dreams would unfold under such circumstances, with Chun Yao's enticing fragrance enveloping him. Qin Feng felt his rationality gradually being consumed, especially in this apocalyptic world, where all constraints had lost their significance. He seemed to have little to worry about. However, just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, preparing to take further action, Chun Yao suddenly recoiled from his embrace, as if struck by lightning. Her face a mask of fear as she stared intently at him. Her hands were stained with the blood seeping from the wound on his back. You were bitten by a zombie? Chun Yao's body curled back in panic, the faint glimmer of hope that had arisen within her heart transforming once again into despair. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had witnessed too many horrifying scenes. She knew that once a human was wounded by a zombie, even a slight scratch could lead to infection and transformation into a new zombie in a matter of moments. And now, her only hope, Qin Feng, had also been injured by a zombie. This undoubtedly shattered her last vestige of hope. Seeing Chun Yao, frightened like a startled deer, Qin Feng quickly began to explain, "Do not fear. Although I have been scratched by a zombie, I have injected an immunity serum, so I will not be infected. Otherwise, I would have already mutated into a zombie." Yet before Qin Feng could finish his explanation, Chun Yao interrupted him, crying out in terror, "I don't believe it. There's no such thing as an immunity serum. Qin Feng, please, keep your distance from me. I am afraid. I am truly terrified." Chun Yao's reaction was entirely understandable. After enduring so many terrifying experiences, it was only natural for a girl to be afraid. "All right, I had initially intended to rescue you, considering our long-standing friendship. But since you refuse to believe me, I shall take my leave." With those words, Qin Feng pretended to turn away. Of course, he had no intention of actually leaving. For Chun Yao had shown him kindness and was the girl he admired. "Wait, don't go. I believe you. As long as you are willing to take me with you, I will do anything you ask." Seeing Qin Feng turn to leave, a terrified Chun Yao, disregarding everything else, hurriedly called out to him. Regardless, Qin Feng had been her classmate for many years, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. Trusting him was certainly preferable to awaiting death here. "Didn't you just tell me to stay away from you? Why do you trust me now?" Qin Feng teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Chun Yao, usually strong and proud, rarely displayed such a pitiful demeanor. It must be said, Qin Feng found himself more fond of her current state. Chun Yao quickly admitted her fault, tears streaming down her face. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Just now, she was truly frightened. It's all right. I bear you no ill will. I, Qin Feng, am not an ungrateful person. I have always remembered your kindness." Qin Feng smiled gently. Over the past 3 years as classmates, he has cherished Chun Yao's care and kindness, keeping that precious sentiment hidden deep within his heart. "Thank you. I knew you wouldn't abandon me," Chun Yao said gratefully, her tears instantly turning into a smile. "Don't be too quick to rejoice." Qin Feng interrupted her, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Let me make this clear. If you wish for me to take you away, you must become my woman." "Become your woman?" Chun Yao was taken aback by Qin Feng's proposition. She never anticipated that he would voice such a condition, although she harbored some feelings for him. Being a girl made her hesitant to accept such a request. "What, are you unwilling?" Seeing the hesitation in her eyes, Qin Feng chuckled. "Did you not just say that as long as I took you away, you would do whatever I asked? Are you regretting it so soon? Well then, if you refuse, I won't force you. You can stay here by yourself." Qin Feng waved his hand, feigning an intent to leave. "Qin Feng, don't go. I'm willing." Chun Yao's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe cherry, as if it could bleed at a gentle squeeze. Qin Feng turned his face slightly, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and said deliberately, "What did you say? I didn't hear you." With gritted teeth, Chun Yao mustered all her courage to exclaim, "As long as you take me away, as long as you can protect me, I am willing to be your woman." Who could have imagined that the once cold goddess, adored by thousands, would now actively confess to Qin Feng, the acknowledged poor boy? If anyone were present, they would likely be stunned into disbelief by the scene unfolding before them. "Hey, this is your own volition, not me coercing you," Qin Feng smirked, pointing to his left cheek. "To prove your sincerity, my dear, I now command you to come over and kiss me." Qin Feng's words were succinct and authoritative, leaving no room for negotiation. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. In order to survive, Chun Yao summoned her courage and walked over, pressing her warm, crimson lips directly against Qin Feng's left cheek. As her enticing, fragrant lips descended, Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement once more. Though he appeared calm and composed on the surface, inside, he was bursting with joy. Truth be told, had it not been for the apocalypse that obliterated everything and narrowed the distance between them, he would likely never have had the courage to act so dominantly towards Chunyao. While his actions might seem a bit opportunistic, how else could he ascertain whether Chunyao harbored feelings for him as well? It now appeared that perhaps she held a hidden affection for him. As for Chunyao, she felt no resentment, merely a blend of shyness and bewilderment. However, amidst her shyness, Chunyao also discovered that Qin Feng was far better than she had imagined. Upon closer observation, she realized that at this very moment, Qin Feng possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his sharp features accentuated by the scars and bloodstains adorning him, which lent him a unique allure characteristic of a mature man. Gazing upon Qin Feng's captivating face, her heart fluttered with an inexplicable excitement. Perhaps, unbeknownst to her, her fondness for Qin Feng had already blossomed into a deeper affection that she herself had yet to recognize. This is the beauty of youthful love, innocent and pure. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds from outside the resting area interrupted their moment of contemplation. Qin Feng snapped back to reality from his reverie, reminded of their dire predicament. He quickly whispered, "We must leave. It is unwise to remain here any longer. The zombies outside could breach the security door at any moment, and that would spell danger." With a fearful expression, Chunyao turned to Qin Feng and asked, "What should we do?" Qin Feng glanced towards a nearby window and replied, "To the left of this window, there is a drainage pipe leading down to the ground. If we descend via the pipe and take a shortcut to the library, we can wait until dawn to leave the school in search of a safer refuge." Concerned, Chunyao peered into the dark night outside and queried, "But what if there are zombies outside the gym?" With unwavering confidence, Qin Feng assured her, "Do not worry. As long as there are not more than a dozen zombies, I can handle them. Rest assured, I promise to protect you and will not let you suffer any harm." "I, Qin Feng, keep my word." His sincere and confident promise brought Chunyao some solace. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and replied, "Yes, I believe in you." Chapter 11. True Feelings Revealed in Adversity. Whether it was due to their years of acquaintance or the inexplicable feelings she harbored for Qin Feng, Chunyao held an absolute trust in him at that moment. Moreover, given that Qin Feng had survived an onslaught of dozens of zombies, he undoubtedly possessed extraordinary skills. Dealing with a few isolated zombies should pose no challenge. "Let us go. We do not know how much longer that door can hold. Every second we linger here increases our danger," Qin Feng urged. As soon as he finished speaking, he climbed up to the windowsill, carefully surveying the surroundings outside. The gymnasium's second floor stood approximately 10 meters above the ground, with a hard granite floor below. Jumping directly down would likely result in serious injury, thus necessitating the use of the drainage pipe for a safe descent. The white drainage pipe on the left was about the size of a bowl, featuring protruding rings every meter that could serve as footholds. The area surrounding the gymnasium appeared unusually quiet, with no signs of zombies in sight, either near or far. Once he confirmed that the ground below was temporarily safe, Qin Feng turned to Chunyao and said, "Be cautious as you descend. Watch closely. I will demonstrate first." As he spoke, Qin Feng secured his weapon to his backpack strap and shifted his body towards the drainage pipe, grasping it firmly with both hands. He positioned his feet on the protruding rings below. After maintaining his balance, he gradually advanced downward. The process was remarkably smooth, and in less than half a minute, Qin Feng safely landed on the smooth granite floor. Upon landing, he looked up at Chunyao at the window and waved, urging her to come down quickly while they were still undetected by the zombies. "Be careful," he cautioned. Chunyao nodded, mimicking Qin Feng's actions as she climbed onto the windowsill. She then slowly moved towards the drainage pipe, eventually placing her hands on it while resting her feet on the protruding water rings, descending step by step. However, clad in a white dress, the side of her skirt lifting during the climb caught Qin Feng's attention. Realizing this, Chunyao blushed, but she had little time to dwell on it, hastening her descent to the ground. In her eagerness, Chunyao suddenly missed her footing and lost her balance, plummeting downwards. Alarmed, Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he leaped forward, fortunately catching the falling Chunyao just in time. Terrified, she tightly shut her eyes, expecting to crash onto the cold ground, but instead found herself enveloped in the warmth of his sturdy chest. Qin Feng, with a worried yet reproachful expression, scolded, "I told you to be careful. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, you would have been in serious trouble." Hearing his voice, Chunyao quickly opened her eyes and, upon seeing his concerned face, was filled with a wave of warmth and gratitude. "I'm sorry, I was careless and made you worry," she replied. In that moment, she began to comprehend the depth of Qin Feng's sincere feelings for her. Even though he had teased her moments earlier, the affection hidden within his heart was undeniably genuine. Indeed, adversity reveals true feelings, and Chen Yao started to grasp the true meaning of this saying. All right, I'll be more cautious from now on. Let us go, she said, her expression one of sincere apology, her gaze as gentle as water, extinguishing the last flicker of irritation in Qin Feng's heart. After all, she was the woman he had loved for a full 3 years. As he looked at her, only tenderness remained in his eyes. Gently, Qin Feng set Chen Yao down, and together they set off towards their destination. The sky was overcast, and the night was pitch black. On a secluded path in the corners of Jiangbei University, a chilling wind howled, creating an eerie silence. At that moment, 2 figures braved the cold wind, traversing through the darkness, Qin Feng and Chen Yao, who had just escaped from the gymnasium. They moved stealthily, glancing around cautiously with each few steps, aware that danger could lurk in the obscured night. The constant tension wore them down, leaving both feeling exhausted. Observing the weary expression on Chen Yao's face, Qin Feng quietly asked, Chen Yao, how have you managed these past 7 days? He understood the horrors of this apocalyptic world better than anyone. Had it not been for the unexpected acquisition of the Doomsday Check-In System, he too might have succumbed to the zombies by now. Therefore, he could hardly fathom how a delicate woman like Chen Yao had survived in such perilous times. Upon hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, a fleeting expression of sorrow crossed Chen Yao's face, unmistakably revealing the profound anguish she had endured over the past 7 days. After a brief silence, her voice emerged, heavy with melancholy. When the apocalypse first descended, I was strolling through the school with a few friends. Suddenly, after a series of bizarre crimson lightning strikes, my friends collapsed, ultimately transforming into zombies. Crimson lightning? Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. For it was indeed after witnessing such lightning that his own dear friend had inexplicably fallen to the ground, eventually succumbing to the same dreadful fate. Could the onset of the apocalypse be linked to these inexplicable crimson bolts? Qin Feng furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. If that were the case, how could such ominous lightning be produced? The entire situation was shrouded in mystery. Chen Yao continued recounting her experiences over the past week, at the onset of the apocalypse. The teachers and some physically robust boys managed to fend off the zombies to a degree, establishing a makeshift refuge in the school cafeteria, sheltering dozens of survivors. Under the cover of several friends who sacrificed themselves, I successfully reached the shelter and found temporary safety. A grave and somber expression crossed Chen Yao's face as she continued. But just an hour ago, the refuge was suddenly besieged by a horde of zombies, and all defensive measures were breached. I watched helplessly as lives fell one by one before my eyes, cowering in a corner, unable to assist. In that dire moment, I and a few other girls escaped the refuge with the desperate assistance of the boys, hiding throughout the school until we finally took refuge on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. The outcome, I believe, you can surmise. As she reached the end of her tale, Chen Yao's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Despite her earnest attempt to maintain composure while recounting her story, the horrifying and painful images etched in her mind had become the deepest scars on her heart. Each recollection tormented her anew. Observing Chen Yao's demeanor, Qin Feng could infer the tragic conclusion. Save for Chen Yao, the rest of her group had all succumbed to the infection, becoming mere shadows of their former selves. This was the brutal reality of the apocalypse, a constant reminder of life and death. Chapter 12. Narrow paths of enmity, let the past remain in the past. Do not dwell on it. Qin Feng gently patted Chen Yao's shoulder, offering solace. Regardless of what has transpired, we must resolutely march toward the future. Thank you for your comfort, but some things cannot be forgotten by mere wish, she replied. Rest assured, I will not allow these experiences to plunge me into despair. You know me. I am renowned for my resilience. Small trials and tribulations cannot break me. Chen Yao felt deeply grateful for Qin Feng's presence and the unique tenderness he offered. In her darkest hour, she was fortunate to have encountered him. Yet, the memories that tormented her heart remained difficult to sever. Nevertheless, as Qin Feng had said, no matter the past, they must steadfastly advance toward the future. As long as they can rely on each other in the days to come, she believes that everything will gradually improve. Through their brief, yet heartfelt conversation, a remarkable chemistry blossomed between them. Seeing you like this brings me peace. Qin Feng smiled warmly. This is the Chen Yao I know. When did you start to like me? Chen Yao suddenly asked. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Qin Feng shyly. Women, after all, have a penchant for probing deeper. Well, Qin Feng recalled with a hint of bashfulness, if I must pinpoint a moment, it would be the ball during our freshman year. That night, every girl in the class looked down upon my background and refused to be my partner. Just as I was about to embarrass myself at the ball, You disregarded others' opinions and came to my rescue, becoming my dance partner. That night, I realized you were unlike any other woman. From that moment on, I found myself drawn to you. The freshman ball. Has it been so long? Upon hearing Qin Feng's recollection, Chun Yao reminisced about that night. Although she hailed from a wealthy family, despising any notion of social hierarchy, witnessing everyone disdain and ridicule Qin Feng was unbearable for her, prompting her to intervene and assist him. At that time, she viewed Qin Feng merely as a classmate, never anticipating that her act of kindness would plant the seed of love in his heart. Curiously, Chun Yao bit her lip and asked the question that lingered in her mind. Why didn't you confess your feelings sooner? Don't jest, my dear lady, before the apocalypse. You were the sole beloved daughter of Jiangbei's richest man, the enchanting goddess adored by all, while I was merely a penniless student, my parents' workers. With no substantial home to speak of, what courage could I possibly muster to confess to you? Qin Feng chuckled. Besides, even if I had confessed, would you have agreed? Who says I wouldn't? How do you know I don't like you? As their conversation deepened, Chun Yao shed her earlier shyness. You must know that I have never valued wealth or status. Does coming from a humble background preclude one from love? Can't we strive together for a better future? You underestimate me. I know your character. I understand that you can forsake all worldly prejudices for love. Qin Feng sighed softly. Yet, as a man, I cannot allow you to endure hardships alongside me. Thus, until I become truly exceptional, I lack the courage to express my feelings. Fully comprehending Qin Feng's intentions, Chun Yao tenderly called out his name. In that moment, though she said nothing, her gentle gaze conveyed more than 1,000 words. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed ahead. The sound was less than 100 meters away. Something is amiss. Qin Feng immediately halted, pulling the still-dazed Chun Yao behind a nearby tree. Chun Yao held her breath, afraid to make a sound, tightly curling up behind Qin Feng, embracing the sense of security he provided. As Qin Feng cautiously peered ahead, he discerned the growing sound of footsteps, and soon realized that a girl and 2 boys were sprinting towards him in a state of panic, pursued relentlessly by 4 bloodthirsty zombies. It was them. Upon recognizing the trio, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of incredulity. The girl and one of the boys at the forefront were familiar to him. The leading girl, Fang Jing, was his first love from high school. They had shared a year of devotion, promising eternal loyalty. However, shortly after both gained admission to Jiangbei University, Fang Jing had swiftly cast him aside for the wealthy Li Quan, flaunting her new relationship to Qin Feng, deriding him as a worthless, impoverished loser. She even orchestrated attacks against him, trampling him underfoot. Qin Feng harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, vowing silently that one day she would regret her actions. The boy clad in designer sportswear beside Fang Jing was none other than the affluent Li Quan, his insufferable face exuding arrogance. Wait for me. Please wait. The portly boy trailing behind cried out in terror, his stamina waning. As the zombies closed in on him, Fang Jing and Li Quan showed no inclination to turn back and assist. In life-or-death situations, no one would foolishly gamble with their own lives, especially not a heartless pair such as them. Eventually, the overweight boy, succumbing to exhaustion, collapsed to the ground. In that instant, the pursuing zombies pounced upon him like ravenous beasts. A chilling scream shattered the quiet of the night as the fallen boy was mercilessly torn apart. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies feasted, Fang Jing and Li Quan hastened towards Qin Feng with renewed speed. Who is that? Just as they ran parallel to Qin Feng, Fang Jing caught sight of him concealed behind a tree. As a sliver of moonlight illuminated his face, her expression turned to one of shock. Qin Feng? How can it be you? Faced with the familiar faces, Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. You 2 wretched souls are truly fortunate to have escaped the jaws of the undead. You pathetic loser, what did you say? Li Quan's anger surged upon hearing the usually meek Qin Feng dare to insult him. However, before Qin Feng could retort, Fang Jing grasped Li Quan's hand and urged, Li, let it go. Our lives are at stake. Don't stoop to his level. Reminded of the 4 grotesque zombies lurking behind them, Li Quan, filled with fear, pointed a finger at Qin Feng, declaring, consider yourself lucky. If I ever cross paths with you again, I swear I will end you with a single hand. With that venomous threat, Li Quan and Fang Jing continued their frantic escape. Yet, just a few steps later, Qin Feng swiftly blocked their path, his blade glinting ominously in the dim light. No need to wait for the next time. Look at your wretched appearance. It seems you are on the verge of being devoured by zombies. That would be too lenient for such a wretch as yourself. Come, let us settle this now. Chapter 13, Revenge. A gust of cold wind swept towards me, intensifying the already chilling and eerie atmosphere of the forest path. Not far away, The gruesome sounds of 4 zombies feasting sent shivers down my spine. Seeking death. You think you can challenge me? Li Quan scoffed at Qin Feng, who stood before him. Having trained in karate under a renowned master since childhood, he had never feared anyone in Jiangbei University, save for Wu Kai. Even with a weapon in hand, Li Quan did not consider Qin Feng a worthy opponent. Little did he know, Wu Kai had perished at Qin Feng's hands just hours earlier. Beside them, Feng Jing, though terrified of the zombies that might charge at any moment, could not suppress a mocking smile. Indeed, with such meager skills, how dare you face off against Brotherly? Get lost. Good dogs don't block the way. Disregarding their scorn, Qin Feng assumed a fighting stance and provocatively declared, enough with the idle chatter. If you're afraid, kneel and knock your head 10 times. I might consider sparing your miserable life. Seeking death, Li Quan barked, taking a swift step forward and throwing a punch at Qin Feng. His fist moved with astonishing speed, delivering a force of around 60 kilograms upon impact, ample power to deal with an ordinary individual. Yet, he faced the enhanced Qin Feng, and this seemingly formidable strike appeared utterly feeble in Qin Feng's eyes. In the instant Li Quan's fist was about to connect with Qin Feng's chest, Qin Feng struck. Without flinching, he unleashed a powerful blow, his right fist crashing down with an incredible force of 110 kilograms, meeting Li Quan's fist head-on. Fool! How dare you trade blows with me? Li Quan's face twisted into a sneer as he realized Qin Feng had the audacity to confront him directly. But the next moment, that smirk vanished. Crack! A resounding sound echoed as Li Quan's hand shattered under the devastating impact of their collision. As excruciating pain surged through his arm, Li Quan's face contorted, and he let out a piercing scream. Before he could react, Qin Feng leapt and executed a flying kick that struck Li Quan squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling 7 to 8 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. No, it's impossible. How can this pathetic loser possess such strength? Li Quan stared at Qin Feng with disbelief, questioning his very existence. In his perspective, he was utterly defenseless against Qin Feng's prowess. As the searing pain enveloped him, Li Quan found himself unable to move. Feng Jing, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Having known Qin Feng for years, she perceived him as a timid, easily bullied weakling, someone who would not dare retaliate even when trampled upon. Yet now, this so-called weakling had severely injured Li Quan in just 2 moves. Was this truly the Qin Feng she had always known? Qin Feng refrained from further action, for nearby, the zombies had already fixed their gaze upon the incapacitated Li Quan, emitting a series of ear-piercing howls, as if ready to abandon their current prey and lunge at Li Quan. Faced with this imminent peril, Li Quan was instantly paralyzed with fear. Urgently pleading for Qin Feng's assistance, Qin Feng, please save me. I will give you 10 million. No, I will offer you 100 million. I beg you, help me. In the face of death, dignity becomes utterly worthless. 100 million? In this apocalypse, even 1 trillion is merely a pile of worthless paper. Observing the despair etched on Li Quan's face, Qin Feng merely smirked coldly, prepare to die slowly. As these words fell, Qin Feng cast a glance at the trembling Feng Jing and icily stated, Wretch, did you ever consider that your betrayal would lead you to this fate? I promised you would one day regret your actions. I'm sorry, Qin Feng. I should not have betrayed you. I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. I am willing to do anything for you. Haven't you always desired me? Just let me go, and I shall be yours, entirely at your disposal. The frigid gaze of Qin Feng instilled terror in Feng Jing, rendering her quaking with fear. If even Li Quan was powerless against Qin Feng, then she, a pampered woman, stood no chance as an adversary. In that moment, she felt her life and death were firmly gripped in Qin Feng's hands, suffocating her with despair. Thus, in a desperate bid for survival, she resorted to tempting Qin Feng with her own body. At this juncture, Chen Yao could no longer bear to witness the scene. Stepping out from behind the tree to join Qin Feng, she took his hand intimately and coldly addressed Feng Jing. Pa, what right do you, an ungrateful wretch, have to claim the title of Qin Feng's woman? Spare me your repulsiveness. Chen Yao? Feng Jing was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment at the closeness between Chen Yao and Qin Feng. It is worth noting that Chen Yao was not only the most beautiful woman at Jiangbei University, but also the most stunning in all of Jiangbei City. Though Feng Jing possessed some beauty, she was in no way comparable to Chen Yao. With Chen Yao now at Qin Feng's side, how could he possibly still harbor any interest in her? Despicable wretch, kneel before me. Qin Feng barked coldly, his gaze as frigid as ice. With a thud, Feng Jing dared not oppose him and fell to her knees. Qin Feng looked down upon her. I do not relish striking women. Deliver 10 slaps upon yourself, and we shall consider our grievances resolved. Yes, yes, I will do it immediately. Slap, slap, slap. In a desperate bid for survival, Fang Jing did not hesitate to strike her own face with considerable force. What a wretch you are. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with disdain. Get out of my sight. Yes, yes, I will leave at once. With Qin Feng finally granting her release, Fang Jing wasted no time in fleeing toward safety, not even glancing BCN but a moment. Li Quan met his demise at the jaws of the zombie. Simultaneously, a chilling scream echoed from the direction in which Fang Jing had fled. Anticipating this, Qin Feng turned his gaze, only to witness the emergence of at least 30 zombies in Fang Jing's path. Caught unawares, Fang Jing was mercilessly overwhelmed by the horde, their gnashing teeth eliciting piercing cries of agony. Fang Jing, did you truly believe I would let you escape? A sinister smile crept across Qin Feng's face. He had long sensed the approach of a small horde of zombies behind him. He had merely allowed Fang Jing to act as bait to distract the undead. Now that the horde was preoccupied with tearing into Fang Jing, it presented the perfect opportunity for him and Chun Yao to make their escape. Qin Feng grasped Chun Yao's hand. We must depart. Chun Yao glanced anxiously around. But there are zombies in every direction. It seems we have nowhere to go. Fear not. Trust me. As long as you stay behind me, I assure you will remain unscathed. Qin Feng flashed a confident smile, tightening his grip on the Thunderblade. Seizing the moment while the zombies feasted, he led Chun Yao toward a path with fewer undead. Although fear gripped her heart, as long as she followed in Qin Feng's wake, she felt an immeasurable sense of security. As they approached 4 zombies gnawing on Li Quan's remains, the creatures promptly reacted. With one, its head nearly severed, charging toward Qin Feng. Unfazed by the onslaught, Qin Feng swung the Thunderblade with precision, sending the first zombie crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Almost immediately, the remaining 3 lunged at him from various angles. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. With a swift kick, he toppled the zombie on his left, then plunged the Thunderblade into another, dispatching it with ease. In that instant, the 2 zombies on his right let out a furious roar and charged at his face. Qin Feng quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and the approaching undead. He unleashed a powerful punch that smashed into one zombie's deteriorating skull. With the force of 100 kilograms, it fell, swaying erratically before succumbing to the blade of the thunder. Only one zombie remained, which Qin Feng expertly dispatched, the Thunderblade piercing its brow and sending it crashing to the ground. In less than half a minute, all 4 ferocious zombies lay dead at Qin Feng's feet. Congratulations to the host for slaying 4 zombies. Survival points, 4. Cumulative survival points, 5. Daily check-in task progress, 1,920. Chapter 14. The eerie rumors of the library. Phew. With just 1 more left, I can complete the check-in task. Having swiftly eliminated 4 zombies, Qin Feng allowed himself a moment of respite. Unbeknownst to him, he had already dispatched 19 zombies, and with just 1 more, he would fulfill his second check-in task. I wonder what the reward for the second check-in task will be. Qin Feng mused with anticipation. After witnessing Qin Feng's formidable prowess, Chun Yao felt an overwhelming sense of admiration and astonishment. How extraordinary. No wonder he could survive amidst the onslaught of dozens of zombies. But why is his skill so exceptional? His speed and strength are entirely beyond that of an ordinary human. Could he be superhuman? A myriad of questions surged within her. However, now was not the time for contemplation, as the throng of zombies trailing behind them could close in at any moment. Given Qin Feng's current abilities, it would be exceedingly challenging to fend off so many zombies while ensuring her protection. Let's hurry. Qin Feng, regaining his composure, grasped Chun Yao's hand and sprinted forward. Their pace was swift, and in no time, they reached the end of a narrow path through the woods. At the path's terminus lay a small park, spanning several thousand square meters, with 2 exits diverging before them. The left path led directly to the library, while the right path meandered toward an unfinished teaching building, a secluded spot favored by thrill-seeking couples for clandestine rendezvous. Upon reaching the fork, Qin Feng noticed several grotesquely mangled corpses littering the path leading to the teaching building. Alarmed by the sight, Chun Yao instinctively edged closer to Qin Feng. The traces along the right path made it evident that Li Quan and his companions must have fled from the unfinished structure. The reason for their nighttime presence there was indeed intriguing. It seemed that the library might not be entirely safe either. They would have to proceed with caution. Observing the disarray along the right path, Qin Feng's expression grew solemn. Yet, with no alternative, they pressed onward. Qin Feng guided Chun Yao onto the left path, which was paved with blue stone slabs, exuding an air of emptiness and tranquility, starkly contrasting with the chaos of the route leading to the teaching building. The zombies were evidently closing in. Chun Yao, trailing behind, frequently cast anxious glances into the inky darkness. Qin Feng, attuned to the rustling sounds emanating from behind, adopted a serious demeanor. From the sounds, the zombies are no more than 100 meters away. We must quicken our pace. After a brief exchange, they hastened their steps through the enveloping night. 10 minutes later, as they reached the end of the road, a towering square structure materialized before them. The Jiangbei University Library. The library, a historic edifice rising 3 stories to a height of 13 meters, housed an extensive collection of books and was a favored haunt of the academically inclined. Qin Feng had visited this place a few times out of boredom and remembered it being largely deserted, especially at night when few dared approach due to its remote location and the plethora of terrifying legends associated with it. Among the most notorious tales left a lasting impression on Qin Feng's mind. It was a matter of 8 or 9 decades ago. It is said that prior to the establishment of the Jiangbei University Library, this land was once used by invaders as a mass grave for the slaughter of innocent civilians, entombing countless unjust souls. Consequently, as night falls, the vicinity of the library becomes chillingly desolate, often echoing with eerie cries. A few years ago, several audacious students, skeptical of the legends, chose to spend the night at the library. To their misfortune, each of them mysteriously vanished without a trace, and to this day, no evidence of their whereabouts has been uncovered. Strangely, the university once invited several experts to investigate the library's peculiarities, only for their electronic devices to inexplicably malfunction. Moments later, these experts fled the library, seemingly having encountered something terrifying. Since that incident, no one has dared to approach the library at night, and even during the day, few venture near. Qin Feng has always regarded these tales with a dismissive attitude. After all, he is an educated university student and finds it hard to believe in such supernatural folklore. However, as he neared the library, these unsettling rumors inexplicably resurfaced in his mind. At this moment, it was around 3 in the morning, the night enveloping everything in a profound silence, as if the world had succumbed to a deep slumber. Suddenly, a cold wind swept towards them from an unknown direction, chilling them to the bone, reminiscent of a winter's icy breath. Yet, Qin Feng paid it little mind, choosing instead to survey the surroundings. There were no signs of zombies outside, and silence reigned within, indicating a semblance of safety. Having assessed the vicinity, he turned to Chun Yao and suggested they rest briefly before finding their way out of the university. However, upon turning around, he noticed that Chun Yao's complexion was grave, as if she were haunted by some fear. "What's wrong?" he inquired. Hearing his voice, Chun Yao snapped back to reality, gazing towards the library. "It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some rumors about the library. I wonder how much truth lies within them. I thought something was amiss." "It seems you were merely unsettled by those trivial tales," Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, those absurd rumors are undoubtedly false. There are no such specters in the real world." Chun Yao bit her lip and murmured, "But there were no zombies in the past world either." Her words sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine, particularly as the temperature around them noticeably dropped, prompting him to involuntarily recall the ominous legends surrounding the library. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a series of distant, blood-curdling zombie shrieks erupted from behind them, leaving no room for contemplation. "Forget it. We must enter. It is better than waiting here to be surrounded." Qin Feng took a deep breath, gripping his weapon tightly, and boldly strode towards the library. Though Chun Yao was apprehensive about the eerie rumors, her fear of the relentless zombies lurking behind her was far greater. Weighing the two dangers, she resolutely chose to follow in Qin Feng's footsteps. After approximately a minute, the pair arrived at the entrance of the library. The expansive glass doors of the library stood ajar, appearing in the inky darkness like a gaping maw ready to consume everything, suffused with a weighty and enigmatic gloom. Chapter 15. Strange Noises in the Dark. Indeed, this place harbored something amiss. Gazing at the oppressive darkness enveloping the library, Qin Feng murmured to himself. As they stood before the library's entrance, the temperature in the vicinity noticeably dropped several degrees. Compared to other areas of the school, the library felt at least 10 degrees cooler. Strangely, this drop in temperature only occurred at night. Such an unusual phenomenon added an air of mystery to the location. Yet Qin Feng remained skeptical of the ghostly tales, sensing instead that something peculiar lay hidden within. "Let us go." After pausing briefly at the entrance, Qin Feng stepped inside the library. As the pale moonlight streamed through the large windows, they were greeted by a refined hall adorned with classical elegance, lined with orderly shelves of books. For the moment, no other anomalies were apparent. Chun Yao, entering the hall behind him, surveyed her surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of danger, let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, It seems it's not as terrifying as I imagined. These were merely baseless rumors. Typically believed by you girls, Qin Feng chuckled, turning to close the grand library doors behind him. The 2-meter-high doors, crafted from brass and etched with simple yet grand patterns, exuded a sense of quality. The imposing 30-centimeter-thick brass door, once shut, could withstand the onslaught of hundreds of zombies without yielding. Furthermore, the vicinity around the library was eerily silent. Aside from the few zombies wandering 100 meters away, no other threats were present. The duo approached a long table on the first floor, where Qin Feng addressed Chen Yao. You rest here for a while. I'll sweep through the library to eliminate any potential dangers. I have some food in my backpack. Feel free to take it if you get hungry. With that, he placed his backpack on the table, filled with provisions he had gathered. Do take care of yourself, Chen Yao gently advised. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had seemingly progressed to a new level. The first floor of the library spanned approximately 3,000 square meters, featuring 12 towering bookshelves categorized into various genres, predominantly housing popular titles. Qin Feng navigated through the shelves, scouring every corner. Only once he ensured the library's complete safety could he rest easy. In just a few minutes, he had thoroughly examined the first floor and found no irregularities. Next, he ascended to the second floor, which primarily housed classic literature and autobiographies of renowned figures, boasting an impressive collection of thousands of volumes. In a short span of time, Qin Feng had swept through most of the second floor. Noticing the absence of danger, he gradually lowered his guard. Suddenly, as he was about to complete the last area, a peculiar sound emanated from behind him, causing his previously relaxed nerves to tighten once more. Cautiously, he turned around, directing his gaze towards the source of the noise. It originated from a wooden bookshelf on his left, standing silently in the dim moonlight. Qin Feng was certain that the strange sound had come from behind this very shelf. However, he could not ascertain the cause of the noise. Was it merely an illusion, or something more tangible? With his eyes narrowed, he approached slowly. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. He drew closer to the bookshelf, holding his breath and preparing for a possible confrontation. Yet, upon reaching the shelf, he discovered it was empty save for a book that had fallen to the ground. Was the sound merely that of the book dropping? He gazed at the fallen tome, a look of confusion crossing his face. However, a glance around revealed no other anomalies. Could it truly be that he was overly tense? Shaking his head, he recalled distinctly feeling a presence behind the shelf. Such a sensation could not be erroneous. But why had it vanished without a trace? A heightened vigilance appeared in his eyes as he resolved to expedite his search of the second floor. However, just as he was about to continue, a similar strange noise erupted from behind him. In the stillness of the environment, this sound was jarring and caused his heart to race, confirming his suspicion that something was indeed lurking nearby. Was it human? Or perhaps a zombie? Without further contemplation, Qin Feng gripped his Thunderblade and charged towards the direction of the sound. With his current speed and strength, even if a zombie were hiding there, he could easily dispatch it. In less than 3 seconds, he reached the source of the noise, which turned out to be a row of small porcelain bookshelves, standing at a height of only 1.80 meters, filled with various autobiographies of notable figures. Yet, upon his immediate arrival, he found nothing there, still devoid of any presence. At that moment, the pitch-black surroundings combined with the ominous tales echoing in his mind sent a chill down his spine. Before he could ponder further, a series of sounds erupted from behind him, resembling footsteps coming from the staircase. The entrance to the second floor was obscured from view by a wall, and the sounds emanated from that corner. Without hesitation, Qin Feng dashed to the corner, and before he could steady himself, a dark figure suddenly emerged from around it. Recognizing the situation, Qin Feng swiftly drew his sword to strike at the figure, but just as he was about to deliver the blow, he discerned the identity of the shadow and abruptly restrained his strength. It turned out that the figure emerging from the corner was none other than Chen Yao. Chen Yao was startled by Qin Feng's sudden attack, instinctively taking several steps back, beads of cold sweat forming on her fair forehead. Upon seeing her, Qin Feng, who had been on edge, let out a sigh of relief. Phew, you gave me quite a scare. I thought something strange had appeared. So it's you. By the way, how did you get up here? With a resigned smile, Chen Yao replied, I noticed you hadn't come down, and being alone on the first floor was a bit frightening, so I came to find you. Little did I know, I almost got chopped down the moment I arrived. Haha, my bad. I was just too tense. Qin Feng chuckled apologetically, then turned his gaze towards the staircase leading to the third floor. We cleared the first and second floors without finding anything unusual. Now, the third floor remains unexplored. Since you're here, let us go up together and take a look. Chen Yao nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I heard there is an astronomical telescope on the third floor, an antique left from the last century. It would be perfect to check out. After their brief exchange, the two ascended the stairs side by side. However, just as they stepped onto the staircase, a jarring noise erupted behind them. Chapter 16, D-Class Mutated Creature. In the suffocating darkness, the sudden sound startled Qin Feng and Chun Yao into breathless silence, as the noise came from directly behind them. Qin Feng instinctively shielded Chun Yao, gripping his Thunderblade tightly as he turned to investigate the source of the sound. Suddenly, an icy wind swept through, coursing past their bodies, instantly enveloping them in a chilling embrace. In the next moment, Qin Feng clearly saw a grotesque shadow emerging from behind. The distorted figure, dragging its upper body like a puddle of sludge, moved awkwardly yet astonishingly swiftly, closing the distance between them in less than a second. As the creature halted, the strange noise resonated once more. It was evident that each time the twisted shadow came to a stop, it emitted that ominous thud. As the figure loomed closer, both Qin Feng and Chun Yao could hear a raspy, mournful sound emanating from it, echoing with pain and sorrow. Gaining his composure, Qin Feng took advantage of the dim moonlight to discern the creature's features. What he saw was a human form, though twisted beyond recognition. No, it was more accurate to say it was no longer human. Aside from the basic human characteristics, its body was enveloped in a viscous blue liquid, obscuring its facial features and visage. The exaggeratedly contorted form could hardly be described as human. Most importantly, both Qin Feng and Chun Yao could distinctly feel the chilling aura radiating from the creature's blue slime. As it drew nearer, the temperature around them plunged even further. Even Qin Feng, whose body had been augmented, found it somewhat challenging to endure the present situation, let alone Chun Yao behind him, who was now trembling in the cold. What manner of monster is this? Gripping the Thunderblade tightly, Qin Feng's gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixated on the creature that had materialized before him. Ding! A D-level initial stage mutated creature has appeared ahead. Please exercise caution, host. A D-level initial stage mutated creature? Upon hearing the system's alert, Qin Feng became even more vigilant. He swiftly instructed Chun Yao to withdraw towards the third floor while he cautiously retreated, maintaining a standoff with the beast and increasing the distance between them. Though the creature appeared fearsome, it seemed momentarily devoid of any intent to engage in combat, standing still like a statue, its hollow gaze locked onto Qin Feng. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the two faced each other, the monster, coated in blue slime, emitted a complex, agonizing shriek once more. In the next instant, the mutated beast abruptly raised its right hand and hurled a punch in Qin Feng's direction. The blue slime clinging to its hand transformed into a massive fist, nearly the size of a human, crashing down upon Qin Feng like a mountain. The force behind this punch was formidable, with an impact of at least 500 kilograms. It was clear that Qin Feng could not withstand such a blow directly. Fortunately, having previously enhanced his speed, he managed to leap out of the massive fist's attack range just in time. Boom! As the colossal fist descended, a violent shattering sound erupted, and the staircase beneath it was left with a deep crater where it had struck. Had Qin Feng failed to evade, he would surely have sustained severe injuries from the force of that blow. What terrifying strength! Is this truly a D-level initial stage mutated creature? Witnessing the destructive power of the giant fist, Qin Feng's heart raced as he continued to retreat. Meanwhile, Chun Yao, concerned for Qin Feng's safety, did not move further away, remaining at the entrance of the third floor of the library, observing the unfolding battle below. This was her first encounter with such a monstrous being, not only grotesque in appearance, but also possessing extraordinary destructive capabilities. The zombies outside seemed trivial in comparison. Amidst their astonishment, the system's alert rang in Qin Feng's ears once more. Warning! Warning! A mutated parasitic organism has been detected. System analysis function is not fully unlocked. Unable to analyze for now. Please be cautious, host. A parasitic organism? Could it be that the blue slime on this creature is not merely a liquid, but rather a form of parasitism? Realizing the implications of the system's warning, Qin Feng immediately focused intently on the blue slime adorning the creature. He observed that the blue slime was not merely smeared upon the creature's surface. Rather, it seemed to be deeply embedded within its body and skin, controlling all of its movements. Moreover, the blue slime was perpetually twisting and shifting, almost as if it were a living entity in its own right. This scene instantly brought to mind the Marvel superhero Venom, an extraterrestrial symbiote reminiscent of this blue slime. Could it be that the library's long-standing disappearances and haunting incidents are connected to this peculiar parasitic entity? A jolt of realization struck Qin Feng. If this were indeed the case, the library harbors secrets beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Yet, Now is not the time for contemplation, as the creature, having missed its previous strike, was once again twisting its form and advancing toward Qin Feng. Although its shape appeared cumbersome, its speed was astonishingly swift, materializing before Qin Feng in an instant. Hiss! As the creature's chilling shriek resonated in close proximity, it extended its hands, and the blue viscous substance above morphed into two razor-sharp blades, crossing toward Qin Feng from either direction. Sensing imminent danger, Qin Feng snapped back to reality. The creature's velocity left him no opportunity to evade. His most prudent choice now was to break through head-on. We are both at D rank, initial stage combat power. Why should I fear you? Damn it! With a calm demeanor, Qin Feng gripped the Thunder Blade tightly and swung it downward at the blade approaching from the left. Clang! The moment Qin Feng's Thunder Blade clashed with the creature's left blade, a fierce metallic clang echoed through the air. Ultimately, it was evident that Qin Feng's Thunder Blade prevailed, cleaving through the blue viscous form of the blade. Qin Feng, be cautious! Chun Yao suddenly shouted in alarm. In that moment, as the left blade was shattered, the right blade descended toward Qin Feng's back. However, forewarned, Qin Feng executed a swift crouch just as the blade was about to strike, narrowly avoiding the attack, and in a heartbeat, launched his own offensive, the Thunder Blade slicing toward the creature's upper body with lightning speed. The creature, taken aback by Qin Feng's astonishing rapidity, was unable to evade and was pierced through the torso by Qin Feng's sword. Chapter 17. Task completed. Is it dead? Chun Yao, standing at the entrance on the third floor, observed the battle below with a hint of hesitation. The clash between Qin Feng and the mutated creature unfolded at an exhilarating pace, the movements akin to cinematic stunts, leaving Chun Yao momentarily dazed. Before she could register the scene, Qin Feng's sword had already penetrated the creature's body. Yet, Qin Feng's expression remained grave, even more somber. For the moment his sword pierced the creature, he felt as if the Thunder Blade had plunged into a quagmire, encountering no resistance whatsoever, effortlessly breaching the creature's form. Qin Feng understood that the situation was far from straightforward. Indeed, as he attempted to withdraw the Thunder Blade, the creature's body exerted tremendous pulling force, ensnaring the blade within its form, rendering Qin Feng incapable of moving it even slightly. Simultaneously, the creature's empty right hand swung horizontally, aiming another strike toward Qin Feng. With no choice but to relinquish the Thunder Blade for the moment, Qin Feng dodged the creature's second assault. Deprived of the Thunder Blade, Qin Feng's strength diminished significantly. Yet fortunately, his speed remained unaffected. After a series of agile evasions, Qin Feng maneuvered around the creature's frontal assault, swiftly positioning himself behind it. Then, accurately locating the Thunder Blade, he executed a powerful flying kick, forcefully dislodging the weapon from within the creature. With a resounding clang, the Thunder Blade fell heavily onto the staircase floor. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng performed an intricate sliding maneuver, deftly passing beneath the creature's legs to reclaim the Thunder Blade. At that moment, the creature, now firmly grounded, transformed its hands into colossal fists and, in a fit of rage, brought them crashing down towards Qin Feng on the ground. In a critical instant, Qin Feng evaded the onslaught of the giant fists by sidestepping, simultaneously delivering a swift strike with his sword that left a deep gash across the creature's chest. However, despite the seemingly devastating wound, the creature appeared unscathed, its body enveloped in a blue slime as it launched a ferocious assault against Qin Feng once more. Damn! This monster possesses the ability to rapidly heal its wounds like venom. How am I supposed to fight this? In an instant, Qin Feng found himself retreating under the relentless attack of the mutated beast, struggling to keep up with its ferocity. Witnessing this scene, Chun Yao was filled with dread for Qin Feng's safety, helplessly anxious at her place. But soon, the observant Chun Yao noticed that each time the creature came into contact with moonlight, it instinctively recoiled, as if in fear of something. This subtle reaction led her to surmise: light. Indeed, this creature must fear light. Otherwise, it wouldn't flinch at the slightest touch of moonlight. With this realization, Chun Yao quickly rummaged through the backpack Qin Feng had given her and found a flashlight. She had spotted it earlier while searching for food. Now, it was time to put it to use. Monster, perish. Gripping the flashlight tightly, Chun Yao activated it, unleashing a beam of white light that illuminated the mutated blue creature. As the white beam struck, the blue slime on the creature's body reacted as if it were a vampire exposed to sunlight, generating a surge of high-temperature smoke and leaving behind an irreparable wound. The mutated creature let out a horrific shriek of pain, momentarily abandoning its pursuit of Qin Feng to redirect its aggression towards Chun Yao. However, Chen Yao offered no respite to the creature, immediately adjusting the flashlight to its maximum brightness, flooding the entire staircase with radiant white light. Under the brilliance of the illumination, the blue slime on the mutated creature sizzled and released billowing clouds of smoke, its body writhing in agony. Within a minute, the once menacing creature collapsed heavily onto the ground, barely clinging to life. The scorched blue slime entirely peeled away from its form, shrinking into a motionless orb the size of a thumb, seemingly extinguished by the light. Chen Yao, well done. Observing Chen Yao's remarkable use of the flashlight to severely wound the mutated creature, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile in admiration. Chen Yao truly exemplifies the epitome of an intellect-driven goddess, adeptly discerning details that eluded others and utilizing her brilliance to deliver a crushing blow to the formidable mutated creature. As the creature disentangled itself from the blue slime, Qin Feng and Chen Yao were finally able to comprehend that this so-called mutant was, in fact, a human. Yet, his skin had decayed beyond recognition, and his limbs and torso were grotesquely contorted by some external force, particularly the head that seemed nearly embedded in his shoulder, which gaped open with a torn mouth, casting a gaze of helpless agony towards Qin Feng. Despite his inability to vocalize any sound, Qin Feng felt an unspoken plea for liberation emanating from him. Was he truly human? How had he come to be in such a wretched state? Witnessing this harrowing scene, Chen Yao felt a profound sense of horror. I don't know, Qin Feng murmured, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. Classmate, though I am unaware of who has transformed you into this abominable form, now that fate has brought us together, I shall assist you in ending this suffering. With that, he raised the Thunder Blade in his hand and, in a moment of closure, executed a swift strike that ended the life of the ailing mutant. As a foul, putrid blood gushed forth from the creature's body. A notification sound resonated in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a D-class initial stage mutated creature. Survival points, 10. Slaying a D-class initial creature grants a direct 10 survival points. That equates to the elimination of 10 ordinary zombies. Quite commendable. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily sign-in task. This sign-in task is classified as bronze level. The host has obtained a bronze sign-in treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? The system's voice echoed once more, and a white luminescent screen manifested before Qin Feng, showcasing the familiar bronze treasure chest. In the past, he had procured the Thunder Blade from such a chest, which had aided him in his escape from peril. Now, receiving another bronze treasure chest filled him with anticipation. Needless to say, I shall open the chest at once. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the bronze sign-in treasure chest. Today, the host's luck has surged, and from the bronze treasure chest, you have received a strength enhancement card and an intelligence enhancement card. Note, the strength enhancement card, once used, will permanently increase the host's strength by 5 points. The intelligence enhancement card, when utilized, will permanently elevate the host's intelligence by 5 points. Accompanied by a flash of bronze light, 2 exquisitely crafted enhancement cards appeared before Qin Feng. Chapter 18, D-Class Intermediate. Exhilarating. To have drawn 2 attribute enhancement cards is a boon, as it effectively spares him the expenditure of 100 survival points. Pure bliss. Observing the attributes of the enhancement cards, Qin Feng wore a beaming smile, particularly at the prospect of the strength enhancement card, which would augment his strength by 5 points, thereby elevating his capacity to 160 kilograms, a significant enhancement to his prowess. Will the host utilize the attribute cards immediately? Absolutely. I shall use them without hesitation. Qin Feng responded decisively. At the moment his words concluded, the 2 floating attribute enhancement cards were activated and transformed into distinct red and blue beams of light, infusing themselves into Qin Feng's being. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng felt his body enveloped by a radiant light, resulting in a profound enhancement. Ding! Strength attribute card successfully used. Host strength increased by 5 points. Ding! Intelligence attribute card successfully used. Host's intelligence increased by 5 points. Ding! Host's attribute panel updated. Strength, 16, with Thunderblade equipped, Strength 5. Intelligence, 15, Speed, 7, Defense, 5, Spirit, 5, Survival points, 15, Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation, Mid-Tier D rank. An additional 50 points and attributes are required to reach High-Tier D rank combat power. Mid-Tier D rank. Has my combat power finally reached Mid-Tier D rank? Upon witnessing the update of his attribute panel, excitement flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He had previously pondered when he would attain Mid-Tier D rank combat power. Yet after completing the second sign-in task, he had successfully achieved it. Regrettably, there was a slight flaw. This mid-tier D rank combat power felt somewhat superficial, predominantly bolstered by his intelligence score, which elevated the overall rank evaluation. After enhancing his intelligence, Qin Feng did not perceive a significant improvement in his cognitive abilities or IQ. Instead, he simply felt that certain memories and information in his mind had become clearer than before, and even numerous perplexing problems that had once eluded him suddenly appeared simple and comprehensible. It was as if, in an instant, his memory, learning ability, observational skills, and analytical prowess had ascended to an entirely new level. Although the enhancement of intelligence may not manifest as overtly destructive as an increase in strength, a higher intellect significantly raises the chances of surviving perilous situations and overcoming difficulties. This was akin to the moment he battled the mutated creature, where details he overlooked were swiftly discerned by Chun Yao, such as the advantage of heightened intelligence. Now that Qin Feng's intelligence had been elevated to 15 points, his IQ had successfully surged to 150, a level of brilliance that marks him as a rare genius compared to ordinary individuals. Is this the sensation of having an IQ of 150? Indeed, it feels markedly different from before. Qin Feng raised his gaze, acutely aware that he was able to observe details and environments that had previously escaped his notice, with his analytical and comprehension abilities significantly enhanced. Qin Feng, how are you? You aren't injured, are you? As Qin Feng reveled in the euphoria of his newfound strength, Chun Yao's concerned voice resonated beside him. I'm fine. Qin Feng regained his focus, turning to Chun Yao, who was descending from above, and offered a smile. Fortunately, you noticed the creature's weakness in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable. I merely observed that the creature would strangely recoil when exposed to the moonlight filtering in through the window. Although this backward movement was exceedingly swift and difficult to detect, it was enough for me to ascertain that it must fear the light. Chun Yao summarized succinctly, her lips pursed. Thus, the terrifying rumors surrounding the library likely all occurred at night, as that is when this creature appears. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Qin Feng nodded, casting his gaze upon the corpse of the creature that lay on the ground. If I am not mistaken, the secrets hidden within this library likely extend beyond just this singular monster, particularly with regards to this peculiar blue slime. It bears no resemblance to any life form found on Earth. How could it possibly exist here? As he spoke, Qin Feng's eyes shifted to the blue slime, now curled into a small ball. Under the relentless beam of light, it remained utterly motionless, as if it had been completely vanquished by the illumination. Indeed, I have never encountered something so bizarre. Chun Yao observed the blue slime ball with a mixture of seriousness and curiosity. However, considering its recent transformation and regenerative capabilities, it bears a striking resemblance to the Marvel superhero Venom. Truly, great minds think alike. Qin Feng wholeheartedly agreed with Chun Yao's comparison. This entity did indeed resemble Venom from the Marvel universe. However, it appeared to be underdeveloped and had yet to find a suitable host, thus failing to unleash its full potential and struggling against the brilliance of the light. If it truly possessed the strength akin to Venom, we would be in grave peril. Qin Feng shrugged and smiled. Though he was uncertain of Venom's strength in the real world, based on his analysis, it would at least be classified as A-rank combat prowess. Such a level of power felt exceedingly distant for Qin Feng at this juncture. After all, he had only just attained the mid-tier of D rank. With a considerable journey ahead to reach the higher echelons of D rank, everything was merely beginning. Chun Yao inquired with curiosity. So, do you think this thing is truly dead? Its state suggests it has no vital signs. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, I cannot say for certain. However, for the sake of caution, it would be prudent to continue exposing it to the strong light for a while longer. We should ensure absolute safety. In these tumultuous times, where danger lurks at every corner, Qin Feng understood the importance of meticulous caution to survive in this perilous world. Chun Yao sighed. It seems that even in the library, we have no opportunity to rest. Qin Feng shrugged. There's no choice. We must exercise utmost caution. Ensuring absolute safety is paramount before we can afford to relax. After their brief exchange, Chun Yao resumed illuminating the blue slime ball with the flashlight, while Qin Feng retrieved his backpack from her and took out a bottle of water and a few sausages to eat. After several hours of combat and traversing, a fierce hunger had reignited within him, and he seized the moment of relative safety to replenish his sustenance and energy. Suddenly, it moved. The blue slime appeared to stir. Just as Qin Feng had swallowed half of a sausage, Chun Yao's voice rang out in astonishment. He quickly shoved the remaining half into his mouth and turned towards the beam of the flashlight. only to witness the previously motionless blue slime writhing once more. Chapter 19. Unexpected Developments. Damn, has it adapted to the bright light? Gazing at the writhing blue slime before him, Qin Feng furrowed his brow deeply. After a fierce battle, he had finally managed to subdue this blue viscous substance, yet it had now awakened once more. Should it transform back into the monstrous entity it had been before, the situation would become dire. Chun Yao quickly interjected, "Since light is ineffective, can we not incinerate it with fire? Indeed, it is worth a try?" Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he prepared to test Chun Yao's suggestion. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The blue slime, which had been slowly moving across the ground, suddenly sprang into action with alarming speed, leaping onto the corpse of a nearby mutated creature. In a flash, the blue slime began to swell rapidly, consuming the flesh and blood of the mutated beast. In mere moments, what had contracted to the size of a thumb was now expanding at an astonishing rate. Within seconds, the blue slime had regained its adult size and coalesced into a humanoid monstrosity of azure hue. Roar! The blue humanoid creature opened its maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs, unleashing a terrifying and furious roar. A strong stench and an icy aura surged forth, propelled by a chilling gust towards Qin Feng and Chun Yao. Damn, it's truly not dead. Witnessing the blue slime coalesce into a monster once more, Qin Feng couldn't help but curse vehemently. Simultaneously, he handed his backpack to Chun Yao behind him. "You need to retreat. This creature has adapted to the intense light and undergone a new phase of evolution. It is likely even stronger than before. Be careful. I will find a way to assist you from above." Understanding that her presence only served as a burden to Qin Feng, Chun Yao promptly accepted the backpack and retreated towards the third floor after a brief admonition. At that very moment, as Chun Yao made her escape, the blue parasitic monster swiftly transformed its appendages into sharp blades, aiming a direct strike at Qin Feng. "Let us see how your D-level mid-tier combat prowess holds up." Qin Feng remained unfazed. Having enhanced his strength, he was eager to test the limits of his newfound capabilities. As the blade of the blue parasitic monster descended upon him, Qin Feng met it head-on with the Thunderblade, engaging in combat. Clang! The moment their weapons collided, a piercing metallic sound echoed through the air. For a brief interval, their blades clashed, neither yielding to the other. In terms of raw power, the blue parasitic monster seemed to be weaker than it had been previously. This was not surprising, as the parasitic creature relied on its host. Without it, even with further evolution, its strength would be difficult to fully manifest. Realizing this, Qin Feng immediately exerted greater force, sweeping aside the creature's blade with the Thunderblade and pushing the blue parasitic monster back. Yet, just as he gained a slight advantage, the creature's amorphous body sprouted a flurry of sharp spikes, hurtling towards Qin Feng with great speed. Such a dense barrage of attacks in the narrow corridor left Qin Feng with little room to evade. However, he remained composed, first sweeping away the four most dangerous spikes with a single stroke, then deftly sidestepping the remaining projectiles. Yet, the parasitic creature, having missed its strike, demonstrated its cunning by transforming the blue spikes that had narrowly missed Qin Feng. They swiftly fused into 5 razor-sharp blades, launching an assault from various directions toward him. In this perilous moment, rather than retreating or dodging, Qin Feng boldly advanced, wielding his sword with utmost speed to strike at the creature's core. The parasitic entity, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacious gamble for survival, faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng reached the creature's essence just before the 5 blades could converge upon him. With a fierce downward slash, he cleaved the malevolent creature in twain. However, this was not a definitive defeat. The bifurcated entity instantly transformed its corporeal form into hundreds of minute arrows, raining down upon Qin Feng with relentless ferocity. Gripping his sword with both hands, he spun swiftly, using the blade as a shield to deflect the majority of the onslaught. Yet, numerous blue, viscous arrows grazed his body, resulting in a multitude of wounds. To his astonishment, these spikes, upon contact, behaved as though they were sentient, attempting to invade his body through the injuries. It sought to parasitize him. The chilling realization sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. Fortunately, it seemed that the immunity serum he had previously injected took effect at a critical moment, dispersing the viscous substance that sought to invade him. After a fierce exchange, Qin Feng sustained only minor injuries. In contrast, the parasitic entity, now reassembling into a humanoid form, had diminished in size by a third, indicating it was not an immortal being. With repeated severe wounds, its energy would inevitably deplete, leading to its demise. What a close call. He had not anticipated that the immunity serum would also confer protection against parasitism. Observing the reformed humanoid creature before him, Qin Feng felt a surge of relief. Had he not injected the serum, he might have become a grotesque abomination, akin to the mutated creature he had previously encountered. With his focus sharpening and his demeanor growing grave, Qin Feng resembled a predator poised to strike. The weakened parasitic entity, unwilling to succumb without a fight, roared and renewed its assault, albeit with diminished strength. It unleashed the same spiked attacks, employing identical tactics, seemingly oblivious to the futility of repetition. Such a primitive creature. Attempting the same strategy twice? With a cold smile, Qin Feng swiftly countered with his Thunder Blade, effortlessly dismantling the creature's offensive. Before the parasitic entity could react, he delivered another decisive strike, cleaving it in half once more. Yet, as he braced himself to withstand the creature's next assault, Qin Feng noticed that the entity beneath him had transformed into a lifeless, putrid puddle of slime. Dead. Seeing this, Qin Feng murmured hesitantly. However, it did not take long for Qin Feng to sense something amiss, for the sharp spikes he had previously severed had vanished without a trace. This is bad. Its target is not me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng quickly glanced behind him. To his astonishment, the spikes he had cut down had amalgamated into a small creature of half a man's size, dashing towards Chun Yao on the third floor with lightning speed. Its aim was Chun Yao. Chapter 20. Turning danger into safety. Get out of the way. Qin Feng, regaining his composure, shouted hoarsely towards Chun Yao above him. Fortunately, Chun Yao was quick on her feet before the parasitic creature could reach her. She swiftly entered the entrance to the third floor and forcefully slammed the heavy wooden door shut. Bang! The parasitic creature crashed into the wooden door, creating a resounding explosion, causing the entire door to vibrate violently and develop numerous cracks. Given the circumstances, it would only take one more collision for the door to be breached. But Qin Feng would not grant the parasitic creature another chance. Steeling himself, Qin Feng immediately charged towards the creature from behind, sword in hand. His speed was astonishing. He traversed the distance of several meters in an instant. With the explosive force of his muscles and the blade known as Thunderstrike, his impact was formidable. A razor-sharp beam of sword light swept through, cleaving the parasitic creature in two. Yet, even in its injured state, the creature did not perish. Instead, it transformed into a puddle of viscous liquid, rapidly attempting to squeeze through the crack of the door. Its target remained Chun Yao. As long as it could find a new host, it could return with vengeance. Though Qin Feng remained vigilant, the creature's speed was simply too swift. He managed to intercept half of its body, but the other half successfully slipped through the door and into the library's third level. Damn it, cunning beast. Witnessing this perilous scenario, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and disregarding his fatigue, he kicked open the already cracking door. As the door swung open, he beheld the blue parasitic creature, resembling a puddle of mud, hastily making its way towards Chun Yao. Terrified beyond measure, Chun Yao sprinted deeper into the third floor, hastily snatching a few books from the shelves, tearing off their flammable pages and forming them into paper balls as she ran. Seeing the parasitic creature closing in, Chun Yao promptly retrieved a lighter from her backpack and ignited the paper ball in her hand. The moment it caught fire, it transformed into a blazing sphere, which she hurled towards the blue creature. As the fiery projectile approached with great speed, the blue parasitic entity seemed to experience a primal fear, abandoning its pursuit of Chun Yao and darting away from the incoming fireball. Splendid. Fire truly is effective. Witnessing this, Chun Yao rejoiced and continued to ignite her prepared fireballs to launch at the creature, setting ablaze the large sheets of paper she had torn along her escape route. These sheets quickly formed a small wall of flames, temporarily obstructing the parasitic creature. Phew. I never anticipated that she would counterattack in this moment of crisis. Indeed, I underestimated her. Observing Chun Yao successfully fend off the assault of the parasite with her own strength, Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and gradually came to admire her. It was remarkable how she had transformed from a frightened girl who could only weep in the gymnasium to someone now capable of standing firm. At this juncture, even without encountering Qin Feng, she would likely fare well in this apocalyptic world. However, it was not the time for Qin Feng to indulge in such reflections. Although that blue parasitic creature was temporarily unable to breach the firewall, the speed at which the paper burned was alarming. In mere seconds, this life-saving barrier would vanish. Hiss! The parasitic monster, thwarted by the flames, emitted a strange cry. As soon as the fire subsided slightly, it leapt and soared directly over the flames toward Chun Yao. Before she could prepare another paper ball, the creature was already upon her. Just as the parasite seemed poised to succeed, Qin Feng arrived in the nick of time, swiftly drawing his sword and executing a flurry of strikes that reduced the creature into numerous smaller blobs of slime, momentarily preventing it from coalescing into a destructive form. Now, burn it, Qin Feng commanded, sheathing his sword. Understanding his intent, Chun Yao scattered a dozen sheets of paper and ignited a fireball, creating a small pyre that engulfed the blue slime on the ground in flames. This time, the duo offered no chance for the parasitic monster to retaliate, relentlessly tearing paper and casting it into the fire. As the flames blazed hotter, they had unknowingly incinerated several books. The blue slime enveloped in flames ceased all movement. When the fire gradually subsided, Qin Feng carefully used the Thunder Blade to sift through the heavy ash, ensuring the parasite was entirely deceased before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The creature was truly dead. Upon hearing Qin Feng's assessment, Chen Yao, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground as if all her strength had been spent. We are finally safe. No, Qin Feng replied with a wry smile. Although we have burned half of the monster, the other half is unaccounted for, so it may be premature to declare safety. He continued to analyze the situation. Moreover, since such a parasite has appeared here, we cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering another. This library may not be as secure as we think. Chen Yao expressed her fear. Could there be other monsters? Not necessarily, but we must remain vigilant, Qin Feng replied, shrugging. He then surveyed the third floor. It appears safer here than the previous 2 floors. I will barricade the entrance to the 3rd floor. We shall rest here for the night. Chen Yao spoke wearily. I only hope no more of these sticky, grotesque creatures appear. Rest assured, with me here, you shall not come to harm, Qin Feng said gently, a reassuring smile gracing his face. He moved lightly toward the 3rd floor entrance, and after positioning several tall bookshelves to block the door, he sat down on the floor, leaning against the shelves to rest. As long as he guarded this sole entrance, he would be the first to detect any danger that approached. Every movement of Qin Feng did not escape Chun Yao's attentive gaze, stirring a warm current within her heart. Though their time together had been brief since their fateful encounter in the apocalypse, Qin Feng had relentlessly devoted himself to ensuring her safety. Such earnest dedication transcended any sweet nothings of this world. She felt deeply touched by his unwavering presence and protection. Qin Feng, I have truly fallen for you, Chun Yao murmured softly as she gazed at his cheek. Suddenly, she stood up, her long, fair legs gracefully striding toward him. Qin Feng, let us sleep together, she declared unexpectedly. Sleep together? Qin Feng swallowed hard, questioning his own ears. Although mutual feelings had blossomed between them through their shared trials, was this progression not rather swift? What I mean is, I wish to sleep beside you. It brings me a sense of security, she hurriedly clarified, her cheeks flushed from the misunderstanding. Ahem. I am quite innocent, I assure you. Qin Feng coughed lightly, quickly denying any misinterpretation. He had only just established a formidable impression in front of Chen Yao and could not allow it to shatter so soon. All right, I understand your purity, Chen Yao replied with a smile, her lips curling playfully as she settled beside him, her warm body leaning gently against his. The proximity ignited a tumult of emotions within Qin Feng, leaving him parched and restless. Is she playing with fire? He mused, his heart racing as he felt the heat radiating from her flawless skin. After all, she was his beloved, perhaps tonight would be the night. As his desires surged, he realized that Chun Yao had unwittingly drifted into slumber beneath the soft moonlight. Her exquisite face bore the marks of exhaustion, yet radiated an unspoken sense of peace and trust. No, she must have endured much hardship over these 10 days. Her body is fragile. I cannot act recklessly, lest I cause her harm. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, resolutely suppressing his unruly thoughts to regain composure. If it were any other woman beside him, he might have acted differently. However, with the woman he cherished deeply, he wished to shield her from any pain. Despite the torment of restraint, Qin Feng remained steadfast for Chun Yao's sake, diverting his gaze to the waning moon outside the skylight. His mind shifted to the plans for their escape from the school and the myriad of strategies that awaited them beyond its walls. Though the outside world may not offer greater safety, he was determined to press forward for the sake of rescuing his family. Mom, Dad, little sister, you must hold on, he thought, engulfed by profound worry and contemplation as time slipped away. The 10th night of the apocalypse passed quietly, yet an ominous shadow lurked, tracing the path Qin Feng had left behind in the darkness. Chapter 21. The next phase of the plan. In the early morning, the dawn pierced through the darkness, casting beams of sunlight upon the ravaged earth. Once a thriving civilization, humanity now lay in ruins, a mere collection of desolate remnants. Slaughter, betrayal, and bloodshed occurred incessantly, transforming the world into a hellish battleground. After a brief respite of 3 to 4 hours, Qin Feng's physical condition had improved considerably. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Chun Yao seated beside him, engrossed in a copy of the Three-Body Problem. Surprised by Chun Yao's delicate profile, Qin Feng remarked, "The three-body problem? I didn't expect a girl like you to enjoy science fiction. You'd be surprised by many things," she replied, glancing at him with a smile. "I've read this book 3 times already, and I still find it captivating every time I pick it up. It's a pity that human civilization has been utterly destroyed. Even the finest works will eventually fade into oblivion." Stretching lazily, Qin Feng expressed his sentiments. Indeed, once humanity's civilization ceases to exist, everything seems devoid of meaning. With a playful pout, Chun Yao half-jokingly inquired, "By the way, you didn't do anything strange to me last night, did you?" Coughing slightly, Qin Feng blushed. "How could I? Do I strike you as the type to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state?" "Not really," Chun Yao replied with a teasing glint in her eyes. "Because you are? Huh, that's your assertion. I won't be polite then." With a grin, Qin Feng pulled her into his embrace, intent on teasing her further. I was wrong, spare me." Chun Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly admitted her fault. However, after a night of restraint, Qin Feng was not so easily deterred. His strong hands poised to dismantle her defenses. Suddenly, amidst their playful banter, the distant growls of zombies echoed outside, halting Qin Feng's movements. With a penetrating gaze, he turned towards the window, contemplating the scene beyond. The school is teeming with zombies, and resources for survival are alarmingly scarce. Our immediate priority must be to leave the school. As Chun Yao adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, a hint of concern crossed her flushed face. "Do you have a specific plan?" Habitually stroking his chin, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "The library is not far from the school's second parking lot. We can head there to find a vehicle and leave the school, subsequently making our way to a more secluded area to establish a safer refuge. As for the specifics of the refuge, we can address that later. But what if there are zombies on the way to the parking lot?" Chun Yao expressed her worries. "You needn't worry about that," Qin Feng assured her with confidence. "With my skills, as long as there aren't more than 10 zombies attacking at once, I can handle it." "That's true," she mused, recalling the terrifying creatures they had faced just hours earlier. The strength and speed of the mutated and parasitic monsters were far beyond that of ordinary zombies, yet they had fallen to Qin Feng, defeated by the synergy between them. Although she contributed significantly in the battle last night, the ultimate defeat of the monster was primarily due to Qin Feng's direct combat prowess. Had she relied solely on her own abilities, it is likely she would have met her end at the very onset, let alone devised the subsequent strategies. "Well, let us organize our belongings. It is time for us to depart." Qin Feng offered a faint smile, then began to clear away the bookshelves that had obstructed the door. At that moment, Chun Yao gathered her backpack from the ground and slung it over her shoulders. After a brief moment of preparation, invigorated, the pair descended to the first floor of the library and opened the grand brass doors. As the doors swung open, a warm ray of morning sun bathed their faces, dispelling the lingering chill that clung to their bodies. However, before they could fully bask in the sunlight, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from just beyond the library's perimeter. Fixing their gaze, they beheld a sight that sent a chill down their spines. No fewer than 10 zombies meandered aimlessly in search of prey. The nearest of these creatures was a mere 20 meters away, almost within arm's reach. The sound of the door opening had unmistakably drawn the attention of 3 nearby zombies, who came rushing towards them. Just in time. Let us use this opportunity to warm up. With a newfound strength surpassing his previous form, Qin Feng remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he unleashed his Thunderblade, dispatching the foremost zombie in an instant. He then leapt into action, executing a flying kick that sent the remaining 2 zombies sprawling, concluding the skirmish with a decisive strike from the Thunderblade. The entire confrontation lasted no more than 10 seconds. Once the 3 zombies lay defeated, the pungent scent of blood immediately attracted a swarm of other zombies from the vicinity. As 8 more zombies surged forward, Qin Feng's expression hardened. A fierce battle was about to ensue. In the underbrush outside the second parking lot of Jiangbei University, Qin Feng and Chun Yao crouched low, observing the situation around the periphery of the lot. Since departing from the library, they had encountered multiple zombie attacks, yet fortunately, the numbers had been manageable each time. After a series of fierce battles, they had successfully reached the outskirts of this second parking lot. Around the perimeter, at least 20 zombies lurked, some wandering aimlessly while others feasted upon the remains of human corpses, creating a veritable tableau of hell. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng's survival points had accumulated to 40. This bounty was sufficient to enhance his attributes by 4 points, further augmenting his strength. However, Qin Feng did not rush to enhance his attributes. Instead, he opted to exchange 10 survival points for a full magazine of 10 handgun bullets. From his system backpack, Qin Feng retrieved a Desert Eagle and presented it to Chen Yao. "Are you familiar with this? A handgun? How do you possess a handgun?" Chen Yao exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. As far as she knew, Qin Feng was merely an ordinary, impoverished student. While his combat skills could be explained, the possession of a genuine firearm seemed utterly implausible. Qin Feng teased, "That is not for you to worry about. Just tell me. Do you know how to use a gun?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Yao nodded affirmatively. "Yes. My uncle has emigrated to a free country where he owns a manor. When I traveled there, I had the opportunity to practice shooting at his estate. I can handle handguns, shotguns, and sniper rifles." With curiosity, Qin Feng inquired, "How did you fare?" Chen Yao chuckled, stroking her chin. "Well, on my first attempt, I scored a remarkable 90 points. His chief bodyguard praised my inherent talent as a marksman, yet I merely indulged in a bit of curiosity. Firearms do not particularly captivate my interest." Indeed, she seemed to embody the essence of a privileged upbringing. After listening to Chen Yao's somewhat ostentatious account, Qin Feng wore a wry smile. "In that case, this is fortuitous. When we infiltrate the parking lot, should we encounter the undead, use this for your protection, as I fear I may be overwhelmed by the horde." With that, he handed her a silenced Desert Eagle. Surprised, Chen Yao accepted the weapon, then jokingly remarked, "You're just going to give me a gun like that? Aren't you afraid I might turn it against you?" Qin Feng smirked, "Huh? With my striking good looks, would you dare pull the trigger? Are you not afraid of becoming a widow?" Chen Yao huffed, her tone laced with playful arrogance. That may not necessarily be the case. You bullied me quite a bit last night, insisting I be your woman. Just be cautious. And don't let yourself get caught off guard." With a playful smile, her implication was clear. She was genuinely concerned for his safety. Recognizing her underlying sentiment, Qin Feng's smile widened, and he couldn't help but reflect, this woman is truly endearing. Chapter 22. D-Class Intermediate Mutated Zombie. The sun blazed high in the sky, the ground temperature rising to an unbearable heat. Scattered corpses littered the asphalt, releasing a putrid stench that mingled with the sweltering air. Maggots thrived in the decaying flesh, while the undead feasted upon the remains, painting a gruesome portrait of a post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clang resonated from the right side of the parking lot, drawing the attention of over 20 zombies, who began to shuffle toward the source of the sound. However, once they congregated at the right side of the parking lot, they discovered that the noise was merely a metal rod striking the rusted hoods of a few abandoned vehicles. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were momentarily distracted, Qin Feng and Chen Yao stealthily entered the parking lot from the left. The second parking area of Doomsday University comprised an open-air lot above and an underground facility below. The outdoor parking lot had devolved into a chaotic wreck, several vehicles colliding, their shattered remains, and the stench of blood pervading the air. Observing that none of the cars appeared operational, Qin Feng suggested, "Let us investigate the underground parking lot." Taking refuge beside a severely damaged Audi, they noted that nearly all the vehicles in the open area were beyond salvage. Thus, their gazes turned toward the entrance of the underground parking lot. The entrance to the underground parking lot lay less than 20 meters to the left of the two individuals, featuring a dual-lane pathway leading downward. Seizing the opportunity while the surrounding zombies remained oblivious to their presence, Qin Feng and Chen Yao sprinted towards the entrance with utmost urgency. As they crossed the threshold into the underground lot, a putrid stench of decay assaulted their senses. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the passage had been effectively barricaded by several sturdy SUVs, seemingly erected as a human-made blockade. Beyond this barrier lay an incomprehensible mass of rotting flesh and numerous zombies, some of whom, missing half their bodies, continued to writhe on the ground. Faced with such a grotesque sight, Chen Yao felt a wave of nausea wash over her. What on earth has happened here? I cannot say for certain, Qin Feng speculated. But judging by the circumstances, it appears that some survivors, during the onset of the apocalypse, used their vehicles to block the entrance to the parking lot, transforming it into a makeshift refuge. The zombies and corpses outside are likely remnants of a battle between the survivors and the undead. Qin Feng continued his analysis with a calm demeanor. Now, having elapsed over 10 days, if the survivors inside did not manage to escape, they must have perished within. Chen Yao questioned, but why didn't they simply drive away? Shrugging, Qin Feng conjectured, in moments of extreme fear, the instinctive response is to seek shelter, with escape being a secondary thought. Given the overwhelming presence of zombies outside, It is understandable that any rational person would hesitate to charge out recklessly. Let us proceed and see which vehicle is operable, he urged, advancing further. Despite her revulsion at the sight of the corpses, Chen Yao gritted her teeth and followed closely behind. As they moved forward, Qin Feng dispatched the struggling zombies that lay on the ground. In no time, he accumulated another 3 survival points, bringing his total to 33. Soon, they arrived at the cluster of SUVs obstructing the passage, and one particular model, a brand new Porsche Cayenne, captured Qin Feng's attention. This vehicle, superior in both safety and endurance, was undoubtedly the optimal choice for their escape from the school. The car door stood ajar, and the key had fallen beneath the driver's seat, indicating that the terrified survivors had fled without even taking the time to retrieve the keys. Climbing into the vehicle, Qin Feng peered through the gaps between the cars and glimpsed several shadowy figures wandering in the murky depths of the underground parking lot. The twisted movements of these figures revealed their transformation into zombies, accompanied by chilling, unearthly cries emanating from a distant corner, sending shivers down his spine. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Qin Feng felt an unsettling premonition well up within him. He turned to Chen Yao and urged, "Get in. We must leave this place promptly." Chen Yao nodded and settled into the rear seat. Just as Qin Feng inserted the key and prepared to start the engine, a sudden, biting chill swept in from the right side of the parking lot. A profound sense of crisis instinctively compelled Qin Feng to lean back, evading the sudden, chilling gust. Yet, in the next moment, as Qin Feng and Chen Yao focused their gaze, they realized that it was not merely a cold wind, but rather an excessively long, fetid tongue. This appendage stretched for several dozen meters, covered in sharp barbs and dripping with a repulsive, putrid slime. With a terrifying roar, a colossal zombie, towering over 2 meters, emerged from the direction of the underground parking garage. That grotesque tongue had erupted forth from this monstrous creature's maw. Had Qin Feng not dodged in time, his head would surely have been impaled by that massive appendage. Warning: D-class mid-tier mutated zombie detected. Please exercise caution, host. Upon hearing the system's alert, Qin Feng snapped back to reality, his heart racing as he wielded the Thunder Blade, striking down fiercely at the enormous tongue that loomed before him. The sharp blade severed a portion of the grotesque tongue, eliciting a howling wail from the gigantic zombie, which promptly retracted its lengthy appendage and charged at Qin Feng and Chen Yao like a famished beast. Witnessing such a towering mutated zombie for the first time, Chen Yao's complexion drained of color as she hastily drew her silenced Desert Eagle, aiming for the creature's head. With a resounding crack, her bullet found its mark, piercing the zombie's skull. However, to their horror, the struck zombie did not succumb to death. Instead, it became even more frenzied, surging forward with renewed vigor. What manner of monster is this? Unfazed by a headshot? Trembling hands betrayed Chen Yao's fear, while Qin Feng, unwilling to linger, swiftly started the vehicle, pivoting to escape. Seemingly anticipating Qin Feng's intentions, the enormous zombie forcefully hurled a small car toward them, crashing it against their own vehicle. In that critical moment, Qin Feng slammed the accelerator. The roaring engine propelled them toward the exit, narrowly evading the disastrous collision. Yet, just as the exit loomed closer, an unexpected horde of over 10 zombies appeared, blocking their path. Damn it! How could so many zombies suddenly materialize? Observing the multitude ahead, Qin Feng's expression turned grave. No time to ponder. They had to break through. With determination, Qin Feng pressed the accelerator, intent on carving a bloody path through the throng. Chapter 23, Slaughter. Title unlocked. With the pedal to the metal, Qin Feng drove the Porsche Cayenne at breakneck speed toward the cluster of zombies. The massive vehicle, weighing several tons, possessed a collision force far beyond what the mere dozen zombies could withstand. Accompanied by a cacophony of shattering impacts, Qin Feng and Chen Yao watched as black, viscous blood splattered against the windshield. The zombies obstructing their path sent sprawling. Yet, the resilience of these creatures was remarkable. Even after being flung several meters away, they managed to rise, albeit in a shattered state. As they burst forth from the underground parking garage, a more troublesome predicament arose. With a resounding crash, an unknown object pierced the tire, causing the vehicle to lose balance and collide violently with a nearby supporting pillar. The jarring impact left both individuals momentarily dazed. Fortunately, in a critical moment, Qin Feng deftly maneuvered the car's direction, significantly reducing the force of the collision, thus sparing them from injury. However, the tire lay punctured by the mysterious object, rendering the vehicle immobile for the time being. Meanwhile, the unscathed zombies began to encircle them, threatening to engulf the entire car. It appeared that their only option was to eliminate these zombies before inspecting the vehicle. You must protect yourself. In the midst of this crisis, Qin Feng did not succumb to despair. After cautioning Chen Yao, he unsheathed the Thunder Blade and exited the vehicle, swiftly dispatching the nearest zombie. Then using the car as a focal point to confront the approaching horde. In less than a minute, he had slain 12 out of the dozen zombies surrounding them, successfully raising his survival points to 45. The remaining zombies that attempted to ambush were neutralized by Chen Yao from within the car. Together, they managed to eliminate the visible threats. Temporarily out of danger, Qin Feng turned to assess the vehicle. He observed that the rear right tire had been punctured by a sharp steel rod, leading to the car's imbalance and subsequent collision with the pillar. As long as they could replace the tire in time, the vehicle could still be operational. Luckily, a spare tire awaited them in the trunk. However, it was not the moment for a tire change, as ominous footsteps echoed nearby. As the sound drew nearer, both Qin Feng and Chen Yao instinctively turned to look. Before them stood a 2-meter-tall D-class mid-tier mutated zombie. Its decaying skin, hollow eyes, and the noxious stench it emanated sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, the mutated zombie unleashed its gaping maw, launching a massive tongue, more akin to a mutated tentacle, toward them with alarming speed. Should a mere mortal be struck by this appendage, the risk of instant infection with the zombie virus was imminent, not to mention the peril posed by the sheer force of the tentacle. The crimson appendage hurtled toward them so swiftly that even Qin Feng barely managed to react, instinctively dodging at the last possible moment to evade the direct impact. Yet, the mutated zombie had a secondary assault ready. As Qin Feng sidestepped the initial strike, the creature maneuvered its tentacle in a sweeping motion, targeting Qin Feng's head. Not one to be easily bested, Qin Feng executed a daring roll to evade the sweeping tentacle, immediately countering with a downward strike that severed a portion of the appendage. The mutated zombie recoiled in pain but did not retract its appendage as before. Instead, the once massive tentacle fractured into numerous smaller tendrils, rapidly advancing toward Qin Feng once more. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by a series of piercing sounds, over 10 tentacles, sharp as blades, lunged towards Qin Feng. He raised his sword to form a shield, deflecting most of the tentacle strikes, yet still suffered a painful abrasion on his arm, igniting a searing agony akin to being scorched by flames. Seizing the opportunity, the mutated zombie closed in on Qin Feng, its colossal fist descending like a hammer towards his face. Ignoring his injuries, Qin Feng swiftly dodged the devastating blow and countered with a swift strike, cutting into the zombie's arm. However, for the zombie, this minor wound was insignificant, and its powerful limbs coordinated with the tentacles to unleash an overwhelming barrage of attacks upon Qin Feng. Though Qin Feng was formidable, he began to struggle against the relentless onslaught of the D-grade mid-tier mutated zombie. Chen Yao, cover me with gunfire. Qin Feng shouted urgently to Chen Yao, who lay in ambush within the vehicle. Got it. Recognizing the danger Qin Feng faced, Chen Yao swiftly targeted the zombie's head with her pistol and fired 3 rapid shots. It must be said that her marksmanship was impressively accurate. All 3 shots struck true, piercing the skull of the mutated zombie. Though the zombie did not succumb immediately, the unexpected barrage momentarily forced it back several steps. Now's our chance. With Chen Yao's successful ambush, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he seized the moment, leaping into action and delivering a powerful downward slash with his sword. A flash of sharp light cut through the air, and the towering 2-meter-tall mutated zombie was cleaved in two by Qin Feng's strike. As its basketball-sized head fell heavily to the ground, the massive, muscular body collapsed into a pool of blood, splattering crimson droplets everywhere. After a fierce battle, the duo successfully eliminated a D-grade mid-tier zombie. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a D-grade mid-tier zombie. Survival points awarded, 20. Total survival points, 65. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the title New Hope in the Apocalypse. Note: wearing the title grants an increase of 10 strength points. Would you like to equip the title? As the system notifications echoed in his ears, a white screen materialized before Qin Feng, revealing the shimmering bronze title New Hope in the Apocalypse. Wow, a title? The sign-in system has this feature too? And it boosts my strength by 10 points. How exhilarating. Qin Feng's eyes brightened with delight. He had not anticipated that the apocalyptic sign-in system offered not only tasks and a survival point marketplace, but also a title feature. The prospect of enhancing his strength by a full 10 points was simply delightful. Without hesitation, he decided to equip the title. Ding! Title equipped successfully. Strength increased by 10. Ding! Host's attribute panel updated. Strength, 26, holding Thunderblade. Strength 5, wearing the title New Hope of Doom. Strength 10, Intelligence, 15, Speed, 7. Defense, 5. Spirit, 5. Survival points, 65. Overall combat power evaluation, D-level intermediate, requires an additional 40 attribute points to reach D-level advanced. Next title is Zombie Slayer, Condition 1. Kill 3 D-level intermediate zombies, progress 0-3. Condition 2. Upon completing Condition 1, a random title qualification task will be triggered. Completing this task will unlock the title. Chapter 24. One wave settles, another rises. The moment Qin Feng successfully donned the title, he noticed a line of bronze-colored lettering appear above him, inscribed with the words New Hope of Doom. With the successful acquisition of this title, his strength surged by an additional 10 points, reaching an impressive total of 26. At this moment, the explosive power of his muscles had escalated to 260 kilograms, and the impact of his punches far exceeded the limits of an ordinary human. This title's inscription was visible only to Qin Feng. Hence, Chun Yao remained oblivious to the fact that his strength had been further augmented in an instant. To his astonishment, the enhancement from the title was so substantial. If I can unlock more powerful titles, would I not be able to elevate myself to C-level combat power in no time? His gaze shifted to the next stage title, Zombie Slayer, which required the slaying of 3 D-level intermediate mutated zombies. Although D-level intermediate mutated zombies were formidable, they were well within Qin Feng's capability to handle. If he could locate and systematically eliminate 3 of them, unlocking this title would not pose a challenge. Checking the title attributes. Realizing that fulfilling the conditions was not overly difficult, Qin Feng promptly clicked to view the title's attributes. Attributes of the Doom Hunter title. Upon wearing this title, strength increases to 30, speed to 10. What an astounding boost. An outright increase of 30 in strength and 10 in speed? If I unlock this title, would I not instantly achieve D-level advanced combat power? Qin Feng's eyes widened, feeling a profound shift in his worldview. Returning to the host. Theoretically, upon completing the title conditions and successfully donning the title, the host's combat power will elevate to D-level advanced. Excellent. It appears that I must not neglect matters regarding titles in the future. Rapidly unlocking titles to enhance power will greatly aid my survival in this apocalypse. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. After slaying the D-level intermediate zombie today, he not only earned 20 survival points, but also unexpectedly completed an achievement and obtained a title. With his newfound strength, even if he encountered another D-level intermediate zombie, he would be able to handle it with ease. Having grasped the intricacies of titles, Qin Feng returned to the vehicle, opened the trunk, and retrieved the spare tire and repair tools. With the rear tire damaged, they could only resume their journey after replacing it with the spare. While Qin Feng changed the tire, Chun Yao remained vigilant, observing their surroundings and keeping watch for him. Once Chun Yao confirmed that there was no immediate danger nearby, her curiosity was piqued as she glanced at Qin Feng, who was in the midst of changing a tire. I never imagined you could fix cars, she remarked, noticing his skilled movements. You seem quite adept at it. Do you often indulge in automotive pursuits? My dear young lady. You jest, Qin Feng replied with a shrug and a wry smile. As a child from a humble background, what means do I have to indulge in such pastimes? My proficiency in car repairs stems from working at Zhishang Automotive Repair during the winter and summer vacations. With practice, one naturally becomes skilled. Chun Yao inquired in surprise. Zhishang Automotive Repair? You must be referring to the chain owned by our Chun Group, correct? Indeed, it is your family's automotive repair establishment. I recall a time when your Aston Martin was being serviced at the shop where I worked. Qin Feng reminisced while continuing his task. Out of embarrassment, I concealed myself then, which is why I saw you, yet you did not see me. During his employment, he was well aware that Zhishang Automotive Repair was an enterprise backed by the Qin Group. Had it not been for the desire to alleviate his parents' financial burdens, he would never have worked in the family business of Chun Yao. After all, the thought of being seen in such a disheveled state by his goddess was too excruciating to bear. Conversely, Chun Yao found herself lost in thought. I do recall that instance. I actually caught sight of you. However, your face was so dirty, and you hid away so swiftly that I could not ascertain if it was truly you. Reflecting on the past, she concluded, in hindsight, my instincts were correct. That person was indeed you. Qin Feng chuckled. Looking back, it remains quite awkward. Here we are, both students of Jiangbei University. Yet I am merely a grimy mechanic while you are the affluent heiress driving a luxury car worth millions. Chun Yao responded with a wry smile. Please, spare me the jesting. In this apocalyptic world, titles hold no significance. All that remains is our essence as Qin Feng and Chun Yao, unencumbered by previous distinctions and disparities. I find your words delightful. In the face of the apocalypse, all are equal. The hierarchies of the past have evaporated, leaving only the law of the jungle. Qin Feng said, wiping the sweat from his brow. As he neared the completion of his tire-changing endeavor, he mused, "I wonder how long we can survive in this desolate world. It is all in the hands of fate." Leaning back against the rear seat, Chen Yao remarked with a contemplative smile, "Regardless of how long we survive, each day is a gain. As long as we breathe, we have not lost." "You possess a more optimistic outlook than I," Qin Feng replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. After ensuring that the new tire was flawless, he stowed away his tools and closed the trunk. "The tire is changed. We must continue our journey." Just as he prepared to return to the vehicle, a chilling presence surged towards him from a distance, awakening a strong instinct within Qin Feng that danger was imminent. He promptly lifted his gaze toward the front. Under the scorching sun, a shadow raced toward Qin Feng and Chen Yao with astonishing speed, rivaling even Qin Feng's own swiftness. Within mere moments, the figure drew within 100 meters of them. Warning: an intermediate D-class mutated zombie is approaching at high speed. Host, exercise caution. Preliminary system analysis indicates this mutated zombie possesses an exceptionally high speed value, making it difficult for the host to gain an advantage. Immediate strategic planning is advised. Before Qin Feng could discern the nature of the shadow, the system's alerts rang out incessantly. It had automatically detected and revealed that the figure was a rapidly advancing intermediate D-class zombie. Just moments ago, he and Chen Yao had collaborated to slay an intermediate D-class zombie, and now, less than 10 minutes later, another one appeared. Could it be that these intermediate D-class mutated zombies had become so trivial? As if fate had conspired in his favor. He had been lamenting the need to find several intermediate D-class zombies to unlock his next title, and here one was, practically delivering itself to him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Feng felt no panic. Instead, he regarded the creature with the eyes of a hunter observing its prey. However, as the swiftly moving mutated zombie drew closer, disbelief etched itself onto both Qin Feng and Chen Yao's faces. Chapter 25. Confrontation with Wu Kai. Wu Kai? As the rapid silhouette materialized before them, the expressions of both Qin Feng and Chen Yao morphed into incredulous shock. For the figure that raced toward them was none other than Wu Kai. Especially for Qin Feng, upon recognizing Wu Kai's familiar visage, he could scarcely believe his own eyes. He distinctly recalled having shot through Wu Kai's chest just the night before. Such a fatal wound, even with timely medical intervention, should have been insurmountable. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, such advanced medical facilities were virtually non-existent. Yet as Qin Feng scrutinized further, he realized that Wu Kai could no longer be classified as human. His bullet-riddled chest oozed a profusion of tainted blood, yet Wu Kai exhibited no signs of pain. Rather, his expression was icy and suffused with a chilling aura of malevolence. The blood that adorned his body and the protruding fangs emerging from his gaping maw continuously reminded Qin Feng that Wu Kai had irrevocably succumbed to mutation. Chen Yao questioned, "Has he turned into a zombie?" "Indeed. I did not anticipate that this fellow would directly mutate into an intermediate D-class zombie. Truly a relentless specter." Upon recognizing Wu Kai's features, Qin Feng gripped his Thunder Blade firmly and advanced, declaring, "Let me test my current strength against you." As Qin Feng approached, a raspy, sinister voice echoed in his ear intermittently, "Qin Feng, I will kill you." This terrifying utterance emanated from Wu Kai. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Remarkably, he still retains some vestiges of human memory and language ability. He cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. With that, Qin Feng surged forward at maximum speed, the Thunderblade poised to deliver a decisive strike. However, Wu Kai's speed was equally remarkable. In the moment when Qin Feng's blade was about to strike, Wu Kai executed an uncanny sidestep, deftly evading the incoming sword. Simultaneously, his right hand transformed, evolving into a sharp bone blade exceeding a meter in length, which he swung backward, aiming for the vulnerable spot on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected emergence of the bone blade from Wu Kai's hand, narrowly avoiding a deadly blow to his abdomen. Fortunately, a strong sense of impending danger compelled him to instinctively leap back a few steps, successfully evading the lethal strike. That was close. I must not be careless. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, his expression gradually turning serious. At that moment, as Qin Feng was forced to retreat, the mutated Wu Kai swung his bone blade once more, charging forward with a speed that had nearly doubled Qin Feng's own. Compared to the previously encountered giant D-class mid-tier zombie, Wu Kai's rapid movements posed a significantly greater challenge. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was no ordinary opponent. With speed becoming a disadvantage, he abandoned the notion of high-speed entanglement, choosing instead to remain stationary and meticulously observe Wu Kai's attacking maneuvers. With an intellect rating of 150, he effortlessly discerned Wu Kai's attack trajectory, accurately predicting and successfully parrying the strike of Wu Kai's bone blade with his sword. At the moment Wu Kai's bone blade was caught by the thunder blade, Qin Feng seized Wu Kai's right wrist, unleashing an explosive force of 260 kilograms of muscle power that caused Wu Kai's hand bones to crack ominously. Yet, the now mutated Wu Kai, having transformed into a zombie, felt no pain whatsoever. Even as his right hand teetered on the brink of destruction, he launched a frenzied assault, his mouth gaping wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs, as four tentacle-like appendages, reminiscent of an octopus, surged toward Qin Feng's face. It appeared that every mutated zombie possessed the ability to evolve its tongue into such grotesque tentacles for attack. Though Wu Kai's tentacles lacked the sheer size and ferocity of the previous giant zombie, their rapid assault speed was undeniable. Even as Qin Feng reacted swiftly, gripping the thunder blade to evade, he still sustained a scratch on his shoulder from one of the tentacles. As blood streamed from the wound, he observed with clarity the visible green toxin rapidly infiltrating his injury, attempting to infect him. However, this endeavor was in vain. Qin Feng carried an immunity serum, rendering him impervious to any virus, which was instantly dissipated. After the initial round of confrontation, both Qin Feng and the mutated Wu Kai bore injuries. "I will kill you." Qin Feng. Upon hearing that ominous, raspy voice once more, the mutated Wu Kai launched a second round of attacks with his bone blade. Having thoroughly deciphered Wu Kai's techniques, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, anticipating the next move with calm precision. He again parried the bone blade in the same manner and, in an instant, executed a flying kick aimed squarely at Wu Kai's head. The impact of Qin Feng's kick could unleash over twice his muscle strength, thus delivering a devastating force exceeding 500 kilograms. With such formidable power, even a D-class mid-tier mutated zombie would be left disoriented and reeling. Indeed, at the moment when the mutated Wu Kai was struck by the flying kick, his body staggered backward. Yet, the four sharp tentacles from his mouth swiftly ensnared Qin Feng's right foot, exerting an immense pulling force as if attempting to wrench it from his body. Naturally, Qin Feng would not remain passive. With a swift slash of the thunderblade, he severed the tentacles binding his foot. With the loss of his tentacles, the mutated Wu Kai's strength diminished significantly, yet he still fought back like a cornered beast, aiming a sharp bone blade at Qin Feng's throat. Unperturbed, Qin Feng leveraged Wu Kai's body as a springboard, propelling himself into the air to evade the incoming strike. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng unleashed his full might, the thunderblade descending with the weight of a mountain upon Wu Kai's head. The blade cleaved downward, and the mutated Wu Kai collapsed into a pool of blood, slain beneath Qin Feng's sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully killing a D-level mid-tier mutated zombie. Survival points, 20. Cumulative survival points, 85. Zombie Hunter title achieved. Condition 1 fulfilled. Slay 3 D-level mid-tier zombies. Progress, 13. With his survival points reaching 85, Qin Feng mused that at this pace, it would only take the elimination of a few more ordinary zombies to amass 100 points. He smiled contentedly at the rapid increase in his survival points. Through continuous battles, he had mastered the techniques necessary for combat against D-level mid-tier zombies. As long as he did not encounter a horde or multiple D-level mid-tier zombies, he could easily manage any confrontation. After Wu Kai's demise, Qin Feng returned to the vehicle, starting it anew to depart from the area. The recent skirmishes had attracted a considerable number of zombies, and he had no desire to engage in futile bloodshed. Chapter 26. The Gathering Horde. Jiangbei University boasts 3 main gates: east, west, and north. The eastern gate is the closest to Qin Feng and his companion. As they drove, their speed increased, and they soon approached the eastern entrance. To preempt the appearance of additional zombies, Qin Feng expended 5 survival points to replenish 5 bullets for Chun Yao's Desert Eagle. Finally, they could leave this place. As the eastern gate drew nearer, Chun Yao gradually relaxed. Qin Feng spoke solemnly. Leaving may not necessarily be beneficial. The situation outside could be even worse. Chun Yao smiled slightly. Well, it's certainly better than being trapped in one place awaiting death. Suddenly, while engaging in light conversation, Chun Yao's expression froze as she glanced ahead. Prompted by her reaction, Qin Feng focused his gaze forward. Before them, within the open space of the eastern school gate, stood a vast throng of zombies, their numbers darkening the landscape. A mere glance revealed a tremendous pressure emanating from the gathering, and a rough estimate suggested that at least 500 zombies were amassed ahead. Before him lay an immense horde of corpses, should one recklessly charge into their midst. Even a C-grade combatant might find themselves swiftly dispatched. It is worth noting that Qin Feng currently ranks merely as a mid-tier D grade, and he must also safeguard Chen Yao by his side. Faced with the impassable path ahead, Qin Feng deftly maneuvered the vehicle into a nearby patch of grass, turning off the engine to survey the situation before him, observing the ominous mass of zombies. Chen Yao's voice trembled with fear. How could there be so many zombies gathered here? Is there something nearby that attracts them? Qin Feng nodded gravely, acknowledging the possibility. Indeed. But regardless of the reason, it is impossible for us to exit through the east gate. I suspect the other gates are similarly compromised, Chen Yao suggested. Then let us scale the wall in an area devoid of zombies. Qin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. That is even less feasible. The school's walls stand over 3 meters high, topped with sharp anti-climb fencing, making it insurmountable. Moreover, without a vehicle, even if we managed to escape, we would get nowhere. With mounting concern, Chen Yao inquired, does that mean we cannot get out at all? Not necessarily, Qin Feng replied thoughtfully, as if a strategy had begun to take shape. Regardless of what is luring these zombies, we can create a diversion to draw them away. However, the noise must be substantial. Merely tossing a few metal rods will not suffice. Understanding his intent, Chen Yao's expression brightened. You mean to use the campus broadcast system near the east gate to lure the zombies away? Qin Feng beamed with pride. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. Chen Yao's fair cheeks flushed slightly, yet she offered no rebuttal. After all, she had already committed to being Qin Feng's partner and had mentally prepared for this role. Biting her lip in agreement, she declared, then it's settled. I recall the control room for the campus broadcast is located in a nearby office building. Let us head there now. Agreed, Qin Feng nodded, steering the vehicle towards a 7-story office building not far off. This edifice housed the offices of the teachers in the East Campus, and Qin Feng had visited it on several occasions. Knowing the broadcast control room resided on the 3rd floor, in a little over a minute, they arrived at the base of the office building. After securing the vehicle, Qin Feng turned to Chen Yao inside. You should remain in the car. If anything urgent arises, just call out for me, and I will return immediately. Chen Yao replied gently, okay, please take care of yourself. I have a feeling this building might not be safe. Rest assured, Qin Feng said confidently, with my current abilities, even facing a dozen zombies head-on would not pose a threat to me. With a reassuring smile, he turned and approached the stairwell of the office building. As Chen Yao watched his figure recede, her sense of security diminished. Yet, she understood that accompanying Qin Feng on this mission might hinder him. It would be wiser to remain in the vehicle, ready to support him should the need arise. Reaching the stairwell, Qin Feng confirmed the corridor was secure before ascending with his weapon in hand. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor of the office building, Qin Feng immediately noticed large patches of bloodstains and dozens of human remains strewn across the ground, presenting a scene of unimaginable horror. This grim tableau evidenced a massacre of unspeakable brutality that had transpired here, leaving one to wonder if any zombies lingered in the vicinity. Without pausing, Qin Feng proceeded directly to the 3rd floor. The broadcasting room was located just beyond the first door on the left after ascending the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd level, an astonishing anomaly presented itself. In stark contrast to the horrific scene on the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor appeared immaculately clean. Aside from a thin layer of dust scattered across the floor, there was not a trace of anything else. No blood, no remnants of the violence that had unfolded below. Had he not witnessed the gruesome aftermath on the 2nd floor, Qin Feng might have doubted the reality of this apocalyptic scenario. Yet, such a peculiar circumstance heightened his vigilance. After cautiously surveying his surroundings and confirming that no immediate danger loomed, he made his way toward the broadcasting room. The room was in close proximity, after exiting the hallway. It took him merely 3 or 4 steps to reach the door. The door to the broadcasting room was slightly ajar, and with a gentle push, he opened it. A swarm of flies erupted into the air upon his entrance, and Qin Feng instinctively raised his sword to shield his face. Once the thousands of flies dispersed, a foul, putrid odor assailed his senses. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered a female corpse suspended from the ceiling fan of the broadcasting room. Having decayed for an extended period, the body emitted an overwhelmingly noxious stench, rendering her features nearly unrecognizable. If not for the dress she wore, Qin Feng would have struggled to ascertain her gender. A truly pitiable sight. Observing the hanging corpse, Qin Feng's expression remained largely unchanged as he walked directly toward the control panel. The broadcasting console and its wiring were powered by batteries, thus unaffected by the power grid's collapse. After a brief exploration, he grasped the operational method and successfully broadcast a series of popular songs through the campus's loudspeakers. As the resounding melodies echoed across the eastern campus, Hundreds of zombies congregated near the eastern gate, irresistibly drawn toward the source of the sound. A triumphant smile broke across Qin Feng's face as he watched the distant zombies begin to disperse in response to the alluring tunes. However, the next moment, he sensed a sudden wave of danger approaching from behind. Chapter 27, The Man in Black. As the ominous presence drew near, Qin Feng instinctively sidestepped in a flash. Once he regained his footing, he turned to confront the source of the attack, only to find it was the very corpse he had seen hanging moments before. The cadaver was grotesquely decomposed, with bones visible and half of its skull reduced to a ghastly skeleton. Failing to catch him off guard, the corpse lunged at Qin Feng with astonishing speed. Unperturbed, he deftly retreated a few steps, narrowly evading the assault. As the moment arrived when the movements of the female corpse exhibited a significant flaw, Qin Feng swiftly swung the Thunder Blade in his hand. The gleam of the sword flashed, and he successfully decimated the unexpectedly mutated female corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a common zombie. Survival points, 1. Total survival points, 86. TCH, merely an ordinary zombie, Qin Feng sighed in relief. However, his gaze soon sharpened with intrigue. Strangely, judging by the degree of decomposition, this female corpse should have been deceased for at least 4 or 5 days. Why had it only just transformed? Moreover, the black liquid dripping from the corpse had not been observed moments ago. Qin Feng murmured in perplexity, noticing the layer of black liquid surrounding the body. This peculiar liquid was something he had not encountered when he entered the broadcasting room, just as Qin Feng intended to scrutinize the ground around the corpse. Faint footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the broadcasting room. The sound was light and frequent, distinctly unlike the shuffling of zombies. Gradually, the footsteps faded as they hastily descended the stairs. Feeling a sense of unease, Qin Feng abandoned his investigation of the 3rd floor and rushed out of the broadcasting room, descending the stairs with utmost speed to pursue the source of the footsteps. In a flash, he spotted a shadow clad in black on the 2nd floor, darting and disappearing on the 1st floor. It seemed the figure immediately sensed Qin Feng's pursuit, and just as he prepared to follow, a black spherical object plummeted before him. Qin Feng effortlessly dodged the direct assault of the black sphere, but upon striking the ground, it exploded into a viscous black liquid. This liquid was identical to what he had just seen on the female corpse. At the moment of the explosion, the black liquid transformed into a human-sized liquid entity, surging toward Qin Feng from behind. Despite the entity's swift movements, its strength was merely at the initial D rank. Qin Feng countered the liquid entity's attack with a sword strike, exploiting its defensive flaw and executing a fierce horizontal sweep that cleaved the entity in two. Yet, upon being bisected, the liquid creature seamlessly merged with the corpse on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the black liquid reassembled itself, taking the form of 2 liquid monsters. These 2 liquid monsters launched a simultaneous assault from different angles, their ferocious onslaught placing significant pressure on Qin Feng. However, unwilling to engage further, he repelled both monsters with a single sword strike, then executed a deft roll, leaping from the 2nd floor directly onto the open ground below. At that moment, the figure in black, whom Qin Feng had been pursuing, stood before him, clad in a black trench coat, their face obscured by a mask and sunglasses. Their features remained concealed. Yet, Qin Feng was certain that this individual was not a zombie, but a living human. Who are you? Why did you command that female zombie to attack me? Qin Feng fixed his icy gaze on the figure, demanding answers. The black sphere previously thrown by this person suggested that the female corpse in the broadcasting room had been under the control of the black liquid, which had caused its sudden mutation to assault him. The figure cloaked in black let out a low, sinister laugh. Do you wish to uncover my identity? First, you must surpass this challenge. As he spoke, the shadowy figure swiftly maneuvered, effortlessly circumventing Qin Feng. His speed was so astonishing that even Qin Feng found it difficult to comprehend. This was no ordinary human agility. Just as the enigmatic figure seemed poised to escape, Qin Feng immediately drew his sword and lunged forward. However, at the very moment his strike was about to connect, 2 liquid monstrosities attacked from behind, their razor-sharp claws slicing through the air like steel blades, forcing Qin Feng to pivot and defend himself. Clang! The jarring sound of metal colliding reverberated as Qin Feng parried the assault of the 2 creatures with his sword. Channeling his strength, he unleashed a surge of muscular power that sent the liquid beasts staggering backward. Not allowing them a moment's respite, Qin Feng executed a swift arc with his sword, the glint of the blade severing the heads of the 2 monsters. With no remains to absorb energy from, the creatures perished beneath his strike, dissolving into pools of black liquid that rapidly evaporated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 D-grade initial stage special monsters. Survival points 20. Total survival points, 106. However, by the time Qin Feng turned back to confront the cloaked figure, he had vanished without a trace, leaving only a white note on the ground inscribed with a succinct message: "I await your presence at the library." The library? Could this shadowy figure be connected to the blue parasitic creature encountered there? The familiarity of the words sparked memories of the battle from the previous night. The peculiar blue entity seemed to share a similar liquid-like essence, further solidifying Qin Feng's suspicions. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to visit the library before departing the school with Chen Yao. Yet, upon returning to his vehicle, intending to offer Chen Yao some instructions, he discovered her absence. Only the desert eagle he had given her for protection and a few drops of the black liquid remained. Damn it, that bastard must have taken her. Seeing Chen Yao captured ignited Qin Feng's fury, erupting like a volcano. Wait for me. I will tear you to shreds. His right fist clenched tightly, his eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. However, he refrained from rushing after her, opting instead for a composed approach as he accessed his attribute panel and the system shop. With 106 survival points at his disposal, he could significantly enhance his strength. Once his power was bolstered, he would be better equipped to defeat the cloaked figure and rescue Chen Yao. Power. I need power. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and resolutely allocated all his survival points to augment his strength. Soon, following a series of calculated enhancements, Qin Feng's strength increased by another 10 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging 100 survival points for 10 strength points. Strength, 10. Ding. Host attribute panel updated. Power, 36, holding Thunderblade, Strength 5, wearing the title New Hope of Doom. Strength 10, Intelligence, 15 Speed, 7 Defense, 5 Spirit, 5 remaining survival points, 6 overall combat power evaluation, D-Class Intermediate. Requires an additional 30 attribute points to reach D-Class Advanced Combat Power. Chapter 28, The Super Ability User. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the previously clear blue sky was suddenly shrouded by heavy dark clouds, with thunder rumbling ominously across the blackened heavens. Within the stillness of the library, a black portal opened, and the figure of a man in black, carrying the unconscious Chen Yao, appeared instantaneously, striding directly up the staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the stairway, the man in black surveyed the ground, where blue slime and the carcasses of mutated creatures lay, and a cold smile crept across his face. I did not expect Qin Feng's potential for growth to be so remarkable, capable of successfully eliminating experiment number 023, especially considering that his strength has already reached D-Class Intermediate. With ample room for further development, perhaps he could prove beneficial to the Master's plan. As he spoke, the man raised his hand, conjuring a ball of flame and casting it to the ground, incinerating the blue slime and the remains of the mutated creatures into ashes. With a calm demeanor, he leisurely entered the second level of the library, placing the unconscious Chen Yao beside a desk, his gaze sweeping over the intricately patterned walls. 35 out of the 36 laboratory datasets from Jiangbei City have been acquired. Only one remains to be obtained before we can proceed to the second phase of experimentation. Whispering softly to himself, the man approached the wall and produced a silver chip card, inserting it into a crevice. With a series of dull mechanical sounds, the wall before him began to slowly part in the middle, revealing a concealed passageway. The man stepped into the passage, his figure vanishing momentarily. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the passage, a satisfied look gracing his features as he gazed at the 3 syringes in his hand. 2 contained a blue liquid reminiscent of the blue parasitic slime that Qin Feng had vanquished the previous night, while the nature of the red liquid remained uncertain. The modified subjects 024 and 025 are secured, and subject 026 is in optimal condition for experimentation. Murmuring to himself, he approached the unconscious Chen Yao. This girl possesses a high concentration of X genes within her body. Injecting her with subject 027 may yield unexpected results. A sinister smile played upon his lips. The reason he had abducted Chen Yao was that he had discovered the X genes he sought within her. Individuals with such genes could achieve perfect symbiosis with parasites. In that moment, the man in black uncapped the syringe and plunged the needle into Chen Yao's arm. As he pressed down the plunger, the mysterious red liquid flowed directly into her body. Yet, unlike the domineering blue slime, this red liquid did not exhibit any overtly aggressive behavior. Upon successfully entering her system, it provoked no discernible reaction, as if nothing had transpired at all. After a brief silence, a vivid crimson pattern began to form on the inner side of Chen Yao's arm, resembling a searing sun radiating an extraordinary crimson glow. Upon witnessing this striking design, the enigmatic figure in black could not help but express his astonishment. Remarkable. She has completed the first stage of fusion directly. This young girl's X gene has reached at least 95%. Such a high concentration of X genes is unprecedented. Could it be that her ancestors were? Regardless of her identity, in just a month's time, Subject 026 will achieve a flawless maturation, possessing powers beyond those of previous subjects. At that point, I will have made a preliminary report to my master. Truly a perfect specimen. With this thought, the mysterious figure in black smirked coldly, feeling an irresistible urge to caress Chun Yao's exquisite, flawless profile. However, just as his hand was about to graze her face, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, heralding the rapid approach of a bullet. Yet, the black-clad figure's reflexes were astonishing. He sidestepped the unexpected shot with remarkable agility. In the next instant, Qin Feng burst forth from the staircase, offering no chance to the figure in black, firing several rounds from his Desert Eagle. Die! The furious Qin Feng unleashed a barrage of bullets, his mind working at superhuman speed to seal off all escape routes for the figure in black. Faced with the inevitable, the black-clad figure raised his hand, conjuring a black vortex that absorbed the unavoidable bullets. With a mocking gaze, he addressed Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Who are you? Qin Feng's movements momentarily slowed at the sound of his name being uttered. The figure in black sneered, You need not know who I am. Just understand that I find you quite intriguing. If you obey me, I assure you can command the very winds and rain in this apocalypse. Get lost. You've already taken my woman, and now you expect me to become your pawn? That is sheer folly. Go to hell. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, lunging forward with a fierce determination, wielding his Thunder Blade with the might to cleave through stone. Stubborn fool. The figure in black, witnessing Qin Feng's renewed assault, merely smiled coldly. He evaded the attack with a swift sidestep, summoning a descending black vortex. Having experienced the power of the black vortex before, Qin Feng did not dare to slacken his pace, executing an extreme dodge to evade the attack. However, the magnitude of his movement left him open to vulnerabilities. Fortunately, the figure in black refrained from pressing the advantage, instead adopting a condescending tone as he addressed Qin Feng. Though your speed and strength surpass that of ordinary humans, brute force is ultimately just that, brute force. You are no match for an extraordinary being like myself. I advise you to consider my earlier words, otherwise, you may find there is no turning back when regret sets in. Enough. I care not for your nonsense about being an extraordinary being. Take this. Qin Feng refrained from idle chatter, seizing the moment when the cloaked figure was preening, leaping forward with a formidable surge of muscle power weighing 360 kilograms, delivering a heavy strike towards the black-clad adversary. In response to Qin Feng's fierce assault, the cloaked figure remained unfazed, merely flicking a finger to conjure a swirling black vortex that effortlessly dismantled Qin Feng's onslaught. As the black vortex shattered the force of the Thunder Blade and expanded, it unleashed tremendous tearing strength. Thunder Blade, break for me. Qin Feng barked, channeling all his might into a sweeping strike that cleaved through the vortex's pulling force. Retreating just in time. Fortunately, he had chosen to enhance his strength by 10 points prior to this encounter. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of severing the vortex's grip. To be able to extricate yourself from my technique, it seems you've significantly augmented your power in an instant. The cloaked figure remarked, slightly taken aback. Your potential continues to impress me. With that said, let this be the end of our meeting today. We shall meet again in the future. With a faint smile, the cloaked figure summoned another black vortex behind him. Before Qin Feng could react, the figure retreated into the vortex, vanishing without a trace. Damn it! Who is he? What is this supernatural entity? As the formidable foe disappeared, Qin Feng's expression darkened ominously. From the onset of their confrontation, the cloaked figure had never exerted his full strength, treating Qin Feng as if he were an insignificant insect, effortlessly toying with him. Although he had refrained from attacking Qin Feng today, it did not guarantee he would spare him in the future. The thought of the cloaked figure possessing unfathomable power and orchestrating unimaginable schemes weighed heavily on Qin Feng, amplifying the pressure he felt. He needed to accelerate his journey to greater strength. Chapter 29, The Hidden Laboratory. Before encountering the cloaked figure, Qin Feng had believed his power surpassed that of all others. However, it was now evident that he had been naively short-sighted. The mere prowess of the cloaked figure was sufficient to manipulate him at will, let alone the greater forces lurking behind him. What were their intentions? What connection did they have to the impending apocalypse? Qin Feng felt increasingly ensnared in a web of uncertainty. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation, for Chun Yao lay unconscious on the desk beside him. Her cheeks were flushed, her body radiating heat like flames, her expression twisted in anguish. "Please, no," Chun Yao murmured in her sleep, seemingly haunted by terrifying visions. Watching her suffer pierced Qin Feng's heart with profound sorrow. Noticing the syringe and the few remaining drops of crimson viscous liquid on the ground, Qin Feng seethed with fury. Could that scoundrel have allowed the parasitic entity to infest Chun Yao? Realizing this, Qin Feng's countenance darkened to an extreme. "I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being able to protect you. But rest assured, I will find a way to save you." Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the wall beside him. This wall served as the passage to the enigmatic laboratory, and it remained open after the cloaked figure's departure. With resolve, "Chun Yao, you must endure. Without my consent, you must not allow anything to transpire." Qin Feng tenderly caressed Chun Yao's cheek. A love that had burned for 3 years, more intense than the fiercest flames. He yearned for a soulmate, to grow old together without parting. The moment he laid eyes on her, Qin Feng realized that his heart would forever be closed to all other women. With a solemn expression, Qin Feng rose and made his way toward the passage leading to the laboratory. This corridor descended into darkness, yet as he stepped inside, the walls illuminated with a soft blue glow. Upon closer inspection, the radiant light emanated not from electric bulbs, but from a unique phosphorescent mineral. Thud, thud, thud. His footsteps echoed softly as he traversed the glass floor. At the end of the passage stood a technologically advanced black alloy door. Upon his arrival, the door opened automatically, revealing a vast laboratory that spanned over 1,000 square meters. The room was filled with an array of high-tech experimental apparatus and colorful chemical reagents, resembling a scene from a science fiction film. However, the most striking sight was the 10 enormous cultivation vessels lining the walls. Within the transparent liquid floated 10 human corpses, each exhibiting a grotesque and tortured state. Each body bore the marks of a blue parasite, unmistakably indicating that these individuals had been used as subjects to experiment with the blue parasites, discarded as failed specimens. The audacity of such inhumane experimentation on living beings was appalling. Even though Qin Feng did not recognize the individuals in the vessels, the thought of their suffering ignited a surge of unbridled fury within him. Yet, this was not the moment for anger. He needed to swiftly discover a method to extract the parasite from Chun Yao's body. After a thorough search, he uncovered records that appeared to be experimental notes. Subject 013. Injection of the blue parasite failed. Killed by the parasite within 5 seconds. Subject 014. No abnormalities within 3 minutes post-injection of the blue parasite, but subsequently died from internal explosion. Blue parasite deceased. As he perused the experimental notes, Qin Feng's countenance darkened further. Each cold datum represented a life extinguished. Finally, towards the end of the notes, he found information regarding the red parasite. Subject 023. After injection of the blue parasite, no abnormalities for 1 hour. The parasite was successfully established, meeting preliminary experimental criteria for utilizing its genes to cultivate the red parasite. Subject 024. Following genetic enhancement from Subject 023, some improvements were noted, yet it fell short of the requirements to be retained as the first phase of experimental results. The 025 experimental subject has shown no significant breakthroughs compared to the 024 subject, and it does not currently meet the requirements. Yet it can be retained as a result of the initial phase of experimentation. The 026 experimental subject has mutated. A vigorous reaction between its genes and the parasitic entity has successfully cultivated a red parasite. This red parasite surpasses the blue variant in terms of vitality and special abilities. If a suitable X gene host is found, it can cultivate an even more perfect red parasite, capable of achieving at least B-class combat power in its juvenile stage. The experimental journal concludes here. It becomes evident that the mysterious figure in black previously injected the 026 experimental subject into Chun Yao, leading her into an abyss of endless torment. However, what vexes Qin Feng is that this journal only records the birth of the red parasite and does not elucidate how to separate the parasite from its host. Qin Feng has no choice but to continue searching the entire laboratory, yet even after turning the place upside down, he finds no clues. Despair gradually washes over Qin Feng's face, and in a fit of rage, he strikes a powerful blow against the sturdy wall, creating a massive dent. Damn it! Am I to merely watch her be consumed by the parasite? Just as despair envelopes Qin Feng, crisp footsteps echo once more through the laboratory corridor. Who could it be? Qin Feng's gaze sharpens, warily directed toward the corridor. Yet soon, his caution transforms into surprise, for it is none other than Chun Yao who steps into the light. Chun Yao's complexion is rosy, her spirit vibrant, showing no signs of pain or discomfort, as if she has returned to normal. Qin Feng, weren't we ready to leave? How did we end up back in the library? And how could such a vast laboratory be hidden within the library? Chun Yao curiously surveys her surroundings, seemingly unaware of the recent events. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng notices that while Chun Yao still carries the life force of the parasite, there are no indications of being parasitized. It seems the parasite has succumbed to a deep slumber within her, though the permanence of this slumber remains uncertain for now. Chun Yao is safe. As Chun Yao gazes curiously at Qin Feng, he strides forward without a word, locking eyes with her before pulling her into a tight embrace. Chapter 30. Departure. A new journey. The sudden embrace catches Chun Yao off guard. Yet, she does not resist. Instead, she places her hands around Qin Feng's waist. In their intimate closeness, the flames of love ignite, and Qin Feng, disregarding everything else, captures her enticing red lips in a fervent kiss. Chun Yao's body stiffens, her entire being electrified, ultimately responding in a clumsy yet instinctive manner. Though words elude them, this profound kiss conveys more than 1,000 sentiments. Just as Chun Yao anticipates what comes next, Qin Feng halts at a critical moment. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. Qin Feng gazes deeply into Chun Yao's eyes. What's wrong? What happened? Why did you suddenly? Chun Yao's eyes widen in shock as she looks at Qin Feng. Qin Feng released Chun Yao and asked with concern, do you truly not remember what transpired? No. Chun Yao shook her head in confusion. I only recall waiting for you in the car, and then suddenly fainting. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back in the library, and upon discovering this passage, I encountered you. After a brief moment of recollection, Chun Yao curiously inquired, did something happen to me just now? How could there be a hidden laboratory here? Nothing happened. You simply fainted unexpectedly. It was nothing serious. Noticing Chun Yao's complete lack of recollection regarding the recent events, Qin Feng decided against revealing the terrifying truth of the parasitic injection, fearing it would overwhelm her. Chun Yao regarded Qin Feng with a hint of skepticism. Really? I can't shake the feeling that your expression is amiss. In her memory, Qin Feng had always been composed, never flinching even in the face of ferocious mutated zombies. However, upon seeing her moments ago, his emotions had clearly fluctuated. It's nothing. I was merely anxious because you fainted so suddenly. Qin Feng shook his head dismissively and swiftly redirected the conversation. As for this laboratory, I stumbled upon it after bringing you back to the library to rest. It likely ties to the parasites we encountered last night. Parasites? At the mention of this term, Chun Yao was instantly reminded of the battle with the parasites from the previous night, her gaze involuntarily scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing the tortured remains of humans used as test subjects, she erupted in righteous fury. What a group of inhumane beasts, to use humans as experimental subjects. Who is responsible for this? The thought that the victims were young students ignited an uncontrollable blaze of anger within her. I don't know, but I suspect that the onset of the apocalypse is linked to the masterminds behind these experiments. Qin Feng spoke gravely. If that is indeed the case, perhaps we can uncover a way to end this apocalypse. With gritted teeth, Chun Yao surveyed the harrowing scene before her. If these fiends are truly connected to the apocalypse, their punishment should be 1,000-fold. Indeed, those who commit heinous acts will inevitably face retribution. One day, they shall pay for their misdeeds. Qin Feng replied coldly. You should rest for a while. I will search the laboratory for anything of value that could aid us in identifying the puppet masters. Qin Feng concocted several excuses to continue his search within the laboratory, hoping to discover a method to extract the parasites. Meanwhile, Chun Yao, seated and resting, regarded Qin Feng with a complex expression. She understood that something significant had occurred to her, prompting Qin Feng's anxious demeanor. Perhaps his search of the laboratory was even for her sake. She could surmise much, yet out of respect for Qin Feng's intentions, she chose to remain silent, feigning disinterest in the events surrounding her fainting. After several minutes of fruitless searching, Qin Feng reluctantly decided to abandon the endeavor. Let us go. There is nothing of further value here, and we should leave. Upon exiting the laboratory, the two ignited a fire, reducing the entire place to smoldering ruins. After the two individuals departed from the library once more, they drove towards the eastern gate of the campus. Along the way, Qin Feng occasionally cast furtive glances at Chun Yao, reassured only when he confirmed that she was indeed unscathed for the time being. Under the blazing sun, on the parched, scorching road, dozens of zombies remained congregated at the center, completely oblivious to the cacophony generated by the campus broadcast, as if a more lethal temptation lay before them. This peculiar scenario raised numerous questions in the minds of Qin Feng and Chen Yao. It was only when they approached within 100 meters of the horde that they discerned a pure steel cage at the center of the zombies' siege. It was evident that the steel cage had not materialized spontaneously. It had been deliberately placed there. As they focused their gaze, they could clearly see two men, haggard and despondent, huddled together within the confines of the steel cage, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at the throng of zombies outside. These men were once survivors, wandering in search of supplies, only to be captured by someone and, upon regaining consciousness, found themselves ensnared within this trap. Surrounded by relentless undead, a dire situation reminiscent of a beast ensnared in a pitfall, left with nothing but boundless despair and agony. No wonder there had been a large congregation of zombies at the eastern gate. It turned out that someone was imprisoned there. Who could be responsible for such a heinous act? Upon comprehending the situation inside the cage, Qin Feng and Chen Yao finally grasped why hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies had amassed in this location. Help! Help us! The two men in the steel cage seemed to have noticed Qin Feng and Chen Yao approaching. Their eyes suddenly alight with hope as they cried out for assistance. Hearing their pleas, Chen Yao, feeling a pang of compassion, turned to Qin Feng and inquired, Qin Feng, they don't seem like bad people. Should we not help them? Help them? My dear lady, are you jesting? Qin Feng responded, exasperated. There are at least 50 zombies outside. Even with my skills, it would be utterly impossible to handle that. Unless you wish to find yourself a young widow, I strongly advise you to dismiss any thoughts of rescue. Qin Feng was no saint. He would never risk his life for strangers. Had he encountered anyone other than Chen Yao in the gymnasium, he would certainly not have taken the risk of aiding them. Chen Yao understood his perspective. She recognized that he would not intervene for ordinary passers-by. Yet, her innate kindness compelled her to voice her concerns. After receiving Qin Feng's response, Chen Yao murmured, I was merely asking casually. If you feel uncertain, then it's best to leave it be. I would not want to see you in any danger. Understood. Qin Feng replied, flooring the accelerator and swiftly maneuvering past the roadside. Do you have no humanity? How can you stand by and do nothing? The two men imprisoned in the cage, witnessing Qin Feng's lack of intention to assist, erupted in furious curses. Damn it! I curse you to an untimely demise. However, apart from their futile outbursts, they had no recourse. The steel cage served as both their final bastion of protection and their shackles of confinement. Their fate was to languish in despair, awaiting death. This is the cruel reality of the apocalypse. Chapter 31. The Blood-Soaked Streets. The Ruins. After departing from the school, Qin Feng and his companion traversed a landscape rife with the remnants of a once thriving city. The vibrant metropolis, once alive with activity, now lay in ruins. Its charred structures belching forth acrid smoke and fire, punctuated by the grim sight of countless corpses strewn about. The streets were choked with abandoned vehicles, their twisted remnants cluttering every corner, particularly those that had been caught in the chaos of the apocalypse, transforming into mere husks of their former selves due to the sudden onslaught of the virus. Even those who initially escaped infection were not spared, falling prey to the relentless assault of soulless zombies. As they navigated the desolate roads beneath the fading light of dusk, haunting cries occasionally pierced the air, a grim reminder of the horrors that lurked nearby. Fortuitously, the two were shielded by the confines of their vehicle, allowing them to flee before the undead could react. Yet, the devastation of the roads severely hampered their progress. A sense of despair washed over Chen Yao as she surveyed the apocalyptic scene beyond the window. Though she harbored a flicker of hope for her family's safety, the grim reality weighed heavily on her heart, knowing the odds were not in their favor. After a brief silence, she turned to Qin Feng, her voice tinged with urgency. Qin Feng, where shall we go now? We should seek a secure refuge. The entire city has succumbed to chaos, and wandering aimlessly is perilously unwise. Who knows what unseen dangers lurk beyond our sight? Despite Qin Feng's newfound strength, now at the mid-level D rank, he had already encountered numerous mutated zombies and monsters within the confines of Jiangbei University. He could not guarantee that even more formidable creatures awaited them beyond the campus's borders. Thus, exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. Biting her lip, Chen Yao suddenly suggested, in that case, why not head to my home? Your home? Isn't that a bit too forward? The mere mention of those words conjured inappropriate thoughts in Qin Feng's mind. Flushing, Chen Yao clarified, what are you thinking? My family resides in an independent estate, fortified with comprehensive security measures. The nearby villa district is largely deserted, making it an ideal sanctuary. And, you wish to ascertain the safety of your family as well, correct? Qin Feng surmised, articulating her unspoken desire. With a sincere nod, Chen Yao acknowledged, yes. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Your home indeed seems to fulfill the criteria of a refuge. If it's not too far, we could also check on your parents. Haha. Please, be serious, Qin Yao chided, her shyness eliciting a soft laugh from her lips. She then gazed ahead, stating, my home isn't far. It's just on the outskirts of the southern district. Even with the poor road conditions, it should take us no more than an hour to reach. In a hushed tone, Qin Feng concurred. Very well, let us proceed to your home. He too wished to check on his own family, but with his residence located at the far end of the city, traversing the perilous landscape would be a daunting task that could take weeks. Thus, seeking a secure location to bolster their strength appeared to be the most prudent course of action at present. Click, click, click. But just as Qin Feng finished speaking, a peculiar noise suddenly erupted from beneath the car's hood, followed by the vehicle stalling completely. Immobilized, Qin Feng attempted once more to press the accelerator. Yet the car remained unresponsive, prompting him to pound the steering wheel in frustration. What a disaster, breaking down at such a critical moment. The vicinity offered no opportunity to halt, and the situation was becoming dire. Glancing around, they found themselves at a crossroads, once a bustling commercial street, now teeming with a horde of zombies. Lingering here could yield catastrophic consequences. Qin Feng promptly exited the vehicle for an inspection. However, despite his considerable expertise, he found no discernible issues after a thorough examination, indicating that the car itself was not to blame. How perplexing. All components appeared to function properly, yet the engine refused to start. Qin Feng murmured to himself before returning to the car in a futile attempt to ignite the engine. With the outcome remaining unchanged, no reaction whatsoever, Qin Yao inquired, what is the matter? Even you can't find the problem? Qin Feng replied solemnly, indeed, everything seems intact. Yet it's simply one T-start. It's likely not an issue with the vehicle itself. Qin Yao scrutinized Qin Feng closely. Are you suggesting? Qin Feng gazed into the encroaching darkness of the night sky, pondering for a moment before responding. I fear it may be related to this damned apocalypse. Qin Yao, visibly unsettled, asked, what should we do now? Qin Feng surveyed the restless horde of zombies surrounding them. We should seek refuge. Navigating through these swarming corpses at night is unwise. For the sake of safety, the two had no choice but to abandon the inoperable vehicle. Qin Feng led the way, while Qin Yao, armed with a handgun reloaded with 5 bullets, cautiously followed behind, both treading carefully toward the right side of the intersection. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed ahead of them, causing both to halt abruptly, pressing against a nearby wall to assess the situation. As night descended, under the dim glow of the waning moon, the once crowded street had transformed into a horrific slaughterhouse. Zombies. Not far ahead, a horde of over 100 zombies was hunched in the middle of the street, ravenously tearing into the flesh of fresh human victims. Severed limbs and rivers of blood painted a nightmarish scene before their eyes. The speed of the zombies was astonishing, yet Qin Feng, a seasoned warrior, swiftly pushed Qin Yao into the shop and immediately yanked down the rolling shutter, hoping to keep the 10 zombies at bay. As the shutter descended rapidly, it was just shy of 20 centimeters when one zombie's head wedged itself into the gap, obstructing the closure. The other 9 zombies followed suit, forcing their decaying heads into the opening, their putrid hands reaching through, clawing eagerly towards Qin Feng and Qin Yao. Ah, they're coming in, Qin Yao gasped, instinctively retreating behind Qin Feng. With his right hand straining to pull the shutter down, Qin Feng managed to temporarily hold back the frenzied zombies. But he knew this could not last. Thus, he grasped the Thunder Blade in his left hand and decisively swung it towards the first zombie's head. Swish! The sound of the blade slicing through the air was sharp and clear. With a mere flick of his wrist, Qin Feng effortlessly severed the first zombie's head. Without pausing, he raised the Thunder Blade high and struck again. The second, third, fourth, and fifth strikes followed in swift succession, each blow resulting in a head rolling to the ground, spilling rancid blood. Once all 10 zombies lay slain, Qin Feng kicked their lifeless bodies out from beneath the shutter, then forcefully slammed it shut. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 10 ordinary zombies. Survival points 10. Total survival points 11. Ding! Congratulations, host, for an extraordinary stroke of luck. 2 white corpse cores dropped. Chapter 32. Sign-in task refresh. Another white corpse core. How delightful. Qin Feng, satisfied, stowed the white corpse cores into his system backpack for future use. With the immediate danger averted, both Qin Feng and Qin Yao exhaled in relief. Qin Yao, brushing her enticing curves, remarked with a hint of trepidation, that was close. Those zombies nearly breached our defenses. Qin Feng replied quietly, fortunately, we didn't alert the majority of the horde. Otherwise, this shutter wouldn't have held. Their gazes then shifted to the interior of the shop. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a high-end menswear store, now in disarray, stained with blood and littered with the grotesque remnants of decayed bodies. It was evident that unimaginable horrors had unfolded here at the onset of the apocalypse. In tattered clothing, Qin Feng casually seized a luxurious black shirt from the wall and changed. As he removed his shirt, his well-defined muscles and eight-pack abs were inadvertently revealed, causing Chen Yao, who was stealing glances, to swallow hard. What a perfect physique! Unable to resist the urge to touch Qin Feng's body, Chen Yao eventually found an excuse, saying, "You have so many wounds, shouldn't you tend to them? It could get infected." His flawless body bore numerous scars, visible on his back, arms, and abdomen, each wound a reminder of the fierce encounters with zombies. As Chen Yaoyu's hand suddenly brushed against him, Qin Feng felt an electric jolt coursing through his body, leaving his face flushed. "It's nothing. With my constitution, these wounds won't have much effect," he reassured himself, examining the injuries on his body. Although pain lingered, the presence of the immune infection serum rendered even the zombie virus ineffective, let alone ordinary viruses and bacteria. Therefore, unless the wounds were particularly fatal, there was no need to address these commonplace scratches. After a brief exchange, Qin Feng donned a black shirt, complemented by a sleek black leather trench coat. With his already tall stature, the addition of the coat enhanced his cold, striking appearance. The quality and craftsmanship of the garments were impeccable, and being imported designer pieces, they would have cost a fortune before the apocalypse, certainly several tens of thousands. Qin Feng was merely a typical impoverished student. Without the cataclysm, he would never have had the opportunity to wear such expensive attire. Chen Yaoyu scrutinized Qin Feng's outfit, ultimately exclaiming, "You look amazing. This outfit is truly striking." Qin Feng replied with a smile, "So, do you think the clothes are handsome, or is it I who is handsome?" Chen Yaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she teasingly responded, "Guess." Noticing her bashful expression, Qin Feng already knew the answer and, still smiling, said, "All right, I believe this place is quite secure. We've had a long day. It's time to rest." Upon hearing the sensitive term rest, Chen Yaoyu's fair face turned an even deeper shade of red. "You can't be suggesting," she stammered. Qin Feng playfully tapped her forehead. "What are you thinking? In this environment, I have no interest in such matters." Chen Yaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, her tone relaxing yet tinged with a hint of undisguised regret. However, Qin Feng, being well-versed in the nuances of flirtation, quickly discerned her subtle thoughts and grinned mischievously. "Well, if you really can't resist, I could reluctantly keep you company." No, I don't want that," Chen Yaoyu exclaimed, covering her face with her hands and fleeing in embarrassment. Women are such contradictory creatures, Qin Feng chuckled to himself. That night, the two rested within the clothing store. Qin Feng settled onto the sofa while Chen Yaoyu lay beside him. Exhausted, he soon drifted into slumber, whereas Chen Yaoyu remained awake for a while, gazing at Qin Feng's face, lost in her own peculiar thoughts. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Feng awoke to the weight of fatigue still lingering in his eyes. It was around 6 in the morning, and the sun had once again cast its warm light across the land. Chen Yaoyu, having only just fallen asleep, was still in a deep slumber. Seeing this, Qin Feng chose not to rouse her, and instead took a few sips from the scant supply of mineral water in his backpack. After 2 days of consumption, the food he had brought from the dormitory was nearly depleted, with only 2.5 bottles of water remaining, enough to last just one more day. Within that time, they needed to reach Chen Yaoyu's estate. In ordinary times, it would take merely an hour or so to reach their destination. Yet without any means of transportation and with dangers lurking outside, their aspiration to arrive within a day seemed exceedingly challenging. Just then, a notification chimed in Qin Feng's ear, announcing the refresh of the daily sign-in task. Today's task involves hunting 3 D-level novice zombies to complete the sign-in. Current progress, 05. Please ensure the task is completed before midnight tonight, as it will expire automatically thereafter. As Qin Feng contemplated his subsequent plans, the system's prompt stirred him. The sign-in task had finally been renewed. The new assignment invigorated him, as the task of slaying 3 D-level novice zombies presented no insurmountable difficulty given his current capabilities. However, the challenge lay in the fact that D-level novice zombies were not as readily available as one might hope. Habitually stroking his chin, Qin Feng pondered strategies for locating these elusive creatures. At that moment, Chen Yao awoke. Observing Qin Feng lost in thought, she chose not to disturb him. Instead, she retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack and took a few sips. Their actions mirrored one another, perhaps a testament to their unspoken rapport. Once Qin Feng had solidified his thoughts, he noticed Chen Yao seated beside him, her eyes fixed curiously upon him. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired. With a gentle smile, Qin Feng replied, "Nothing of great importance, merely trivial matters. Since you are awake, let us continue our journey. We cannot linger in this place." "Of course. You are the captain, and I shall follow your lead," Chen Yao affirmed with a soft nod, acknowledging that their survival team was centered around Qin Feng. After a brief respite, they approached the rear entrance of a clothing store. This door connected to a large shopping mall beyond, secured by two thick glass doors, locked with heavy steel bolts. In front of the transparent glass doors lay the remnants of two bodies, brutally torn apart, suggesting they were once employees of the store. As indicated by the clothing scattered on the ground, bloodstains marred the glass doors, and a set of bloodied keys lay abandoned on the smooth floor. Time had rendered the blood a dark hue, merging it with the pools of crimson on the floor. The scene was telling. The apocalypse had struck with such suddenness that the frightened employees had not even managed to unlock the rear door before being overwhelmed by zombies. The bloodstains on the glass were the last traces of their desperate struggle for survival. Stepping over the remnants on the ground, Qin Feng wiped the dust from the glass door and gazed into the expansive mall beyond. Chapter 33, Supplies. Peering into the mall. The once opulent and elegantly decorated shopping center now lay in ruins, illuminated by sunlight filtering through the glass skylights above. Qin Feng and Chun Yao beheld the dimly lit expanse, where the vast plaza, sprawling over thousands of square meters, was littered with human remains, heavy dust, blood, and bones, claiming every inch of the mall's open space. In the distance, approximately 200 meters from the rear entrance of the clothing store, a few aimless zombies wandered, their expressions vacant and movements sluggish, suggesting they had not fed in quite some time. Though zombies are indeed monstrous beings, they too require sustenance. If they go for extended periods without consuming fresh flesh and blood, and do not undergo further mutation or evolution, they will inevitably grow weaker, eventually devolving into decayed corpses that are even inferior to ordinary zombies. The sluggish, wandering zombies encountered now are a testament to this unfortunate fate. The back door of the clothing store lies approximately 200 meters from the safe exit of the mall, separated by 7 or 8 shops. Along this stretch, there are no zombies present, save for a few remnants of humanity. Opposite the clothing store stands a large Walmart, where a dozen or so zombies meander at the entrance, their bodies grotesquely disfigured and their gazes vacant, driven solely by the most primal desires. How fortuitous that there is a supermarket here. We can replenish our supplies of food and water, Qin Feng murmured. Chen Yao, I will lure all the zombies over to eliminate them. You provide support from behind. And if any zombies attempt to ambush me, shoot at will, aiming carefully. Chen Yao, a touch apprehensive, inquired, but there are over 10 zombies outside. Are you confident you can handle so many at once? Qin Feng replied, I have fully regained my strength. Dealing with a dozen zombies should pose no challenge. Moreover, these zombies are not as ferocious as those on the street outside, making them easier to confront. Chen Yao nodded. Then we shall proceed as you suggest. Rest assured, I will have your back. She was quite confident in her marksmanship, having successfully provided crucial support to Qin Feng during their recent skirmishes. With their plan established, Qin Feng retrieved a blood-stained key from the ground. After a few unsuccessful attempts with the wrong keys, he finally found the correct one to unlock the steel lock on the back door. Although he could have easily severed the lock with his Thunderblade, such an action would undoubtedly create a greater noise, potentially alerting the horde of zombies outside, a risk he was unwilling to take. At this moment, Qin Feng had no desire to contend with the hundreds of well-fed zombies roaming outside. Zombies that have just feasted on flesh are the most frenzied and violent, and should not be underestimated. Upon unlocking the door, Qin Feng pushed open the glass door and tossed his blood-stained clothing outside. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, instantly attracting the attention of all the zombies within the shopping mall. Whether the sluggish zombies or those lingering at the supermarket entrance, they all turned their gaze toward the enticing aroma. Upon spotting a living human not far away, the primal desires in their vacant eyes were ignited, and they surged toward Qin Feng with reckless abandon. Little did they know, a skilled hunter often appears as prey. The moment these zombies perceived Qin Feng as their quarry, their fate was sealed. There would be no escape. As the confrontation loomed, Qin Feng acted with swiftness and precision, swiftly dispatching the foremost zombies. After days of combat, his movements had become increasingly fierce and agile, embodying the prowess of a seasoned warrior. With his Thunderblade in hand, coupled with powerful punches, sweeping kicks, and other combat techniques, he rapidly decimated large swathes of zombies. Chen Yao was utterly astonished by Qin Feng's swift and formidable prowess. As if she were watching a captivating film, Before she could fully comprehend the situation, more than 10 zombies outside had been swiftly dispatched by Qin Feng. Ding. Congratulations, host. For eliminating 14 zombies. Survival points, 14. Total survival points, 25. With his strength increased to 36 points, these ordinary zombies could no longer withstand a single blow from him. A slight smile crept across Qin Feng's face as he surveyed the ground littered with corpses. He was merely 30 attribute points away from elevating his power to the advanced D level, drawing ever closer to the more formidable C level. All done, let us move. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his Thunderblade and led Chun Yao towards the supermarket. In under a minute, they reached the entrance of the supermarket. The transparent glass doors were slightly ajar, and instead of rushing inside, they paused to assess the situation within. Although it was daytime, the completely sealed supermarket was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the slender beams of sunlight filtering through above, allowing them to glimpse the interior. Upon entering, they beheld a vast expanse of toppled shelves and scattered merchandise. Food items and daily necessities lay strewn about, yet there was no sign of zombies or human corpses. For now, it seems safe since we haven't encountered any zombies, Chen Yao whispered. Qin Feng murmured, something feels off. What's amiss? Chen Yao inquired. After a few more observations, Qin Feng replied, food and water are humanity's most essential needs. At the onset of the apocalypse, people would undoubtedly rush here to gather supplies. Aside from the chaos, it appears that the food and water have not diminished. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Aside from the disorder, the goods remain intact. Chen Yao remarked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Could there be some terrifying mutated creatures inside? Perhaps, but we might be overthinking it, Qin Feng cautioned gently. Regardless, we must exercise caution as we enter. Stay vigilant for any unusual occurrences. Chen Yao nodded earnestly. Understood. After a brief preparation, Qin Feng pushed open the supermarket's glass door and cautiously stepped inside, with Chen Yao following closely behind, both vigilant of their surroundings. Caution is the key to survival. Remaining alert can only serve them well. Once they had thoroughly searched a third of the supermarket's first floor and confirmed it was safe, they began to gather supplies. Qin Feng's backpack filled to capacity. They also found a new black backpack to carry sufficient food and water. The process of collecting supplies went smoothly, and they encountered none of the dangers they had anticipated. However, in their moment of relaxation, they failed to notice a mysterious shadow lurking in a concealed, dark corner of the supermarket, silently watching them. Chapter 34, The Crawler. With their supplies secured, Qin Feng and Chen Yao approached the checkout counter at the supermarket's exit. Although shopping in the apocalypse requires no payment, it remains an essential thoroughfare for departure. Beside the checkout counter, the floor was strewn with an assortment of chewing gum and Durex, two disparate products bewilderingly intermingled. As Qin Feng prepared to lead the way out, Chen Yao suddenly crouched down behind him, swiftly snatching up a box and hastily stuffing it into her pocket. However, her furtive actions did not escape Qin Feng's notice. With a smile, he inquired, "What are you secretly hiding?" Caught red-handed, Chen Yao blushed and stammered, "It's nothing, just a box of gum." Qin Feng, with a mischievous grin, teased, "Oh, is it truly gum? Then why do I see Durex?" "You." Chen Yao, flustered, covered her face and retorted, "It really is gum." "Humph. I find that hard to believe unless you show me," Qin Feng insisted, extending his hand for her to reveal her secret. Realizing she could no longer conceal it, Chen Yao bit her lip and admitted, "Fine. It is indeed a box of Durex." Qin Feng gazed at her shy demeanor and asked, "Is it really Durex? What do you intend to do with it?" "You naughty boy. You are just pretending to be unaware." Chen Yao shot him a playful glare. Seeing her adorable embarrassment, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle and joked, "Do you know why supermarkets like to sell gum and Durex together?" Chen Yao, unimpressed, shot him a glance. "No idea." With a sly smile, he replied, "Because they are both wrapped up and discarded after use." "What does that mean?" Chen Yao, momentarily perplexed by his response, quickly grasped the implication, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Humph. You lecher. You truly understand." She shyly covered her face and headed toward the exit. "In truth, I don't fully comprehend either, as I have never used such things before." Qin Feng laughed, following her as they bantered and passed through the checkout. However, upon reaching the supermarket's exit, their laughter abruptly ceased, giving way to a chilling realization. Blood. It was all blood. Through the glass doors, they beheld the streets outside awash with an overwhelming amount of crimson. A veritable sea of corpses, rivers of blood, at that moment. Their minds conjured every possible adjective to describe the horror. The nauseating stench of blood overwhelmed Chen Yao, nearly causing her to regurgitate the remnants of her previous meal. Trembling, she stammered, "What on earth is this? How could there be so much blood? How many lives have with a piercing gaze? Qin Feng seemed to sense something ominous. Suddenly, a series of heavy and eerie footsteps echoed behind them, each thud resonating like the harbinger of death, gradually drawing nearer to the two. Their expressions froze, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged within them, eclipsing even the terror they had felt when encountering the colossal zombie in the underground parking lot. The sinister footsteps continued to reverberate from the dimly lit supermarket, drawing closer with each sound, their tempo quickening ominously. An urgent warning blared through their minds. Warning! Warning! D-Class high-level mutated zombie crawler detected. Exercise caution. With his right hand gripping the Thunder Blade tightly, Qin Feng shielded Chen Yao, and together they beheld the approaching shadow, a grotesque creature, its body laced with crimson veins. It possessed a head reminiscent of a human's, yet its torso crawled along the ground like a lizard. Despite its crawling posture, its towering form exceeded both Qin Feng and Chen Yao's heights. This was the D-Class high-level mutated zombie, the crawler. Retreat. Without waiting for the crawler to strike, Qin Feng grasped Chen Yao's hand and burst through the supermarket doors, sprinting toward the street. However, the ground littered with blood and corpses severely hampered their speed, preventing a full retreat. The crawler, rather than rushing to devour them, relished the hunt, gradually accelerating its pursuit. As they dashed forward, a sudden eruption of blood splatter heralded the appearance of 3 more blood-soaked figures ahead. Warning! 3 D-Class low-level crawlers detected ahead. Exercise caution. The system's alert rang out just as they comprehended the new threats. These 3 crawlers, though significantly smaller than the one behind them, charged forward with a menacing presence, flanking them in a pincer attack. Unfazed, Qin Feng took the initiative, raising his sword to confront the oncoming threat. With a swift and precise stroke, he struck the first D-Class low-level crawler, its sharp claws slicing through the air. Seizing the moment, the other 2 crawlers lunged at him from both sides. Anticipating their assault, Chen Yao fired 3 shots in rapid succession, successfully repelling the one on the left. Qin Feng pressed the advantage, driving his blade through the right crawler's head, and before the left crawler could retaliate, he executed a powerful downward slash, cleaving the final crawler in 2. In less than 10 seconds, the 3 low-level crawlers lay defeated at their feet. However, before they could catch their breath, the towering high-level crawler had closed the distance, its gaping maw ready to unleash a torrent of corrosive green liquid upon them. In response, Qin Feng swiftly positioned himself before Chen Yao, wielding his sword as a shield to intercept the oncoming assault of corrosive fluid. However, a small amount of corrosive liquid inevitably splashed onto Qin Feng. Upon contact with his skin, the potent acid emitted a hissing sound, and the intense pain caused him to break into a cold sweat. As he struggled to withstand the onslaught, a bronze glow suddenly flickered before him. Congratulations. The host has slain 3 D-Class initial stage crawlers. Survival points, 30. Total accumulated survival points, 55. Congratulations. The host has completed today's sign-in task. Fortune smiles upon you today, granting you 2 bronze sign-in treasure chests. Would you like to open them immediately? Chapter 35, Silver Class Weapons. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. 2 bronze chests? Such an unexpected turn of events. Staring at the dazzling glow of the 2 chests, Qin Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, this was not the time for astonishment, as he could scarcely endure the corrosive liquid's assault any longer. Open them immediately. As soon as Qin Feng's command left his lips, the 2 bronze chests before him opened almost simultaneously. Congratulations. The host has opened a bronze treasure chest. You have acquired the bronze weapon, Blood-Sucking Scythe. Equipping it will enhance your strength by 5 points. Congratulations. The host has opened a bronze treasure chest. You have acquired the bronze weapon, Rapid Strike Gun. Equipping it will enhance your speed by 5 points. Congratulations. The host has gathered all the necessary materials for synthesis. You may now forge the silver class melee weapon, Apocalypse. It boasts formidable attributes. Would you like to synthesize it immediately? Upon opening the 2 bronze chests, Qin Feng received the Rapid Strike Gun and the Blood-Sucking Scythe. More importantly, a synthesis interface appeared before him, and with a simple click of confirmation, he could forge the mightier weapon, Apocalypse. This was fortuitous. He would synthesize it at once. A broad smile spread across Qin Feng's face, surprised by the generous rewards of today's sign-in task. Confirming synthesis success. Weapon synthesis in progress. Weapon synthesis completion, 10. Weapon synthesis completion, 20. Weapon synthesis completion, 100. Congratulations, host. The weapon synthesis is successful. As the synthesis progress reached 100, a blood-red radiance erupted, enveloping Qin Feng in a crimson glow. Before he could fully comprehend the transformation, The Thunder Blade in his hand morphed into a razor-sharp, serrated blood blade. Upon this blood blade, four orbs resembling eyes gazed outward, exuding an intimidating aura. This was the silver-class weapon, Apocalypse. Congratulations. The host has acquired the silver-class weapon, Apocalypse. Its attributes are as follows. Passive skill, Power of the Apocalypse. While equipped with Apocalypse, the host's strength is increased by 50 points, speed by 10 points, and defense by 10 points. Active skill, Ruinous Blade Light. Activating the weapon's skill releases 3 red blade lights, inflicting substantial damage on the nearest enemies. The damage dealt is 15 times the host's current strength. For example, if the protagonist's strength is currently 1,000 kilograms, the blade light can cause 1,500 kilograms of destructive power. The attack range of the blade light extends 5 meters. After each use of the active skill, a cooldown period of 1 hour is required before it can be activated again. Note, in the realm of apocalyptic weaponry, the silver tier weapon known as End of Days can be combined with the silver tier weapon Endless Battle Blade to forge a golden tier weapon, Bloodthirsty Battle Knife. The moment Qin Feng grasped the End of Days, he felt a formidable force surge into his being, resulting in an instantaneous leap in his strength, speed, and defense. Ding. Host Attribute Panel updated. Strength, 71. Holding End of Days, strength increased by 40. Wearing the title New Hope of the Apocalypse. Strength increased by 10. Intelligence, 15. Speed, 17. Holding End of Days, speed increased by 10. Defense, 15. Holding End of Days. Defense increased by 10. Mentality, 5. Remaining survival points, 55. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. High D class, still requires an increase of 100 attribute points to reach C class combat power. Is this the might of a silver tier weapon? Indeed, it is far beyond that of a bronze tier. As he reveled in the rapid surge of power within him, a radiant smile blossomed on Qin Feng's lips. In the next moment, he swung the End of Days, effortlessly piercing through the venomous assault before him. Before the high-tier crawler could react, the now accelerated Qin Feng had already closed the distance, unleashing the explosive force of his 700-kilogram muscle mass as his blade came crashing down like a mountain. Sensing an overwhelming sense of danger, the high-tier crawler attempted to evade Qin Feng's frontal assault, but Qin Feng's speed surpassed its own. Coupled with his high intelligence of 150, he had already anticipated the crawler's movements. With precision, his blade struck the crawler's body. As dark, tainted blood sprayed forth, a horrific gash appeared on the crawler's massive form. Roar! Pain surged violently through the crawler, prompting an enraged howl. Yet, being a D-class high-tier mutated zombie, this strike did not bring about its demise. Rather, the excruciating pain incited a frenzy within it. Its claws, sharp as steel, shot towards Qin Feng at an incredible angle. The speed of the high-tier crawler's attacks was astonishing. Even after a 10-point increase in Qin Feng's speed, he could barely evade its strikes. A sense of relief began to wash over Qin Feng. Had the high-tier crawler unleashed its full strength from the outset, he and Shun Yao would likely have met their end before they could even forge the silver-tier weapon End of Days. However, now, Qin Feng was capable of deftly evading the crawler's onslaught while launching fierce counterattacks. Each of his vigorous retaliations inflicted significant damage upon the high-tier crawler. Consequently, after a flurry of intense exchanges, the high-tier crawler found itself battered and bruised, unable to land a single blow on Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Shun Yao observed Qin Feng's apparent enhancement in strength and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Truly, he never failed to deliver new surprises in the direst of moments. With a relaxed smile, she took aim with her Desert Eagle from behind, unleashing a precise shot that penetrated the crawler's vital points, causing devastating damage. After sustaining multiple injuries, the high-tier crawler struggled to withstand Qin Feng's relentless assault, ultimately resorting to opening its gaping maw to spew forth a noxious green corrosive liquid, hoping to defeat Qin Feng with its vile attack. However, this maneuver proved utterly futile against the current Qin Feng. With a swift motion, he dispelled the corrosive liquid's onslaught, and the blood-red light of the Apocalypse erupted from his blade. Let me demonstrate the active skill of the Apocalypse. The active skill unleashed the Ruinous Blade. As the weapon's skill activated, 3 sharp crimson slashes erupted from Qin Feng's weapon, surging towards the high-tier creeper below. The creeper hastily raised its claws in a desperate attempt to shield itself, engaging in a final struggle for survival. Yet, the might of the Ruinous Blade surged forth with a force 15 times that of Qin Feng's current strength, a staggering impact nearing 1,000 kilograms, effortlessly piercing through the defenses of the high-tier creeper. As the 3 blood-red slashes swept through, The once menacing creeper was instantaneously reduced to a grotesque pile of flesh, merging into the sea of corpses upon the streets. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a D-level high-tier creeper. Survival points increased by 30. Total survival points, 85. Ding. Achievement title Zombie Hunter Task Progress Updated, 13. The host must eliminate 2 more D-level mid-tier or higher mutated zombies to complete the next stage of the achievement task. Chapter 36. Entering the Silver Tier Area. What an impressive skill. Is this the power of a Silver Tier weapon? Witnessing the high-tier creeper being dispatched in an instant by the blade's radiance left Qin Feng utterly astonished. He merely wished to test the prowess of this weapon's skill, but never anticipated its ferocity to be so formidable. With such a potent skill at his disposal, Qin Feng now possessed an additional trump card for survival. Chen Yao marveled. Qin Feng, your strength seems to have increased significantly, and why does your weapon appear so familiar? Qin Feng chuckled softly. That is a long story. This place is not suitable for lingering. We should retreat. The recent battle had stirred the zombies from all directions, and should hordes of the undead descend upon them, the two would struggle to cope. As they spoke, Qin Feng grasped Chen Yao's hand, leading her back to the supermarket. They then navigated through the internal passage of the mall, discovering a relatively safe route to exit the area. Shortly after their retreat, dozens of swift, ghostly figures appeared on the blood-soaked street, emitting spine-chilling roars. A day later, outside the Qingshan Zoo in the southern district of Jiangbei City, Qin Feng and Chen Yao arrived after a day and night of battles and travel. Crossing through the zoo would lead them to Qingshan Road. Less than 10 kilometers away from home, Chen Yao wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, glancing into the distance. To facilitate combat, she had exchanged her original white dress for a snug fitness outfit, the tightly fitted black tank top perfectly accentuating her prominent curves. With each breath, it swayed alluringly, revealing a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, while her enticing waist and defined abdominal muscles left a lasting impression. When Chen Yao first donned this attire, Qin Feng could not resist the temptation to touch, and the sensation was utterly delightful. Over the course of their journey, Qin Feng had dispatched 24 ordinary zombies and 5 D-level initial tier zombies, accumulating a total of 74 survival points. Combined with the previous 85 points, his survival points soared to 159. After expending 9 survival points to replenish the bullets for Chen Yao's Desert Eagle, Qin Feng found himself with a total of 150 survival points remaining. A notification chimed in. Attention! The host has entered the silver level sign-in zone. The strength of encountered zombies and creatures has significantly increased. Please exercise caution. Is this area truly classified as a silver level zone? Could C-grade mutated zombies possibly emerge? Upon hearing the alert, Qin Feng couldn't help but scrutinize his surroundings. It was noteworthy that the area where he had encountered advanced crawlers just yesterday did not qualify as a silver level zone. Yet this seemingly tranquil place was now categorized as such. Were there more terrifying monsters lurking beyond his visible perception? However, after a careful examination, Qin Feng discovered that the streets nearby, though desolate and in ruins, exhibited no other anomalies. Yet, from the battles of the past few days, he was acutely aware that areas appearing safe were often fraught with hidden dangers. Regardless of the circumstances, they could never afford to be complacent. 10 kilometers, not particularly far, yet not close either. Relying solely on foot would require an inordinate amount of time. He glanced at the cluster of vehicles strewn across the roadside, pondering whether any could still be driven. Qin Feng muttered softly, directing his gaze towards the mass of collided cars on the road. None of the vehicles seemed operable. It was as if, overnight, all had mysteriously sustained damage. Qin Feng and Chen Yao attempted to start several seemingly intact cars by the roadside. Yet the outcome mirrored that of the previous Porsche. They remained inert despite showing no signs of damage. This only reinforced their conviction that this bizarre situation was intrinsically linked to the abrupt onset of the apocalypse. It appeared that we must continue on foot. Standing outside the vehicle, Chen Yao shrugged in resignation, then squinted and smiled. Fortunately, you're with me. No matter what dangers we encounter along the way, we can handle them. Over the past few days spent with Qin Feng, Chen Yao had transitioned from initial resistance to wholeheartedly following him, increasingly captivated by his unique charm as their time together grew. Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he replied, that may not be the case. I believe this area is far more perilous than any we have traversed before. We must be doubly cautious. Perhaps due to the warning regarding the silver level zone. His senses were heightened, and he felt an unsettling presence of danger nearby. Let us proceed, aiming to traverse this area as swiftly as possible. Qin Feng exited the vehicle, leading Chen Yao onward. After a brief passage of 15 minutes, the duo arrived outside a convenience store. Having consumed a considerable amount of food that day, they contemplated replenishing their supplies of food and water. The store's entrance stood ajar, with shelves toppled in disarray and products strewn across the floor, much of which lay in tatters, suggesting a fierce struggle had occurred. On the floor at the entrance, large patches of still wet blood lingered, wafting a nauseating metallic scent in the breeze. Inside the convenience store, two zombies clad in employee uniforms roamed amid the collapsed shelves, their bodies smeared with blood, and their hands grotesquely sticky with putrid flesh, inducing a wave of revulsion. Beneath the collapsed shelves lay three grotesquely mangled zombies, their flesh ravaged, trapped and struggling beneath the weight. Witnessing this sanguine spectacle, Qinyao couldn't help but exclaim, "How tragic! Each person has their own share of fortune and misfortune. Such is the nature of fate." As for Qin Feng, he held no interest in the circumstances that had unfolded. His sole desire was to replenish his supplies. Stepping over the bloodstains on the floor, Qin Feng entered the convenience store. Upon his entrance, the two wandering zombies immediately sensed the proximity of a living being and lunged towards him with alarming speed. Although these zombies were of the ordinary variety, they exhibited a remarkable agility that surpassed their predecessors, reaching Qin Feng in mere moments. However, to Qin Feng, even the most vigorous ordinary zombies posed no threat whatsoever. With a swift stroke of his bloodied blade, he dispatched the two lunging zombies with ease. Following that, he executed a series of precise strikes to eliminate the remaining three trapped beneath the shelves, successfully cleansing the entire convenience store. Congratulations! The host has slain 5 ordinary zombies. Survival points increased by 5, totaling 155 points. With his survival points now at 155, it appeared he could once again enhance his attributes. Just as Qin Feng prepared to strengthen his abilities, a mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Beep. The sign-in task has been refreshed. It has been detected that the host is in a silver level area. The sign-in task has been automatically adjusted to a silver level task. Today's sign-in task: hunt 3 D-class advanced zombies to complete the sign-in. Task progress, 03. The host must complete the task before midnight, otherwise, it will expire automatically.